Oh, okay.
Right, James, for now for the morning session.
All right. I'm sorry.
So, okay.
Okay. Okay. Sanbona, hello everyone. Welcome to Durban, eThekwini, to UKZN. And we are officially opening the Winter Decoloniality Summer School. A round of applause, online as well. Thank you so much. My name is Luthando Ngazile Ngema, and I am very honored to be facilitating today's day. And I see some faces are actually missing. And when they do arrive, this room will get fuller. And yeah, just some little admin things. We are getting water in here as soon as the next 30 minutes. The bathrooms, that way on your left-hand side, and the first passage on the right, both male and ladies and unisex, it's all that way. And before I go any further, I would like to invite Professor Moletsane to just welcome us. And immediately after Prof. Moletsane, I won't need to stand up. We have Sajida, who is our host today, who will do the formal introduction and tell us why we're here, why are we gathering, why are we communities of knowledge and praxis, and why are we rebellions? All right, thank you so much. Prof. Moletsane, I'll hand over to you.
Okay, I refuse to stand. I can stand. No.
You can project your voice, your teacher voice.
I can use my teacher voice. Can you hear me? Although it won't record, I suppose. Good morning, everybody. Dumelang, Sanbona, Molweni, Abshen. I might trip myself. Let me not go north. We welcome you. We welcome Nelson. We welcome people from Gauteng, from the Eastern Cape, from the Western Cape, from, if I don't say your province, then don't be angry with me. It's not that it's not important. But from all over South Africa, we welcome you to UKZN. As you can tell, I'm not Professor Mkhize, I'm not the DVC of the college. He's away traveling and he sends his apologies, but he also sends his good wishes for the winter school. He would have said very important things, and I won't even try and do what he would have done. My name is Relebohile Mletsane. You can call me Lebu. This professor thing doesn't work for me in a space like this. I'm not professing, I'm with colleagues. So I'm collegiality. Okay, so as I said, I'm here on behalf of the DVC, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, and Professor Thabo Msibi, who's the Dean and head of the School of Education where Saj and I are located. They both can't be here. Thabo is sick and Professor Mkhize is traveling. But they wanted me to convey just how important the Decoloniality School is and the collaborations that have emerged out of the Decoloniality School. It's important because the College of Humanities in particular has set out to do the kind of research and community engagement that really speaks to the issues of the province and by implications, the issues of the country. We know what the issues are, all the isms, racism, sexism, tribalism, nationalism. There's an emerging nationalism that's threatening to derail us. We also know that xenophobia is taking very ugly forms in the province, but also in the country. And I was reading with shock yesterday just how the so-called Operation Dudula has been legitimized. And there's even a title for, I suppose, the donor of it. Can't remember what they called him in the newspaper, but like the supreme leader of the Operation Dudula. But just how the media is also legitimizing and giving them titles and not being critical about who they are and what they are. But that is where we are now. So the humanities or the College of Humanities is also interested in building strong scholarship around these issues. And we believe that we can only do so if we take the university out to the people. And the Decoloniality summer school? Winter school, okay. I'll pretend I'm in the north. I'll pretend I'm in North America, it's summer. Okay, the Decoloniality Winter School is one vehicle that the college has identified to build this kind of scholarship, not only among the students, but also among the staff, so that we have the language, we have the thinking, we have the evidence, and we have the facilities to do the kind of work that needs to be done to solve the problems in communities and within the university itself. So the Decoloniality School is a flagship program of the College of Humanities, and thank you to the colleagues who are collaborating with us and who are contributing to building this flagship with us. With those few words on behalf of Prof. Mkhize and Prof. Thabo Msibi, I would like to welcome you, Realea Mohela. Thank you.
Dr. Sajida, over to you. Teacher's voice.
Good morning to you all. Welcome to our first winter school, but we have had 2 summer schools thus far. I want to start off by simply saying that we are really, really grateful for all the people that are present here today. This event, the UKZN Decoloniality Winter School, is being co-hosted by the College of Humanities, which includes the School of Education and the Center for Critical Research on Race and Identity, which my dear big sister and mentor, Relebohile Lebo Molitsani heads. And we are also using this as an opportunity to strengthen our relationships interinstitutionally, which is why the association with the Center for Health and Social Studies at UNISA, welcome Shana Safla, as well as the Black House Collective. Welcome to the Black House Collective, who came all the way from Soweto. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much we appreciate having you here. And of course, the coordinating committee at UKZN is what we call the UKZN Decoloniality Action Group, which emerged after our first summer school. And many of the youth, as well as, well, we call all of us ourselves, whether we are in academia as lecturers or students or activists, both in the university as well as outside in the community, we call ourselves activist scholars. So this group of people is a collection of activist scholars from various community organizations, social movements, as well as from academia. But those of us in academia don't like to share that. I also want to say just a very quick thing. We're not big on titles, so I prefer to be called Sajida by my name, or Saj, which is what most people call me, right? Lebo's already indicated that, and I know that our guest all the way from the US, Nelson Maldonado Torres, welcome. I know Lebo's already welcomed you, and I know he's also very comfortable being called by his first name. Other people will introduce themselves as and when they come up. Welcome to all of you. The other key point I want to make is that our summer schools, well, the first Decoloniality Summer School, which was held in 2019, was initiated after I had met Nelson and Ramon Grosvigel and Sabelo and Lovo Gacheni at a summer school offered at UNISA. And I had pursued this relationship with them until I got them here to UKZN. So the summer schools are offered in collaboration with the Center of Study and Investigation for Decolonial Dialogues based in Barcelona, Spain. And that is coordinated by Ramon Grosvogel, who's also a professor in a university in the US. So we are incredibly fortunate to have that link, because that exposes us to and provides us access to both local and global decolonial thinkers. And these people are an incredible group of people who have been producing incredible work through their activism, not academic papers like we often encounter in universities. And we will, as we go along, share some of that with you. And we will give you access to some resources as well during this winter school. I keep saying summer school as well. We're hoping that this short winter school will set up our next Decoloniality Summer School, which will take place in January 2023. One of the key things I want to call my young colleague and activist comrade, Molawodi Wasikake, to read from his book a little, then I explain the theme of this winter school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Saj. Greetings to everybody. Mine is just to quickly through 2 or 3 paragraphs. It's a reading from a book called Meditations from the Gutter, Short Stories, Essays, and Poems, under the heading, Meditating Through Existential Torment. It reads as follows. May I state from the outset that as a racialized body, as a result of a violent anti-Black racist world, me and life proper are worlds apart. I'm constantly falling through the cracks of a cosmopolitan world. I pick myself up, but the falling seemed to be my inevitable fate. The iconographies of a caring world, a world of plenty of opportunities, rather appears to me in the form of inevitable tragedies, of negations, of violations that I constantly have to fend off. They appear to me in the form of the constant incurring of wounds and unconquerable anxieties, completely impervious to my appeal for clemency. The seductive dreams of the modern anti-Black capitalist world, upon my appearance or upon me making a claim to them, burn into utter oblivion within a blink of an eye. If I were to claim anything, I would have no account of them. They are other streams, not mine. What is tantalizing turns out to be traumatic for me. I never seem to stumble on hope, let alone help. All that which has the potential to free me vanishes into thin air. The world is truly in no good mood for me. Everything potentially good becomes but a mere mirage. The more I come closer, the further away it goes. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mulawodi. I think that those few paragraphs he's read from his book captures what he refers to as an existential crisis, but I think it captures the very violent nature of our societies, both locally and globally. And as Lebo mentioned, the many oppressions that we collectively experience as Black people. Of course, we're not going to talk about who is more oppressed and who is less oppressed. That's not the issue. What is critical is the current context of neoliberal globalization, which is perpetuating global inequalities and inequities, right? And when we look at the university, for example, and I want to share an experience of setting up this winter school. I had to contact the College of Humanities, provide a budget to them, and that was approved. And I want to really thank Prof. Nhlanhla Keys, who has, as Lebo said, completely taken on the decoloniality schools and paid for it and supports it completely. And it's part of a bigger, what we are calling decolonial knowledge project going forward. And I think what Lebo mentioned about taking the university to the people is a critical one, because what we're also attempting to do through these decoloniality schools and bringing activists and scholar activists together in common spaces, people from communities and social movements in common spaces with people who are in academia, to demonstrate the many pluriversal ways of producing knowledges. And that is one of our key aims in terms of the knowledge project, the decolonial knowledge project, is to disrupt these spaces where Western modernity influences and controls how we think, how we think about the production of knowledge, which is westernized knowledges, universal westernized knowledges, and how that influences our beings, our ways of being in the world. So that's the kind of critical engagement and dialogue and work we want to do, initiated through our decoloniality schools. A critical part of that is also establishing interinstitutional relationships. And we share a very close relationship with, as I said, the Institute for Health and Social Studies at UNISA, as well as the College of Humanities at UCT, who also host decoloniality summer schools, right? And the Black Academic Caucus based at UCT. Hopefully they will participate in our next summer school, and we will strengthen those relationships. I know that there were 2 people coming to join us today from our local University of Technology, Durban University of Technology. So really this is an opportunity for us to establish relationships and strengthen what we refer to as our decoloniality network. And like Mola Awodi, who writes in his books, he uses the term we. So we like to say we, and that is a collective, all of us, okay? So thank you so much. I hope that you will enjoy the winter school. And I want to say that we make this what it is as a collective. It's not me, it's not my dearest friend Lebo, who always indulges me with all my crazy ideas. Thank you so much. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you to the ICS people who are here and the incredible support provided by them. The Public Relations Office, Melissa Mangru, and others. I'll do a vote of thanks at the end so I don't miss anybody. But I was asked to just give everybody a short message. When the mic comes to you and you speak, please speak closely so that you are audible on the live stream. We are live streaming and we are going global. And we have incredible networks in parts of Africa, as well as Latin America, Asia, around the world. And hopefully someday we'll all come together in a common space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sajida. As you can see, I've taken off my jacket. We've had our welcome. So if you want to relax, take it off, take in the space. And I actually wish Bengi Gagu and I could sing, but and the one Gagu I thought was a Gagu said he's not a Gagu, so he can't sing for us. So if there's anyone who wants to just start a song so that we just get into it before I introduce my sister Pralini, I would really appreciate that. Come on. I know someone can bring it on. In a spiritual way, bring in all the spirits. I'm too colonized.
Kamakwen. Zawiyeka phite apho isihlelo sithemba ndike khona. I didn't even prepare. This is for the eyes to see and the mind to read when the pencil bleeds. Emotions piercing, heart pouring, blood inking on blank pages, and souls rinse their words and their eyes in words that remove cataract. With the traces of Bigos melanin, painting the unborn with the pigment, we write what we like when books are written in the past tense do not make sense. But insult the intelligence of those whose skin is a symbol that being Black is not a matter of pigmentation, but a reflection of the mental attitude of the mind, of a way of life. Unlike the flying machines, we shall not be harnessed by altitude. We shall fly through the black clouds to reach the black stars that shine when the Transkei moon no longer shines. Through her words, Winnie Madikizela will be the Transkei moon that shines over the landscapes, where footprints of cattle stolen, souls shaken, blood spots of heart broken, the pale token accepted when Tsigane's prophecies were ignored like grievances of dollars on scatter camps. Our tongues are bleeding, that's why I spit the pain. So my fingers are aching, so I squeeze ball pencils to produce the ink that my my fingers are aching, so I squeeze ball pencils to produce the ink that produce what ointments that heal ailments that ooze past from the past. I've lost it. The traces of Bigos melanin. With the withered stars, blinded by our own shines, reciting Babylon lines, sniffing white lines, was sentenced to eternal pain. The lions that once hailed now are addicted to objects they used to tame a mighty lion. I've lost it. The traces of Bigos melanin. This is for the eyes to see and the mind to read when the pencil bleeds. Emotions piercing, heart pouring, blood inking on blank pages, and souls rinse their eyes in words that remove cataract. Words are written and unspoken, we jotting and scribbling lines with pencils broken, words singing songs of freedom, words of wisdom, years of apartness forsaken, words are written to correct acts by colonists mistaken. I should do this tomorrow in the morning. I'll just do a mini rehearsal. You caught me off guard.
We are booked. Thank you, my brother. Today's theme is Black consciousness, thought, and practice, a combative decoloniality. But before we go into it, I want to invite my sister Pralini Naidu for grounding and breathing. Pralini, will you take this one? It's up to you. Yeah, I need my hands. I have to use the mic.
Right. No, it's fine. Yeah, thank you. Morning, everybody. So I'm not going to be doing a lot of words today. I'm going to leave that to everybody else here. My body will be my language so that I can put this thing down. I just want to say that I know that there are a lot of you that are going to be presenting today and you're working on your last minute presentations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to ask you to just please, for the next 10 minutes or so, put that away. And just bring yourself here, just out of respect for each other. And maybe you can remember this in the course of the day, that we are here to listen, to be receptive to each other, and the wonderful thinking that's been happening, the wonderful doing that's been happening in this room and outside in the pluriverse, wherever that is. But whatever's bringing us together here, we need to connect to it, and we need to connect to ourselves, and we have that right to be present. So a lot of this spiritual work, they call it spiritual work, feels like a something out there work, and it isn't. It is about just reintegrating. It's our right. It is our birthright to be reverent. It's our birthright to belong. It's our birthright to breathe. It's our birthright to ground, okay? So I would like us to just take that breath. And if you need help breathing, just go deep, just go deep. So what really happens when we decide we're going to deep breathe is we go, and we take that big gulp, and it just basically keeps it here, just up here. So what we're gonna think of is our throats as this little, you know, the opening of a balloon. It's quite tiny, but we blow the air really slowly to be able to fill the lungs and to fill our bodies. So I want us to really, when I say, let's take a breath here, to count out that breath and to just sip it through this little part here. So what we're going to do is to find that little part is we're all going to sigh, okay? Okay, so just take a breath, wherever you are, take a breath. And then just sigh it out loudly. Ah, you can do better than that. Sigh it out as loudly as you want to, whatever the story. Take another deep breath. And nice. And we're gonna go again. Deep breath in. Nice. And now where that roar came from, that's where you're breathing into, and that's where you're going to be sipping into. Okay, so we're going to do like 4 counts. We'll try. All right, let's give it a bash. Okay, let's take that deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's breathe it out. Okay, so now we're going to breathe out to the count of 4. Same place where we sighed. Okay, so we're closing our mouths, but we're still sighing it out, but slowly. Okay, so let's go. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't hold the breath. Okay, let's go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathing out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's come back. How was that? Very cool. Let's do a few more. Okay, so I'm not going to talk if you want to look at the fingers, and we'll all breathe together. Okay. Inhale. And exhale. Go again. And out. Inhale. And exhale. Let's come back. And notice how, notice your thoughts. I want you to just notice what's happening in your body. If there was a stage where you did feel some tightness, were you judging that tightness, or were you just going with it? You might have just been in the zone, completely in the zone, nothing wrong with that. Okay. So the other thing I want us to do is to be quite precious about our thoughts. Usually in these spaces, we say, let's not be so full. We want to be mindful, but not full of thoughts. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to have the mic. So what we want to do is to say, our black thoughts matter. Our black thoughts actually matter. So what we're going to do is we're going to give them that space to be present. We're just going to say, not right now, but if any thoughts come up in this time, we'll bookmark them, post it. We're putting them in our treasure chest of thoughts for a bit later. Okay. So that's all. We're just noticing as we're breathing, we're noticing what comes in, what comes out. We're just not getting attached for now. And we can help ourselves by being present during other people's presentations by, doing the same thing. Okay, let's move to the body. We want to integrate. That's what we want to do. We want to integrate. We don't want to leave this thing behind. This is the thing. This is where our thoughts come from. This is where our lived experiences come from. So we're going to ground now. I want you all to pay attention to your feet. I want you to go down to the feet. Yeah, you can do that by looking, but you can also do that by internally going there, right? If you would like to stand, if you're able to, please do so. Nobody wants to stand. Please do so. And you can hold on to your table, but what we're going to do is we're just going to go to the toes, and just you can find something to lean against. And we're just going to take the left foot, and we're just going to tap it. So we're doing that with the foot. Okay, so about 5 or 6 times, and just noticing that foot. And let's do the other foot. And we're going to just rotate the left ankle now, anti-clockwise. And then we'll go clockwise. So we're doing about 5 of each, okay? Let's go on to the right foot. Anti-clockwise. And then clockwise. And then just bring both feet to the ground. Feel as though you're planted. Just feel that sort of rooting. Underneath your feet are all of these nerve endings. And you're starting the conversation, or you're continuing the conversation with the ground underneath you, okay? So that's where we bring our knowledge from the ground, okay? Let that draw into your body, and then just gently bend your knees. Mics and movement. So bend your knees, and then we're just going to rotate. Thank you. Oh, thank you. We're just going to rotate the knees. So clockwise first, and then we'll go anti-clockwise. Also 5 times. Sorry, man. Yeah, you go, girl. Okay. Now we're going to go to the hips. And we're going to do the same thing. So with this hip movement, we're going to also just incorporate quite a lot of the lower part of our body and the and the upper part as well. So just hear all those cricks and be with it, be with it. And then we're going to go the other way. Nice. Yeah, that should actually feel really good. And if you can do that at tea time and lunchtime and whatever it is, you know, just go for it. Okay, so we now at the shoulders. Okay, I'm going to need there again. We're going to just put our hands on the shoulders here, and we're going to take our shoulders and our elbows, and just do that. As you go back, kind of just squeeze those shoulder blades together. Okay, so just feel that thing, you know, really enjoy it. And do the breathing. The breathing wasn't just for that time, right? Just remember to keep breathing. Okay, we're going to go the other way. And okay, release the hands. Okay, now these wonderful hands of ours, we're going to rotate them outward, right? So it's like that. And then we're going to just stretch the arms to the side. Stretch the arms to the side. Okay, now twist the other way. And we're going to bring it in. Movement. And then we're going to go forward. So forward. I feel bad. No. And then we're going to go in. All right. And then we're going to go up. So up. And those wrists need it, okay? All that carpal tunnel stuff, you know, so we need it. And then come back. Okay. And then we're going to do this. Yeah, also really good. Just to help us through our days. Okay, neck is next. Just remember to open your mouth slightly. As we go back, there's a huge strain on the neck. Okay, so we're going to go to the left shoulder. So we're just taking the ear to the left shoulder. Keep the shoulders down. And then we're going to go back. So keep the mouth open. And we're going to go to the, I don't know, what was that? The other shoulder. Yeah. And then we're going to go down. We're going to bring our chin to the chest. Let's do it again. Keep the mouth open as you go back. And then to the other shoulder, whichever it is. And then chin to the chest. We're going to do one more. Right shoulder back. And forward. And now we're going to do it the other way around. Okay, so at the shoulder, mouth open. Really kind of enjoy that stretch. Let's just keep going. And we'll meet after you've done 3 of them. And there we go. Let's just come back to center. You can carry on if you want to. Okay, I feel like we're not really done with the shoulders, so can we just like put this somewhere? I don't know. It's just like, I feel you must be doing it as well.
Okay.
Maybe this is what.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So. Okay, so we want to now, so we're going to take our shoulders to the ears. We're inviting the shoulders to the ears. We do that anyway when we're anxious. We just kind of do that. So then that's an inhale, right? Exhale it. Nice. Ooh, you know this thing. Okay, inhale. Inhale. And then we're going to just take the hands to the back, just clasp them. And then we're going to just squeeze both legs together. Inhale. And release it. And exhale. You can do that a few times. Inhale. And exhale. Let's just do one last one.
And just to kind of just get the movement a bit more, we're going to just bend the knees and take the hands, just try not to knock your partner off. Bend the knees gently, and then we're going to just, our hands are not going to move, they're just going to move with the body basically. So we're not, it's not coming from the hands, it's just coming from the propulsion of the upper body. And we're just going to allow those hands to tap our bodies, swing. Also giving a massage to our movements. Alive. Okay, so we're just gonna just get to the ears. There are lots of little nerve endings here. So we're gonna hold this big part of the ear and we're going to just rotate it. Rotate it back. Forward. Take the earlobes, don't pull the earrings off, but take it so you are. And really squeeze those earlobes and then just give them a little bit of a tug down. Really, really good for concentration and focus. Then we're just going to work the eyes quickly. So we're going to take the eyes up. We're going to just do that circular motion. So let's go anti-clockwise. So it's up to the corner, down to the nose, the other corner, and up. So that a couple of times. Up. Try not to move the head. We feel like exercising these poor eyes of ours that concentrate so hard. Okay, and then we're going to close the eyes. We're going to blink it really hard. So you're going to just shut them really tight, make wrinkles, and then open them really wide. Scary open. Yeah. And then do it a couple of times. So. And try to do this sort of throughout your day if you can. Just squinting at the laptop. As many times as required. And then just a slight massage for the eye. We're going to squinch our eyebrows like caterpillars. We're going to really pinch them and just make our way to the edge. That's the temples. Come down underneath the eye, along that socket. Just that bone. Feel that bone. Just press. So that was it. I think we're ready for today.
Thank you so much, Pralini. We are connecting with our body. Oh, sorry. I thought after massaging my eyes, I don't need my glasses. But I actually do. Thank you so much. The next part of our program will be our keynote, Professor Nelson Maldonado Torres. He's a professor in the Department of Latino and Caribbean Studies and faculty affiliated in the graduate program in Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. He's also a professor extraordinarius in the Institute for Social and Health Sciences at the University of South Africa, honorary professor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, and co-chair of the Frantz Fanon Foundation with its founder, Mirelielo Fanon Mendes, France. He is he's a president emeritus of the Caribbean Philosophical Association 2008 to 2013. He specializes in transdisciplinary decolonial thought, race theory, in the work of Caribbean and African philosopher and psychiatric Frantz Fanon. English, it's too early in the morning. He has guest edited 2 issues on mapping the decolonial turn for the journal Transmodernity, and is currently working on 2 book projects theorizing the decolonial turn and Fanonian meditations. He also works in a program on Black consciousness and decoloniality with the Black House Collective in South Africa. Since the 2 summer schools that we've had, Prof. Nelson has been with us, and just across South Africa, I remember him as well, way back in 2012, even at the UNISA Decoloniality Summer School. So it's always a pleasure to have Prof. Torres with us, and over to you, Prof.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good night, wherever you are, in whatever part of the world. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. This is the first Decoloniality Winter School. Hopefully it won't be the last. And it's a real pleasure to be here. As I said, this school has a particularity that in addition to the collaboration among academic units, we have the infusion and input and wisdom of a grassroots organization, which is the Black House Collective. And the Black House Collective has been, through various members, connected to the Decoloniality summer schools here in South Africa, occupied Tanzania, since we started making them, organizing them in 2014, back at UNISA. So we have been in some conversation, contacts, and the relationships have grown through time and grown and grown. And I think the fact that this winter school has been kind of orchestrated and organized structurally with their input and leadership, along with Professor Sajida Sader here at UKZN. So it's a kind of I think, a new phase, probably for the summer schools and the winter schools, and hopefully we can keep building on this. And that includes this moment, because I will not be the keynote speaker. This will be a collaborative presentation that will feature the work and the dialogue, ongoing dialogue that the Black House, I've been privileged to have with the Black House and vice versa, and particularly with the co-founder of the Black House Collective, Sandy Hadebe. And so I want Sandy to please join me here and introduce herself, while I'll also set up a couple of the technical issues to present a poem, and we take it from there. So, Sandy, we were told both to introduce ourselves before. Sandy will come here, and yes, this is, and let's see, yeah, we can. Oh.
Okay. Thando, ngicela uzongi-introduce abandla. Nayi program. What?
Thank you. So, Uzandi, I'm waiting for her to come and hug me. I'm looking for her in the room, Angimboni. I did not see my own sister. Zandi Khadebe is a Pan-Africanist and Black consciousness activist. She's a co-founder and director of the Black House Collective Soweto. Our consciousness raising and educational work in the community of Soweto is based on Pan-Africanist and Black consciousness thoughts. As such, Black House Collective is inspired by the legacy of Mama Zondeni Sobukwe, PSC founder member in 1959, and Mama Winnie Motlalepula Kware, Black People's Convention BPC president in 1972. We have curated and executed several national projects for the purposes of educating the public about continued and systematic silence with the Azanian school of thought and the Azanian liberation struggle in the national discourse. The program focuses on educating ordinary people on the nature of racism and anti-Black racism in particular, and not its structures, all aspects of Indigenous people's lives. In carrying out this mission, the Black House Collective has hosted international acknowledged luminaries to share knowledge with our community through public lectures. These leading thinkers include CADE President Tiani Mabasa, Advocate Sabelo Sibanda, Professor Joy James, Professor Charles Mills, Professor Louis Gordon, Professor Janine Jones, Professor Mahoba Ramose, Professor Oye Ronke Oyewumi, Professor C.K. Raju, and Professor Nelson Maldonado Torres. Uti, it's fine, but I want to read just one more little paragraph. She is a decolonial scholar who teaches political sciences at the University of South Africa. Her research interests includes Azanian women freedom fighters as a living archive, Azanian political thought, Black resistance and liberation movements and memory, land dispossession and loss, Pan-Africanist and Black radical thoughts, African philosophy, African womanism, and decolonial thoughts and activism, to mention a few. Thank you. Zandi and Prof. Oh, yes.
Audio. 359. No, it begins in 359. Yeah, it will begin the audio. So yeah, 359. So a few seconds more, and it will work. There's no audio right now in the video.
Sorry, we just need to share this video as well on live stream.
A deadly disease has scorched us, the condemned chained, traditions wiped out, native language substituted. Scared and ill, the little spirit left, I shout combat. Fear still holds us down, my undying spirit shall go on in combat. I look at what has come of us, shame clouds me. However, I fear not, as Fanon said. Shame is a revolutionary sentiment. I smile as I recall his words. It is a work in progress. Fourth Industrial Revolution, changing world order. I still shout, are you blind? The two compartments of the colonial world are still expanding. The dividing line has grown thicker. A world without spaciousness. Men live on top of the other. A hungry town, starved of bread, starved of meat, starved of life, and starved of light. The new world order emerging. The condemned chained. Still on our knees. The children of Azania are torn in two parts. Double consciousness outweighs us. A friendly reminder, a call for action in combat. We shout. No matter how well the black subject has mastered the culture and language of whiteness, her body remains black. Aluta continua to Farnon's decolonial spirit of combativity. Aluta continua to the unfinished project of decolonization. Sparks ignited, truth unraveled, mist of darkness now faded. Such a timeless gift bestowed upon us. Aluta continua. The struggle against colonialism still continues. 21st century, digital era, westernization, Western culture is our colonizer, media the deliverer. I write what I like. I am Duduzile Nonkosi Matonzi, 22 years of age. I am a member of the Black House Collective in Soweto. Thank you. Aluta continua.
Thank you very much for hanging in and for our poet Nonkosi Matonzi from the Black House Collective for this beautiful contribution. Black House Collective's member Nonkosi Matonzi started us off with a powerful spoken word piece that introduced the main theme of the event, Combative Decoloniality. The event, organized by the Frantz Fanon Foundation, commemorated the 60th anniversary of the passing of Frantz Fanon and the publication of his decolonial treatise, The Wretched of the Earth. For organizations like the Frantz Fanon Foundation and the Black House Collective, decolonial thought is not decolonial if it is not also combative. Combativity, however, is not easy to pursue or sustain within modern colonial institutions such as academia, where we find increasing references to decoloniality today. The propagation of decolonial thought in some circles and networks of the academy in the last decade represents a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it can offer more opportunities for new generations to learn about, do research, and contribute to the unfinished struggle for decolonization, while on the other, it risks creating and normalizing a non-combative version of decoloniality that makes decoloniality collapse into a teaching and research theme within the hegemonic liberal paradigm of knowledge production within academia. The modern colonial and liberal paradigm of knowledge simultaneously rejects the incorporation of ideas of combative provenance to the academy while preparing the ground for the mistranslation, domestication, eradication, and effective deactivation of the combative dimension of any such idea that makes it to the table of academic disquisition and debate. At least three modes of operation, key parts of the coloniality of knowledge, are readily observable in the operation of the immune system of the liberal paradigm of knowledge that is central in the globalized modern research Kantian Humboldtian university and its contemporary neoliberalized formations. A, the rejection of decoloniality and related themes like Black consciousness or reparations, which challenge a liberal conceptualization of modern nation states and the world order. This rejection often takes place in the name of skewed conceptions of excellence, reason, rigor, and science. When this is too difficult to sustain, then there is B, the incorporation of carefully selected ideas and concepts that recognize the existence of inequality and its effects within the academy and in the world at large, but that do so in a way that shield the liberal and neoliberal academy from challenges that exist its limits. And this includes the incorporation of discourses of diversity and inclusion and the strategic mistranslation of more challenging terms like Black Lives Matter, which keep decoloniality and other such concepts like Black power at bay. A third mode of operation becomes obvious when C, due to the pressures of social and student movements, ideas like decoloniality start to have some presence in the academy in spite of the resistance from the established fields, disciplines, and the administration of the university. In this context, the dominant attitudes and practices of Homo academicus in the university function as a safety net of sorts, making it appear that combativity is exhausted or fulfilled through intellectual debates alone. In this context, concepts like decoloniality can start to have some recognition and value within the academy, but only to the extent that the vital connections and effective relations with grassroots organizations and movements that promote decoloniality are increasingly severed. The liberal paradigm of knowledge also severely limits the understanding and practice of combativity at the level of teaching. The tendency is that, in the best case scenario, the students are taught to engage in the struggle for introducing certain ideas of combative provenance to the academy, while leaving aside the preparation that they need to effectively question and counter the coloniality of the dominant liberal and neoliberal frameworks, and the training to become part of the living movements and collectives in the search for decolonization. We only train them to be better debaters and maybe speakers, maybe researchers, but the abilities to connect and to be able to develop knowledge with in companionship and to question themselves and their academic, their position as researchers is those dimensions are not developed or even encouraged in training. Fanon offered a different model, a combative one, according to which knowledge creation, transformation, and critique are grounded on a decolonial turn by which subjects and communities shed the desire to assimilate to modern colonial ideals and turn to each other in the process of creating new relations among themselves and new concepts that reflect those relations and their possibilities. For Fanon, combativity is first and foremost a matter of collective responsibility in face of the catastrophe of modernity coloniality, which implies the formation of collectives and the mobilization of those collectives against the forces of coloniality and towards the creation of an other world. The formation of collectives among Black and racialized subjects is no less than an extraordinary affair, as in order to do this, they have to overcome or at least start to leave behind the expected negrophobia and the desire to appear as human on the basis of the established criteria of the modern colonial world. This writing that from which I'm writing now the introduction of a chapter that Sandy Hadebe and myself wrote for an anthology on African epistemologies. And after I read this kind of general introduction that speaks about how the academy deactivates the combative dimension of decoloniality, then Sandy is going to proceed to talk about the Black House activities and the Black House paradigm. And I will then share some comments about our collaboration starting in the summer schools. So here in the paper, we introduce ourselves and introduce the chapter, and we say that the chapter that we co-wrote, and that is the result of a number of years of collaboration, focuses on the combative work and possibilities that characterize the collaborations between one such collective, the Black House Collective in occupied Azania, and academic spaces and projects, such as decolonial ethnic studies and Caribbean studies in the US and the Caribbean. That's where I come from, as well as the Frantz Fanon Foundation, which I co-chair. The authors, Sandy and myself, started to work together in early 2016 in the context of the Rose Must Fall and Feast Must Fall movements in South Africa. RMF and Feast Must Fall forcefully introduced the thematic and imperative of decolonization within South African Academy. We had been educated and dedicated themselves to advance the legacy of Black conscious and decolonial struggles of previous generations in occupied Azania and Abya Yala. Abya Yala is the indigenous name for the Americas. Rose Must Fall, Feast Must Fall work as a catalyst of sorts that offer the condition for an encounter and collaboration between us. Our collaborations have sought to contribute to the challenge of Rose Must Fall, Feast Must Fall, to the liberal paradigm of knowledge and its severe coloniality in academia. For us, Rose Must Fall and Feast Must Fall are not mere, and were not and are not mere objects of analysis. And we have not sought to join the sudden large list of specialists and experts on the movements. Rather, we see our task as a combative one and not merely academic. While South African universities desperately engage in mistranslations of the challenges of Rose Must Fall and Feast Must Fall, we sought to build connections from existing decolonial spaces within and outside academy, as well as from inside and outside South Africa, to develop a project of combative decoloniality that we have tentatively termed the Black House paradigm of knowledge creation and epistemic and artistic change. The Black House paradigm of knowledge simultaneously counters the coloniality of the dominant liberal paradigm of knowledge production in the academy and advances the combative decoloniality of existing collectives and projects through South-South collaborations that include but exceed the limited space of the academy. In this approach, the task of decolonizing the university is to be first and foremost rooted and expressed not in the creation of new administrative positions or the production of new modules, publications, and manuals, as important, though also often ambiguous as they can be, but in the creative work of linking pedagogical, research, and artistic projects that express and advance a combative, decolonial, and Black consciousness within and particularly outside the academy. This implies that the decolonial university, to the extent that there could be one, and combative decoloniality in academia, would emerge from these collaborations that always already exceed the space of the liberal academy and its preferred modes of knowledge production, dissemination, and engagement. And so what we have done, there are two parts of this chapter. And in the first one, Sandy take us over the activities and some of the key ideas and the path of the Black House Collective. And in my contribution, I talked about my arrival in South Africa in 2014 and then our gradual collaboration. So I will leave Sandy to take us through her ideas and her presentation and introduction to the Black House. And this, by the way, we will continue in conversation with these ideas because even in the afternoon section and tomorrow, different members from the Black House Collective are going to participate, to present, and they are going to flesh out some dimensions that here we just merely mentioned. So, Sandy, I leave it to you.
Good morning, everyone. Sanbonani. Igama lami nguZandi. Njengoba Professor Maldonado just said, I think, like he said, mine is to just take people through the journey that gave birth to the movement that we know today as the Black House Collective. And I'm just smiling because I'm looking at my mother, Mema Khawuta, who comes all the way from Soweto with me. Can you just give her a round of applause so that I can? So, because we are also connecting with our comrades on Zoom, I think I'll try to read through most of the conversation, but I will then make time to also, speak on my feet because that's what I am most comfortable with. I think my activist side is much stronger than my academic side, thanks to the colonial training of the mind because they divide our minds. Anyway, I also want to give thanks to Duduzile Matonzi, the sister who gave you an opening poem there. She is, of course, a member of the Black House and has been with the Black House before we actually called ourselves the Blackwatch. We were Siapambili youth pioneers by then, and she just grown through the movement. She was, I think, 7 years or so when I met her. She's now 21. I begin. The Black House Collective, within the paradigm of decolonizing knowledge, is a community-based organization founded in Soweto around 2014. The movement was founded against the backdrop of dominant colonial epistemologies and political theories that do not center Blackness. We were born out of a desperate need to scream Black power from the disappointment of the 1994 Miss Liberation Project. Black House Collective calls upon all Black thinkers, prophets alike, to gather and reconstitute the state of Blackness. We are called to break with the dominant logic of theorizing about Blackness from spaces that have so far served to maintain the intellectual negation, if not erasure, of Black bodies, our thinking, and our histories. Black House Collective is founded by young people who are based in Soweto, and we draw from the strength of our Black people's search for true liberation and the desire to quench our 365-year-old thirst for Black and true liberation, both in terms of thought, living, and being. We concern ourselves with programs that educate on racism, and we focus on decolonial scholarship that is anchored in the Black consciousness and Pan-Africanist tradition. To us, Black consciousness and Pan-Africanism are two sides of the revolutionary coin. Our activism and advocacy for heightened awareness agitates against systematic and institutional racism where it pervades the private and public institutions, our communities, and our lives in general. Shaped by the lived experiences of its founding members at various points of their lives, the Black House Collective was born from our collective encounters with the realities of South Africa post-1994. In many ways, Black House Collective became our political home because we had made unpopular decisions about the direction of our young lives. In search of a new system of values capable of providing answers to the Black experience of post-1994, we sought ways to escape the possibility of being coerced into occupations that are designed for the youth of capitalist societies. Black graduates separated from their communities become easy prey to being coerced in or being swallowed by an exploitative society in which very often we are the direct objects of the exploitation, This separation further reduces the possibilities of detaching ourselves from the debilitating experiences of colonial education. This, the Black House Collective argues, is unsustainable because capitalist society historically have destroyed communities and enslaved nations. In the following section, I will provide an overview of the genesis and some of the work that the Black House Collective has done through my own trajectory as the co-founder and educator in the Black House Collective. I am a former graduate from the university that is currently known as Rhodes. We call it UKA, we don't call it Rhodes anymore. And I graduated from Rhodes between 2006 and 2008 with an honors. I started with an honors degree and I graduated with a master's degree. I was fortunate enough, I suppose, to have started my education in a predominantly Black university, which is known as the University of the Western Cape. I was, however, not prepared for the cultural shock that I had experienced when I got into Rhodes University, or the university currently known as Rhodes. Ironically, my experience as a Black student at the university currently known as Rhodes in 2006 and 2008 was not different from what was experienced by the students between the Rhodes Must Fall and the Fees Must Fall movement in 2015. So you can see the gap in terms of the years that things had remained so similar and unchanged until at least that 2015 moment where a new dialogue is born, which questions, the normalization of whiteness and white supremacies in this university. As a Black graduate, and a tutor in a predominantly white setting, I became acutely aware of Black students who, unprepared, made it to the universities that not only taught a westernized curriculum, but were also racist in their culture and their outlook. UKA left me with a deep sense of anxiety about the prospects of Black youth in institutions of higher learning. This experience inadvertently radicalized my attitude towards the university and by extension, the project of higher learning in its entirety. I would then go on after graduation to move back to my home, which is located in Soweto. I had also come across the anti-apartheid speech that the late Unkgoposidiro gave at the University of the North. And this speech, I accidentally came across the speech and it further radicalized my interest in terms of questioning what has happened to Black youth that had gone through the university system. In the same year, or at the anniversary of the Soweto uprising of 1976, a group of instructors, including myself, officially launched our organization, which is known as Siapambili Youth Pioneers. With African history and Black consciousness philosophy infused in our programs, we sought to provide a vehicle aimed at aiding Black youth with coming into consciousness, while also providing a response to the conditions of township schooling. We worked with Black learners who had the entirety of their schooling in post-1994. So these young people that we worked with have had their schooling under the so-called democratic dispensation. And as Mark Steinberg says, if our young Black learners should be lucky or fortunate enough to enter a decent university, and assuming he or she will be able to pass her first year, she stands to be shocked at what her post-1994 education has not taught her. Thus, our efforts as Siyaphambili or SYP were directed towards helping school learners acquire some sense of political awareness about a country and to also reject this born-free phenomenon that was imposed upon their consciousness. The combative nature of in its infusion of Black consciousness ideas in its programs, which undeniably was disruptive to the neoliberal ANC charterist framework. This was demonstrated in various ways among our pioneers, as we call them. We began to see transformation in many of our students. Let me just get this. We began to see a notable transformation in many of our students within a few months of having joined SYP. The students with their newly found thinking, which manifested itself in various ways, including challenging their peers on an array of topics by testing their knowledges on teachers and students. Our pioneers created problems for the movement, and in the end, some of the schools expelled us. Of course, we were in Soweto schools that are highly politicized. I mean, we know that the teachers have, bought into the 1994 liberation discourse, and therefore, when you teach young people about decoloniality, Black consciousness, you do begin to, stir some waters. But not everyone was opposed to the SYP approach and lesson. And a handful of schools a handful of teachers were equally critical of the post-1994 political order, and they were quite receptive to our progressive ideas. These will become our host schools, mainly Muletsani High. Muletsani High is also a very interesting school because historically it is located within the 1976 student movement. The teachers at Muletsani High provided SYP with the support that we needed to rally and recruit more students behind our banner. As a result, a year later, SYP managed to produce exceptional debaters. Some of them are seated among you here, and who would go on to compete in prestigious tournaments and win against experienced and affluent debaters from your mainly Model C and private school. Our pioneers had, in their own way, began to question the illusion of Black liberation that was ushered in by the 1994 project. I would, at this moment, also run into an organization that is known as Blackwatch. Okay. I would also run into a comrade who tried to recruit me into an organization that was known as Blackwash. The comrade described the movement as a think tank, and having dedicated 3 years of doing theoretical work in a master's program at UKA, I had not wished to involve myself in any intellectual project that does not locate itself within the Black community. Think tank immediately reminded me of the elitist sentiments that discouraged my participation in Blackwash, I think for the first couple of months, and I would continue my work with Siyaphambili. I then attended a lecture that was presented by one of the Blackwash leaders, Anile Mqitama, at Wits. That lecture led into a conversation that we had afterwards, which I think eventually resulted into Blackwash moving into Soweto. That's where we started working with Blackwash and SYP. Blackwash emerged as one of the most prominent Black consciousness youth voices, which offered new clarity against the colonial deception birthed by 1994. I found resonance within Blackwash because we're both disillusioned and critical about the Mandelaization or the democratization project that expressed itself through the imposition of the ANC culture and politics in post-1994 and post-1994 political imaginary. The Blackwash articulated the vision and mission as thus: Blackwash stands for the liberation of Black people who want to be liberated. This means, amongst others, self-governance and equitable sharing of our natural resources. But it also means the need to find collective and democratic practices to define and to arrive at our final destiny. So for me, the Blackwash dream represented a possible collaboration and partnership with the work that I had been doing with Siapambili. But more than that, I think we were able to mobilize the youth of Soweto, particularly around 2010 and 2015, to sort of question how the ANC, particularly through the media, had erased both Pan-Africanist thought and also Black consciousness thought. In Soweto in particular, I think the dominant thinking was around how young people were discouraged from engaging with politics. We had, for example, a very popular project called Amakip Kip. So they would print these t-shirts, and they would just write Amakip Kip, and Blackwash saw that as an opportunity to create our own project where we then challenge this, Amakip Kip notion of non-thought. And so the t-shirts that we created mainly focus on, providing a very radical and youthful articulation of our frustration about the 1994 moment. We call them the FAC t-shirts. So we had FAC 2010, which was, our critique against the 2010 World Cup, which everyone was celebrating, and everyone did not see the problems with, building $1 million stadium in Soweto where you don't have decent schools, let alone decent universities. But as time went on, the Blackwash movement would collapse, and I would continue my journey through the Black House Collective. In keeping true to the tradition of Black radical thought, inspired by Blackwash, Black House Collective invited Black philosophers, thinkers, and activists alike in a space that bridges the political and the intellectual void, which was created through the very act of Black discussions between Black bodies within the white academic space, and those located, if not systematically, precluded from this space in terms of the communities that we brought together. The Black House Collective initiative is a call to create a space outside white academia, which responds to the needs of Black people located in the zones of dehumanization. The purpose of the project is ambitious, but we want to go beyond the consolidation of these spaces and offer a real possibility for Black liberation in terms of Black thought. We seek to educate and agitate for a free and egalitarian community through which the indigenous and dispossessed can find the opportunity to call their souls their own, as Sobukwe reminded us. The Black House Collective has also been very instrumental in the student struggles in occupied Azania, and has provided a home for activists and artists and students, particularly within the Rhodes and the Fees Must Fall movements. Our youth programs were able to cater and attract, young people who had been expelled, some of them, through their Fees Must Fall activism. These students were housed at the Black House Collective and had received political education from scholars that were located in Azania, as well as scholars who had come outside of Azania. We had managed to introduce most of our students to the history of Blackness in terms of the founding of Black consciousness and the movement that gave birth to Black consciousness, which was SASO. So through SASO, the Fees Must Fall students were able to connect with part of a memory that they didn't know of, and also to relate to activists that were active during that time, during the June 16, 1976 movement, but were disconnected from young people. We then decided to design what we called an intergenerational dialogue, whereby we brought, the activists from the June 16 era with the activists from the Fees Must Fall movement. And in one of the many conversations that we've had at the Black House Collective, we've had the pleasure of hosting people like, Professor Maldonado Torres, who are not only about coming to the Black House Collective to give long speeches, but we're interested in terms of how we ran the Black House Collective. What were they supposed to contribute as academics? And I think in the past 4 years of journeying with Professor Maldonado Torres, the Black House Collective has managed to collaborate with young people across, the Global South. We were also invited to present and share our work in the Fanon Bandung conference in New Brunswick, New York. At the same time, Maldonado Torres was also able to come and facilitate a youth camp that Black House Collective has organized. The theme of the camp was to, combine Black consciousness, Pan-Africanism with decoloniality, because oftentimes we are taught that decoloniality, is foreign. It comes from, encompasses experiences from Latin America. But a closer look, into decoloniality reveals quite the opposite, because a lot of the work that we did in the camp with the collaboration of Professor Maldonado Torres was able to reveal more convergences than divergence. And I think I will end there and allow my colleague Prof to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I'll take it from that point precisely, and instead of reading the third part of the paper, I will give some comments linking exactly where Sandy left off. And it's the fact that when we came here in 2014, a number of us, Ramon Grusfogel, myself, and some others involved in the Decoloniality, Barcelona Decoloniality Summer School, we were coming from different places, particularly Ramon and myself from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico might be the oldest colony in the existing world. Puerto Rico is an island in the Caribbean that was colonized by the Spanish for about 400 years, and then by the US now for more than 100 years, since 1898. So, talked about having colonization in mind as a problematic. But also we came from paying serious attention to the African diaspora in the Caribbean and in the Americas. And particularly in my training in Lyon, more than Latin American studies, actually I studied African diaspora studies, African studies. So when we come and begin to come together around developing the idea of coloniality and decoloniality, it's not that, it's not that we were coming simply like some of our other scholars who coming from Peru or Argentina, grounded in Latin America. And even then, they have passed and being exposed to literature of the African diaspora in Puerto Rico and in the United States too. So, and actually even scholarship from Africa had entered and influenced. So when you talked about coloniality and decoloniality, I think it's mistaken to label. Sometimes it's easily labeled through the lenses of area studies. Area studies divides the world very easily for us. African studies, Latin American studies, Asian, and so on. And sometimes when we receive and read some proposals and some ideas, we readily impose this map. And it makes sense for us, but it's distorting the reality. So in a case when we come here, we do not see ourselves as Latin American coming to actually we reject even the category of the Latin in Latin America. We have an entire debate around that issue. But when we come here, that does not appear, right? Anyway, while we come, and our idea is the following, not simply to come and talk, but to come share and see and learn from the place and see who is doing this kind of work. Who is doing right now this kind of work, not only in the academy, but grounded in multiple projects. And maybe can we start a conversation and exchange knowledges, right? Is there interest? Here are us offering these ideas, but we were looking for interlocutors, potentially collaborators, if there was the interest, right? So that is, I think, what then leads, for example, when in the school, in the summer school here, that I begin, for example, to integrate some of the then students in the audience as co-lecturers of the classes. So immediately we begin to divide to kind of challenge the division between us talking about decoloniality kind of experts and the actual, people in the room who might know about the matter as much or more than us, maybe using other languages and grounded in other practices. And we wanted to create an environment for the cross-fertilization of knowledges and the strengthening of knowledges across these different spaces that we occupy. So I think that the collaboration with the Black House has been partly emerged, I think, at that openness from our side, in this case, from my side specifically, but also the fact that there were some of you on the ground who were equally open, embracing the possibility of exchanges, collaborations, conversations, and mutual growth, right? And so the same thing when Rose Must Fall and Feast Must Fall happens, we had already come here for 2 years before Rose Must Fall. And I think that, I wonder when I saw the reaction from the universities, as you know, many of the universities were taken aback completely. And I was here in early 2016, and I remember heads of departments, professors and so on, they asking, what is it that they mean by decolonization? Why are they reading Fanon? What is this? It took them really, many of them, establishment by surprise. And suddenly, we need to create a task force to see how we decolonize this, how we decolonize that, how do we colonize, an official, a position, and so on. And immediately, they means translation machine at work, right? So we imagine this should be connected, yes, with diversification, yes, with transformation. So we create a new head of transformation and another one of that, and immediately they deploy the liberal machine, how the liberal machine interprets inequalities and racial difference. They use those terms and they begin to build it for you. They begin to build it, and then to tell the students and an activist and organizer, you must comply with this. Don't you know that this is the decolonial? Right? But all the time that was already there. Right? So what would it be if you develop a different paradigm from this neo-colonial, modern colonial liberal paradigm of knowledge and approach to knowledge and to this multiple mistranslation? What if you concede, couldn't you concede that maybe this Rose Must Fall did not take by surprise large number of grassroots groups and activists, and maybe if they were not taken by surprise, it's because they already saw those problems. So those who are taken by surprise are those who are believing into the myth of the Rainbow Nation, development, modernization, the Constitution took us to another level, right? So if you realize with Rose Must Fall that you're so disconnected from a sector of the population, that you're so clueless, instead of beginning to create this, from the position of highness and expertise, these new programs, models, positions, wouldn't be the position to say, well, maybe we need to create some kind of relationship with those who knew better and knew more. And of course, then you have to ask, why is it that we are disconnected from them in the first place? Right? Can we make sense of that? So you see, but if you take this path, you end up questioning the entire enterprise of modern colonial knowledge and the university. You really have to think about abolishing a number of aspects of the existing enterprise and rethink them from the ground. And of course, the university is not there for that. The university is there to include people into the framework and try to position in some places, right? Some, the darker you are, usually the less advantage you can take and you're meant to take, and so on. So the racialism is reproduced. So in any case, I think in this collaboration, it was in the context of working towards the youth camp, thinking about lessons that we will draw from Black consciousness, from Pan-Africanism, looking at the documents at the SASO newsletters, the newsletters of the South African Student Organization, because early writings, that we began to see the answer to some of these questions. I mean, we're not inventing a whole lot because our ancestors and previous generations have done a lot of the work. So we see ourselves as cultivating, contributing with that sense of indebtedness to these ancestors and these other generations. So we follow the Black House path, attempt to link the current generation of students who have a critical mindset and who are asking for decoloniality to previous generations, right? So you do that work of interconnecting past and present and breaking the divide between past and present and breaking the divide between the academy, the inside and the outside. So you see it's a kind of, you're doing various movements at the same time through time and space. And as we were thinking through and putting together ideas about what kind of curriculum do we want to, you know, we're going into schools and entering a conversation to students about Black consciousness, all of these ideas, decoloniality, and if we want to have a youth camp, what curriculum we introduce them to and what do we do in the youth camp, it was in that context that the notion that, oh, it seems that we're working through a different paradigm. This is not the liberal paradigm of knowledge that we find in the university in our programs, enshrined in the disciplines. This is another paradigm altogether. And that's where the idea of the Black House paradigm came. So before we began to circulate the idea, the notion, discuss it in the academy, it actually emerged in the Black House itself when we were thinking about the youth camp for 15, 16, some of them even younger, I think even 12 to 16 years old particularly, right? That was the heart of the idea of the Black House paradigm that then, when I came here in 2019, invited by the South African Academy of Science in the position of distinguished visiting professor, I then talked in various universities about the Black House paradigm, right? And so I tried to put the conversation and to say, while the universities in South Africa have engaged in these efforts as mistranslations of decoloniality and Roseman's Fall, some of us, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, have been building on what things that already existed, but fleshing out really paradigms that can extend what really some of the ideas that were out, were put out very prominently by Roseman's Fall, but that also existed before. So these paradigms and these efforts already exist. And so we put ourselves in connection, and we try to continue cultivating and weaving, right? Not extracting, not mistranslating. And this is this has been part of, I think, of the heart of the effort. So before I give it back to Sandy for any final comments, I wanted to say that, at the beginning, some of you who are here or online may be familiar with ideas about coloniality and decoloniality more than others. And I thought that I would share with you a few of the ideas that I think have been core in our conversations since 2014. And one is this idea about coloniality, because coloniality, when we talked about coloniality, is not simply another way simply of talking about colonialism, like historical colonialism. Right. So with coloniality, the idea, when we manage that term and use it, it means that simply there is no colonialism. Colonialism has, there has been colonialism in the world since time immemorial, different types of colonialism, and they continue. But with coloniality, we're talking about a particular formation of colonial relations, where the difference between the colonizer and the colonized became fixed, unbridgeable, separate. And when one of those terms, as Fanon says, the structure is Manichaean, one of those terms is meant to be all goodness and the other all evil. Right? And different, you can have multiple forms of colonialism without that presupposition. Right? You can have financial interest, go to a place, engage. Right? There was colonialism for a long time without presupposing such unbridgeable difference between the colonizer and the colonized. The difference could have been in terms of economic interest, in terms of language and culture, but here, with the advent of the modern West and the global expansion for the first time in human history, that one civilization group expands all over the planet. And it does it with this book, presupposing that the differences between them as Europeans and Christian Europeans and the ones that they were finding in different parts of the world, that those differences were unbridgeable and that they were naturally superior to those others. Those presuppositions are not an ingredient of every kind of colonialism, right? And it's not that it was necessarily the first time in the moment of the expansion, 1492, Columbus and so on, that it happened. You can find antecedents, but in that moment, everything came together and became globalized and became the project of the modern West. So when we're talking about coloniality, we're talking about having the modern West itself becoming intrinsically connected with this logic of colonial formation, which is what, when you are told about progress, development, ultimately on the backside, what you see is different forms of coloniality. And the hierarchical relationships keep being reproduced between and inside the states. So this difference between colonizer and colonized was crystallized in the conceptualization of ethno-racial categories such as the native and the Black. And they involve the naturalization of dispossession and enslavement. So something like being dispossessed from a land or being enslaved in this universe, which was a catastrophe, was a demographic, and is still a demographic, environmental, metaphysical, epistemic, symbolic catastrophe. It altered the sense of being human. It touched on different systems of knowledge and symbols of, as Sylvia Winter puts it, systems of symbolic representation, and turned them against each other, or on the basis of the presumed superiority of some and the damnation of others. So the native and the Black, those categories and the invention of those categories, right? Imagine, because the natives, so-called natives, they were not calling themselves natives. Everyone had their name, their language, their term, as you all know. So many centuries later, we still take that category as central. It makes sense for us. It should be kind of obsolete and condemned and rejected. But the premises of our knowledge, right, is based there in the notion that there is something like the Black, there is something like the indigenous, the native, and our systems of knowledge and our institutions keep reproducing the word that operates on the basis of the validity of these concepts. And so in addition to that, maintaining, there is another element of coloniality, is that maintaining racial and colonial differences, as I said, became a central part of modernization. Being modern and developed is seen as escaping primitiveness, right? Escaping Blackness, escaping indigeneity. And then another point is that modernity coloniality is then globalized, that it intervenes into and affects every local, regional, and international story of colonial relations and domination, including gender, including what is considered to be gender and the body. All of that, it touches. System of coloniality, wherever you are, it challenges, it reframes, and it reconstructs what basic human relations are among human beings in that context. Even the spiritual, even what is spiritual, what counts as spiritual, what can count as divine. And then if that is coloniality, the coloniality then is not simply an act of, kicking out one power that is colonizing you. It's about dealing with this catastrophe. Right? Yes, it is about the return of land and the distribution of resources, but you see distribution of resources, not according to the existing logic, according to logics yet to be discovered and fleshed out together. So it's about reparations too, but it is also about the challenge to all the categories, structures, symbols, habits, and behaviors that reproduce coloniality, including the institutions of higher learning, right? And it is also about the acts of insurrection and love that lead the colonized, no matter where they are, to reach out to each other, and which is itself a kind of an extraordinary, a marvel, if you will, because we are taught in the system not to reach out to each other. We are taught to hate ourselves even, right? How are we going to reach out to each other when we are told to reach out to something else, to validate ourselves according to, right, to these established concepts that are kind of come together around the notion of whiteness. So when decoloniality is highly about these acts of insurrection and love that lead the colonized to reach out to each other in order to undo coloniality and build a different world. Fanon called it building the world of you, because even of that we have been deprived. And so a lot of it is about connection. And a lot of it is about developing the abilities to reach out to each other, to others, and build collectives, build community, and build relations. And it is out of that positive relation of building that includes this Black love that the Black House talks about, the colonial love, too, that then the critique is grounded in that activity, and also the terms of whatever new world we want to create are born in those practices. And therefore, there is no recipe in advance about what decoloniality is, which is often what you find in some versions of the school immediately. So I just want to know what decoloniality is. Or can you tell me how it will look like when you apply it to this institution? Can you tell me, and sometimes administrators too. Okay, so I understand, but what would it be if this institution is decolonized? Tell me right now. And it doesn't work like that. Right? What you do is engage in the action itself, reaching out to each other, breaking, betraying that system of signification, the expectations of our behavior, challenging them, pursuing another path, and in that path, building something together. And I think the collaboration has been largely about trying to do this across the Atlantic Ocean, between the Caribbean and here in South Africa, but also looking at the entire continent of Africa, and also looking at the entire hemisphere of the so-called New World, what we're calling Abya Yala, the indigenous name for the land. So I will leave it there. So Sandy, if you'd like to give some final reflections, and we're open for I don't know, we don't have a lot of time, but how would you like to? Okay. Will you come though? Will you come here, please?
Yeah, okay. I'll give you 2 minutes.
I mean, to get comments. I mean,
yeah. So what we're going to do next is go for tea and refresh. And I know everyone is itching for Q&A and to make comments. We've got a line of questions as well, which are online. And before we even go to those questions, I just wanted to invite my brother Nkonzo Mkhize, who's our online facilitator today, just to give us some connection with the online space, connect with Nkonzo and everyone else online, just to get a sense of the conversations that are also taking place there. And then after that, Nkonzo's interaction, we are going to go and break for tea for 15 minutes. And we will return at 11:18. And we move to Black Power in Times of Crisis, the roles of Black intellectuals, and there will also be a Q&A session initially for this session. Is that fine? Okay, Gonzo, over to you, my brother.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Luthando. It has been an exciting morning for the summer school. Physically as well as online. There's been much interest online, much excitement from attendees. We have about 50 attendees on the Zoom platform, as well as 20 people watching on YouTube. There is a string of questions, as Luthando said, and we'll pick those up after tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Gozo. Okay, so we break for tea and we'll be back at 11:18. It's 11:09 right now. Our time was eaten by Bantu time.
Okay, can you?
KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa and the premier university of African scholarship. We are ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. UKZN has over 49,000 students across all disciplines and is home to some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. The university encourages and embraces diversity in all facets of the student experience and has pioneered the introduction of isiZulu as a module in all undergraduate degree programs. UKZN boasts 5 campuses based in 2 cities, Durban and Pietermaritzburg. There are 4 colleges spread over these 5 campuses: the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of innovation and technology. Sophisticated software that examines radiation in outer space, an innovative and affordable 3D printed prosthetic hand, and the development of drought and disease-resistant staple crops enabling food security in Africa are just 3 of the many groundbreaking developments from this college. The College of Health Sciences is a multi-professional institution spread across 3 of our 5 campuses. A gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are just 2 of the many world firsts that have come from this college. The College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through annual international and popular festivals such as Time of the Writer, Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. Our world-class amenities include lecture halls, science labs, art and music studios, theaters, indoor and outdoor sports arenas, and dedicated training facilities. These facilities support sports across the full spectrum, accommodating both the beginner and the professional. Our student accommodation, whether in on or off-campus residences, offers students a welcoming home from home and a place to make lifelong friendships. At UKZN, we strongly believe that higher education should be accessible to all. Many students make financial sacrifices to come to university, and we offer several avenues to support our student population in this respect. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme and with other external donors and funders to assist students in need. To study at UKZN, students need to apply online through the Central Applications Office. It is important to gain the best grade 11 and grade 12 marks possible, as all UKZN degrees have minimum entrance and matric subject requirements, and competition for places is fierce. Visit our website to access more information on our various degree programs. Whatever you are interested in, you can be sure that we offer something for everyone. Some of our famous alumni include South Africa's Chief Justice Mogoeng Mogoeng, founder of Gift of the Givers, Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, UNAIDS Special Ambassador, Professor Karesha Abdul Karim, South African cricket stars Jonty Rhodes and Sean Pollock, KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa and the premier university of African scholarship. We are ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. UKZN has over 49,000 students across all disciplines and is home to some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. The university encourages and embraces diversity in all facets of the student experience and has pioneered the introduction of isiZulu as a module in all undergraduate degree programs. UKZN boasts 5 campuses based in 2 cities, Durban and Pietermaritzburg. There are 4 colleges spread over these 5 campuses: the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of innovation and technology. Sophisticated software that examines radiation in outer space, an innovative and affordable 3D printed prosthetic hand, and the development of drought and disease-resistant staple crops enabling food security in Africa are just 3 of the many groundbreaking developments from this college. The College of Health Sciences is a multi-professional institution spread across 3 of our 5 campuses. A gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are just 2 of the many world firsts that have come from this college. The College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through annual international and popular festivals such as Time of the Writer, Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. Our world-class amenities include lecture halls, science labs, art and music studios, theaters, indoor and outdoor sports arenas, and dedicated training facilities. These facilities support sports across the full spectrum, accommodating both the beginner and the professional. Our student accommodation, whether in on or off-campus residences, offers students a welcoming home from home and a place to make lifelong friendships. At UKZN, we strongly believe that higher education should be accessible to all. Many students make financial sacrifices to come to university, and we offer several avenues to support our student population in this respect. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme and with other external donors and funders to assist students in need. To study at UKZN, students need to apply online through the Central Applications Office. It is important to gain the best grade 11 and grade 12 marks possible, as all UKZN degrees have minimum entrance and matric subject requirements, and competition for places is fierce. Visit our website to access more information on our various degree programs. Whatever you are interested in, you can be sure that we offer something for everyone. Some of our famous alumni include South Africa's Chief Justice Mogoeng Mogoeng, founder of Gift of the Givers, Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, UN AIDS Special Ambassador, Professor Karesha Abdul Karim, South African cricket stars Jonty Rhodes and Sean Pollock, TV star and actress Jessica Ngosi, and South African musician Zakes Bantwini. Whether it's in the field of academics, sports, or arts and culture, UKZN is home to those who are looking for more than just a university, but a place that celebrates the student experience. Come study with us in the knowledge that you will emerge with a fully accredited and highly respected degree your stepping stone to lifelong success.
The College of Humanities really is the college of choice. Given the variety of programs that we offer, given the capacitated staff who are professionals in their programs and their disciplines, if a student comes into the College of Humanities, they are coming into the college of choice. The college has taken a leading role in terms of providing access to disadvantaged students, where more than 45% of our students come from quintiles 1 to 3 schools. Our academic monitoring and support program, together with our writing initiatives, have provided support and academic literacy skills to our students to help them in terms of improving their performance.
So selecting a university to study in is often a difficult task because you have to take multiple factors into account. But as a student, you must select a university that is going to enable you to implement your future. This university and this school in particular will do just that. We're a school that is dedicated, that is caring, that is supportive, and that will enable you to be the best teacher that you possibly can be, because we care about the nation, we care about you as an individual, and we want to make sure that you are successful at that.
My lecturers want to see us succeed as much as we want to. They are there to help. They offer consultation time, they offer email addresses, how you can keep in contact with them so that if you're ever struggling, there is that channel of communication where you don't have to drown in whatever struggles you're going through in terms of the module.
But the one thing about our alumni is that when you look at them, they are actually leaders in whatever they do. So we've equipped them with that knowledge and skill to actually make that difference in our society. And you'll probably get a list of many alumni, but when you look at that alumni, the difference is that they really are leaders, and they're leaders in terms of what they do.
If you're thinking of coming to UKZN, I encourage you to enroll. You get to learn, you get to grow as a person as well. And you're here to give yourself the best chance at a successful life after university.
Everyone wants to be great. But what makes a person great? It's a combination of character and experiences, but most importantly, an environment with the culture of excellence. The College of Humanities is that environment. Welcome to the College of Humanities, the home of critical thinking, social commentary, and robust intellectual debate. This is the largest college at UKZN, comprising 6 schools, namely the School of Applied Human Sciences, the School of Arts, the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, the School of Religion, Philosophy and Classics, the School of Social Sciences, and the School of Education. This is the soul of UKZN. The mission of the youth is to be productive citizens of society. And so, for many young people who wish to pursue careers that will allow them to make positive contributions to the world, our college is their destination of choice. The College of Humanities is not only a hub of learning, it's also a place to form lifelong partnerships and international bonds. This is the School of Applied Human Sciences, your gateway to studying psychology, social work, and criminology and forensic study. The School of Arts explores the fields of linguistics, media, music, drama, and art. This is the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, cemented in fields of study in architecture, community development, housing, planning, and population studies. The School of Religion, Philosophy, and Classics explores the fields of study in classics, ethnic studies, religion, and philosophy. The School of Social Sciences is rooted in fields of study in culture, development, international and public affairs, and society and social change. And finally, the School of Education, a school for those who are passionate about teaching and those who are ready to mold and shape ordinary children into extraordinary citizens. The College of Humanities is committed to the university's vision of advancing African scholarship and actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region and the world through teaching and learning, research, development, and community engagement. It represents a significant repository on the continent, playing a critical role in the enhancement and promotion of arts, culture, social sciences, and education. The College of Humanities offers a wide array of innovative, internationally recognized enterprising degree programs, which are in line with the diversity of professions found in society. These are the minimum requirements that will ensure that an applicant can be considered for admission to the majority of degrees offered by this college, subject to the availability of places. From music to education, drama and architecture to political science and psychology, our students discover their passions and explore new interests as they gain different perspectives. Our academics' passion for their fields of study and eagerness to assist students to delve into making intellectual connections enables the learning environment to promote and respect cultural, religious, and political values, while enhancing the students' potential through participation and creativity. The college molds students into well-rounded, skilled, and professional graduates who are capable of contributing meaningfully to the local and global context. Some of our notable alumni are actress Jessica Nkosi, best known for her role in Isibaya, house musicians Zix Bantwini, Holly Ray, and DJ Dira, TV presenter Ayanda Bama, fitness guru Sebastian Pisani, actress Mishka Patrikal of Keeping Up with the Kandasani's fame, John van der Reyt, actor, playwright, and author of the Spud series, Oregon Hoskins, the former rugby administrator, and Judge Leona Taran, the Constitutional Court judge. This could be you. So take the first step towards your dreams. Apply to the College of Humanities in the institution that inspires greatness. The College of Humanities is ready for you. Are you?
to request you to confer on Leonardo Kendiwe Sukulu the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. And she is a member of STAR. And this is all Sinclair Igubani, the degree of Doctor of Philosophy.
My name is Lisa Wiebezig. I graduated with my doctorate today in education and development. And it was really, really exciting, especially because the last couple of years we haven't had an in-person graduation. So I was really pleased to be able to walk the stage and be capped and gowned and everything. And with my doctorate, I am hopeful that I'll be able to contribute to my discipline and do really good research for social change.
Saraswati Raja, Dr. Saraswati Raja. I'm from Mauritius and I studied my PhD with UKZN. I wanted to do something related to education and early childhood. And I'm hoping to help children grow and become better citizens of tomorrow, especially after this pandemic. I think teachers need to learn to cater for the needs of children.
My name is Harrison Girishi. I'm a Doctor of Philosophy graduate in mathematics education. This has been a great journey for my life, something that requires hard work and dedication. I'm here, I've persevered and managed to reach this stage. I would like to encourage the young ones, no matter your background, no matter where you come from, you can also still make it, but it needs a lot of sacrifices. So young ones who are still coming up, you need to make sure you tell yourself that I'm going to do it up until the ceiling. So up until only you've reached the ceiling, then you can say that I've done it. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosemary Quilling. I'm now Dr. Rosemary Quilling as of today. I'm a senior lecturer in information systems and technology, but my degree is actually in higher education. And the focus of my work is on looking to try and ensure that the use of social media in teaching in universities can be as effective and efficient as possible, but also that the systemic issues within the institution are resolved to assist.
Igama lami uBongani wakwaNdimande, commonly known as Tiger the Bomb. I'm a student at UKZN, currently doing my honors in media studies. I'm 25 years of age. I'm a singer, songwriter, a theatre practitioner, and I'm also a professional footballer. This is the Elizabeth Snedden Theatre, where as a contemporary dancer, I spend most of my hours, rehearsing, performing. I've just released my
Unmute. Gonzo, please go ahead. We are waiting for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lutsando. Hello, everyone again. Hope your tea was good and we all have had a nice, good break. So we have a number of questions on the chat box. Amongst the questions, one of the questions, but before we go to the questions, also I just wanted to note that we have attendees across the country as well as from other parts of the world. We have someone in Scotland, Kaina Morgana, and we have Hela Matutu at UCT as well, joining us online amongst our many attendees on both platforms. One of the questions was that what is the title of the book that Molaweti was reading from his book, and we did answer that, which is Meditations from the Gutter. And then there was a question, I'm sorry, but I cannot pronounce this word. So the person, please forgive me, from Mosovwani, and they asked, please elaborate who was involved in Blackwash and what led to the collapse of Blackwash and lessons for movement building and non-building. And this was directed at Zandi, and she did give the following response. Would Zandi would like to read her response? I would not like to speak for her as she's present.
Do you mind just posing all the questions that are directed to me and I answer them all together because
okay,
they're quite related, yeah.
Yes, they are. The second question from the same person, how and why are you successful in collaborating with academics and organizations in the global north, but are not able to build and sustain the Blackwash movement in South Africa?
Okay.
Those were the two questions that were directed to you. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, my brother. I think for the first one, who was involved in Blackwash, how do I begin? You know, it was an activist movement. I don't know if the person is interested in terms of the leadership or just, you know, the general members, but perhaps to answer them briefly, the movement was founded by, you know, 2 women, in fact, more than 2, because I joined them while I had been working with Siapambili. So I find, I think, 2 prominent women, Ngabagazi Manzi and Pagamangeni. And I think during my time at Blackwash, we led the movement between myself, Nebagazi, and Andile Mklitama, you know. That was the leadership, you know, but at the same time as a movement, we were, you know, into conversations about what we want to do. So we never really had a permanent hierarchical leadership structure. And at any given time and point, you know, the people who would be known as mass, quote unquote, would play, you know, leadership roles. And it was never, you know, a permanent leadership, you know, for the time that I was there. And in terms of what led to the collapse of the Blackwash, I think the best way to answer that as someone who was in the movement is that, you know, a movement needs different things at different times. You know, Blackwash for us provided us with the platform to question some of the things that were taken for granted in 1994. And when it later morphed into the September National Imbizo to address different questions, you know, some of the people who were within the Blackwash did not move to the September National Imbizo. And so the movement just collapsed. But you know, most of those comrades remained active, you know, doing different things, because most of the people who were in Blackwash had come from different organizations, you know. So when what we were gathered for under the vehicle Blackwash did not, you know, serve what we're doing, we simply went on to do the things that we're doing. And this is where, you know, the work of SYP continues into the Black House Collective. Lessons, I think the biggest lesson for me is to just be okay with this idea of organizing permanently. You know, you start with something, you have to, you know, be okay if it does not work at a particular time and move on into the next, you know. Cabral says we need to, you know, act and organize perpetually in order for us to think better with, you know, clarity. And so I think for me, that's the biggest, you know, lesson. And the lesson, of course, pushed me to continue working, you know, through the work of Black House Collective. I don't know if we're successful in terms of working with people in the global north, because like Maldonado, Torres explained, people saw what we were doing and it resonated with them, you know, and it was them who came through us. And the work that they did, you know, while they were with us can also be seen in movements like the, you know, Fees Must Fall. And there's a comrade here who will speak to that. So yeah, I think that's what I can say to answer those very interesting questions from our audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. And there was something in your presentation which you said, which caught my eye as well, which in part also answers the person's question in saying that when you even interacted with schools, there was a lot of pushback. And it was only the Moletsane High School that actually gave you support and you were able to do the work. So we also should not forget the context in which we're in. And as you highlighted quite clearly in your presentation, that in the context of post-2010 and post-1994 South Africa, where there's a huge push and the media, of course, ensuring that there is this idea of democratization, one should not forget the context. There is also another question from the same person, but this one is directed to two questions directed to Nelson. Just one moment. So the first question is, please clarify, are you claiming that colonization started in Puerto Rico as the oldest colony in the world? Is this not a distortion of history? Are you claiming to be an indigenous Puerto Rican, or are you a descendant of Spanish colonizers?
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, is there another one you're saying?
No, that's the only one. That's the only one. There are others, but I think they relate to both of you, you and Zandi. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Actually, this question, how it is, I mean, I think that the question itself reveals a framework and an approach that I feel myself very distant. But let me try to take its point of entry, right, and make a connection, because by bringing Puerto Rico in this way, you know, I'm thinking of the previous questions about the Black House doing collaborations with these institutions in the global north. But Puerto Rico, I'm telling you, whatever it is not part of the global north, right? And the places where I work, in places like the US, even though from afar it can look like a monolith, it is not a monolith. Like like South Africa is not a monolith either, right? You know, all the segmentations, the different spaces, occupied spaces within, you know, are very plural spaces. And there is not a homogeneous global north and a homogeneous global south in that sense, right? So in the US, in the stateside US, because Puerto Rico is a colony of the US, not part of the global north, it's an unincorporated territory of the US. But in the stateside US, the places where I have worked for the most part of my career, they are called in the academy ethnic studies, Africana studies, and also Puerto Rican studies, Latino and Caribbean studies. And I have worked in departments for the most part of my career that emerged as a result of student strikes and a coalition of students, Black, Indigenous, Asian American, Latin American, Latinx, Chicanos, and so on. So that's the place from where, from where I have been situated institutionally, and to some extent also epistemically in terms of thinking, is from that point of view of the coalition of these movements as they were confronting the state and the university. And they were able to intervene. Imagine, after Rosemont's fall, actually when I was here in 2016, many of my conversations with Rosemont's fall, Fismont's fall activists on the ground was about me sharing the history of these student movements, particularly one of them that I was more familiar to, that was called the Third World Liberation Front. So I'm talking about 1968 and 1969. And so the place where I worked at Berkeley was created out of a strike by the Third World Liberation Front. Now, you see the injustice that you can kind of commit if you say, well, the global north, but then the impact, obviously is part, you are not disconnected, but it's not only, it's actually in spite of the global north that you're able to open up these spaces that actually empower many of the communities, diasporic communities from different parts of the world. And I think that's part of our mission to connect with the third world. It was the Third World Liberation Front, third world within the US, but also outside, right? So it is a counter area studies project, the colonial project in my view. So in any case, that's where I see myself kind of intellectually located. With regards to Puerto Rico, no, remember that I said very clearly, colonialism started since time immemorial. We don't know when it started. We don't know. The history is very long. I'm talking about mainly coloniality, that moment, the epoch of modern expansion, modern Western expansion, where modernity and coloniality became entrenched. And when the emergence of an interconnected global system emerged out of colonial relations, that did not exist that interconnectedness across the world through the links of coloniality and race, that did not exist before these Western expeditions and colonizations and so-called discoveries, right? They were the first people who went through the planet, connected it with the view of this colonizer, with this view. That's why we all are in this mess that we have inherited. So what I'm saying is, in the early formation of that system, the so-called discovery of the Americas played a major role. And within that, the Caribbean, because the Caribbean became the place where the massive indigenous genocide took place, because the indigenous, right, they were seen as subjects pretty much without souls, did not have, it took a while for, they were asking themselves if they were human, right, to begin with, for some decades. And so there was massive indigenous genocide, and the first importation of kidnapped people from Africa made into slaves, brought into the New World, happened in the Caribbean. It wasn't Puerto Rico, it was what is today La Hispaniola, which is the combined territory of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And that's why some authors say that maybe, that was like the Big Bang. If there was a Big Bang, that place where indigenous genocide, the white Christian with this mentality of colonization, with massive genocide, and the transatlantic slave trade begins right there in the Caribbean. So you see, Africa is connected before it was colonized, before the colonies were created, through the importation of a slave workforce. And that emerges, right? The Caribbean was a pivotal. Puerto Rico is part of the Caribbean, and it was colonized in 1493, a year after Columbus gets to the region in his second travel. Since then, we have been a colony. So I'm not saying that we were the first colony that ever existed, or even the first colony in this modern system. Is the oldest, because we have yet to see any kind of formal so-called independence. Many countries in Africa, you are dealing with neocolonialism, and in the Caribbean, right? We went through two waves of the anti-colonial kind of liberation moments in the 19th century, and some territories got independent in the 19th century, and then a second struggle in the 20th century. That's another peculiarity about the Caribbean, that the Caribbean, because we were split among so many empires, we participated of the, with Haiti, that was the first Caribbean territory and Latin America. If you connect the entire, aside from the US, after the US, it was Haiti that became independent in 1804, the 19th century. The Caribbean seized that, and Haiti was pivotal, contributed to the liberation of other countries in Latin America in the 19th century, right? And then also the Caribbean participates in the 20th century when African colonies are engaged in the war of liberation. So there is a long durée of memory of decoloniality and anti-racist struggle in the Caribbean. And so I am drawing also from that. But from this place, that still happens to be a territory, because Puerto Rico did not have, I mean, and we can go into why that was that, right? Cuba got the independence, right? Dominican Republic, Haiti got it, but there are some of us still connected. Martinique and Guadeloupe are not independent, they are Department of France. So the Caribbean, you see formal colonial relations existing to this day, not only neocolonialism. So that's what I meant, that in that sense that it has been the oldest in the system, because for more than 500 years, it has been literally colonized. And today, when you go to Puerto Rico, you see our flag next to the US flag, our currency, dollar, our military, US military bases in the island. But of course, that happens in so many parts of the world. But with Puerto Ricans being in the US military, as a matter of fact, when we got US citizenship was so that we would participate in the First World War as part of the war force, right? And so generations of Puerto Ricans have participated in the war in that way. So anyway, that's what I was meaning about that. But this is not about Puerto Rico. I just wanted to point that as a point that I'm joining from the global South, from this South. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Nelson, for that clarification.
I see myself an Afro-Caribbean, but of course, it's a mix. It's an entire mixture, of course, including with the Spaniards. There's no doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzo. Are there more questions online?
Yes, we have 4 more questions from 4 different people. So how would you like us to manage that? Yeah. They're both all of them are quite interesting questions. Quite interesting questions, I must say. They're all 4 are directed to both our speakers for the morning, and we would love to hear their thoughts on them. The first question is from Karen Mwenda, who asked, apart from using literature in seminars like these, do you have other means of sensitizing communities over Black colonialism? Shall I go through all 4, or would you want to get one question at a time?
Maybe just give me 2, or are they all for Black House Collective?
No, they're for both you and Nelson.
Okay, maybe give us all 4 and then we'll split them amongst ourselves.
Okay, great. The second question, looking at the current challenges affecting the global order, which suggests the birth of another world order, what should be the role of decolonial scholars in the global South? The third question, thank you for the insights thus far. Doing decolonial work in a neoliberal university space like UKZN necessarily means living in and with contradiction. What advice can be offered on how one might manage or reconcile this dissonance? Or is dissonance a permanent feature of decolonial work, which we must continuously learn to embrace? The fourth question, thank you for the fourth question. Given the tensions between the location of particular spaces for decolonial thought, e.g. knowledge is located within the academy as well as outside of it, what shall we do within the academy in terms of pushing back against coloniality, especially while thinking about the logics that underpin the westernized university in Africa? And these questions come from Haley Matutu, Faruza Mwambe, as well as some remedy-based, respectively.
Wait, Budwam, I didn't get the first question, Askis.
Oh, no problem, no problem, no problem. This one was from Farouz Ngwamba, looking at the current challenges affecting the global order, which suggest that the birth of a new world order. What would be the role of decolonial scholars in the global South? What should be, rather, the role of decolonial scholars in the global South? Am I too fast?
No, it's okay. It's okay. And actually, I have an easy one in a way, because I hope that what we talked about and the very collaboration itself is an answer to the question. So I would rather put you more about thinking about to the person who's making the question. I would put another question. What have you observed? What do you see as the possibilities? And please keep tuned, because you're going to keep seeing clues to answer this question. So I think that maybe part of the role of the decolonial scholar is sometimes avoiding responding too quickly to questions when, in plural, we can all provide insights. So stay tuned, I will say, and I'm sure that you will find more responses. And I hope that what we said and pointed out and the collaborations across, that itself gives a point, I mean a pointer in terms of what we think could be productive ways for decolonial scholars that will go beyond the notion of being a scholar to being an agent in a larger process. Yeah, everybody will be, I will say stay tuned, please, then for the next presentation.
All right. Are there any questions from the floor here? Or we actually running out of time? Thank you so much, Konzo. I think the online community really took us through, challenged us, questioned us, probed us. And the last question actually leads very well to the next presentation by Dr. Hlulani Mdingi, titled Black Power in Times of Crisis, the Role of Black Intellectuals. Konzo, thank you so much. We are now moving on to the next session, and we'll continue Q&As after the next presentation. Dr. Hlulani Mdingi. I just want to read your bio. Sorry. I forgot. I have to do the formalities. Thank you. Okay, while Dr. Hlulani is coming through, just let me tell you more about him. Okay, Dr. Hlulani Mdingi is a scholar and revolutionary. He is currently the president of the Black Consciousness Movement United, BCMU, elected at Congress at Makana in the Eastern Cape, December 2021. He was interim president and political commissar of the Black Consciousness Movement United Youth Guard. He has been responsible of teaching and of politics of BC and political revolutionary theory and education. Prior to that, he was political commissar of the youth structure of the Socialist Party of Azania, SOPA. SAYRO, Socialist of Azanian Youth Revolutionary Organization. He worked to develop political education in the structure, youth recruitment, and working with schools in Soweto, namely Namedi Secondary School in Diepkloof, where he and his comrades ran an educational program for students with a focus on Black history and Black consciousness. He is a member of the youth guard. He was a member of the youth guard. In 2020 and 2021, they organized a survival program at Freedom Park, Johannesburg, south of Johannesburg, through a soup station for the elderly and for children, which was to be a precursor to the envisioned breakfast program for kids in Soweto. He and his comrades have organized the Festival of the Oppressed in 2020 and 2021 during COVID, as well as Unfreedom Day in April 2020. He completed his BA in Theology in 2010, B Theology in Honors in 2011, Masters in Theology in Systematic Theology 2013, and a PhD in Systematic Theology in 2017 at UNISA. His master's focused on the Black Church, Black theology, Black consciousness, and theological anthropology. His PhD focused on Black liberation theology, the doctrine of God, theology proper, Christology, and the revelation of God. He has been a research assistant lecturer in theological ethics and systematic theology, and senior lecturer in systematic theology at UNISA Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology. He was a lecturer for Christian liberation theologies for a semester at the University of Johannesburg, UJ, Department of Religion Studies, while being a postdoctoral research fellow focusing on Black liberation theologies in 4IR. Currently, he's a senior lecturer at the University of Pretoria, Faculty of Theology and Religion, Department of Systematic and Historical Theology. He teaches Christian dogmatics, Black liberation, theology, social ethics, and decoloniality. Mfundisi, I apologize for not praying in the morning. Over to you.
Morning, guys. I think it should be maybe two things. You know, as we were reading, I actually was thinking about Malcolm X. Every time he would go and address, he would tell Brother Benjamin, make it plain, you know, avoid all those things. Just a paragraph is enough, you know. So next time I'll say, make it plain, you'll remember what that means. But another one, I suppose, it would be very unlike BC for one to stand up and speak without having to make the clarion call that we often make, which is one Azania, one nation. And we often say Black power, no sharing, not no load shedding, but no sharing. That's what we mean. And I think I wasn't sure when I was asked to come here what exactly to prepare. But I thought that perhaps one of the things that decoloniality has done is that it has caused some kind of agitation within the university space, within scholars that find themselves having to live in two worlds, the one lofty in the academic space and the reality where they live every day in the Black communities. So I then thought to myself that perhaps one should focus on the very idea of Black power in times of crisis, because we are in a crisis, whether we like to accept or not. And then I also then said, well, to follow it up, one would have to ask the question, the role of the so-called Black intellectual in that period. I think the question of Black power is extremely important because we've sort of relegated it to the sidelines. We've made it to be a footnote in history. But here in Azania, Black power is a very important period in our history because it results in the very formation of the Black consciousness movement. And it also results in the events of 1976, June 16. The rallying cry was both one Azania, one nation, as well as Black power, to an extent that the effectiveness of Black power was felt by every person in the society, from kids to the elderly. Children would usually march and say, we know about power. They would not say Black power, but they'll say, we know the guys from power, lifting up their clenched fist. In fact, C.S. Mashinini tells us of a story of an 8-year-old girl who, when she saw the heap of the police in the 1970s, lifted up her hand in a clenched fist, and the police riddled that young girl with bullets. This is the effectiveness of Black power. And I think it's very much important for us to bring it within that space. Of course, when we talk about Black power in South Africa, we have to always think about how BC defined Black power and Blackness. It was a challenge to the privilege givers who were able to categorize society between the so-called colors, the so-called Bantus, who both of them did not have a situation of permanency in the sense of their category in that system. And Biko, of course, and others tried by all means to make the brothers to understand and sisters to understand that we have to fight against the privilege givers because none of us have the power to determine where we are in the system. Now, in light of having said that, I have to make the distinction that we ought to be very careful if we take Black power serious in its historical genealogy. We have to be very careful who we ascribe to be a Black intellectual or a Black academic. Let us be honest and truthful to the things as they are. Blackness in this country was defended, it was fought for. In as much as we have a very close relationship with the PAC, there's a lot of hostility when the Black consciousness movement used the term Black. They at times would want the movement to use the name African, but there was an important reason why we had to call ourselves Black at that particular moment in time. So it had been fought for. It's unfortunate that the crack pipe of the Rainbow Nation, which most of us have smoked and are addicted to, has a tendency of making these things as if they are just consequences or they are just acts of randomness. Now, I want to start off my conversation or my presentation by pointing out that Huey P. Newton's lawyer, he was once asked that, can you please explain to us the role of education in terms of liberation and so forth? And the first thing which he pointed out was to say, the whole issue of education and liberation is just overrated. It's given too much praxis, it's given too much focus as if that will help Black people to move forward. And I'll connect that with the fact that the great debates between Marcus Garvey and W. Du Bois concerning the role of education in line with the prospect of Black liberation has proven Garvey to be correct. Garvey argued contrary to Du Bois, who at the time believed that education would lead to freedom. Instead, Garvey's position was that it would take between 200 years and an eternity to imagine and to believe that education of Black people was to be a tool for liberation. That was Garvey's position. On the other side, we had Sasso, who defined education in a very interesting way. Sasso pointed out that education is the accumulation of knowledge first, the secondary premise, knowledge that can be used in the world. An example is given about how, for instance, during the apartheid period, when whites, Boers would invade Black campuses, which had activists within those ranks, within those campuses, they would come in and of course they would disengage or engage the students with violence, and ultimately they would release tear gas. And once the tear gas is released, then it's absolute pandemonium in the university space. But strangely enough, and you had, remember in this group, you had leaders and members of SASO who came from various academic disciplines, physics, chemistry, and so forth. But interestingly so, when the same exercise was tried by the apartheid regime in white liberal universities, the white liberals would quickly know what to do. Those who were in chemistry would quickly know what substance is needed to neutralize the tear gas as it was emitting smoke. Now, this situation, if we consider what I've just told now, this situation presents to us a clear picture of knowledge that is accumulated and used in the world. However, in this case, white activists reveal the secret of Western knowledge, which is related to the world and only the world, despite any preaching and false preachings of false conversions to Blacks concerning otherworldliness. Thus, Western knowledge sustains itself epistemologically, intellectually, and practically. There's a synergy between what is being taught and what is being practiced. But on the other side of the spectrum, Western knowledge, like white rage and fanatic sadism, results in this cognitive dissonance which we have spoken about in the past. Especially the effects that it has on the mind of the oppressed. There's a great catastrophic effect of failing to link knowledge and reality. Thus, intellect within the Western paradigm is suspect and should be put on trial when it comes to the oppressed. The famous George Jackson was correct in saying, "Mother, I love you. You have provided shelter and substance, but I only have one thing against you, which is that you have forgotten that those who teach us are the enemy of our race." Cornel West, speaking from an American perspective, pointed out that America praises intelligence, but fears intellect. I locate here the crisis of the so-called Black intellectual, perhaps through the emphasis of SASO's permanent organizer, Nkhubuzi Tiro's words, in pointing out that unless your education is linked to the plight of Africa, it is meaningless and useless. With a wide range of reflection on the oppressed in the academia, how much of it has practical sense to undo the historic and structural processes to dominate the oppressed and to perpetuate injustice? Does the Black intellectual exist? And if so, in what fashion? Surely, if the Black intellectual exists in the mind of the intellectual, there is no reconciling between the perpetuity of bondage and intellect. In the Black consciousness movement, it was agreed upon that intelligence, or even intellect for that matter, belongs also to the revolution. It is not the mainstay of academics in their bastions of higher learning. Thus, to respond to bondage through rebellion as a combative method is the first sign of intelligence. But at the same time, it is possible that I, as Fulani, am probably generalizing or categories of being a Black intellectual. Surely there is no one definition. A myriad of interpretations exists, the liberal will say. But I, subjectively so, insist that there is only one way of being a Black intellectual. Because firstly, Blackness is not logical common sense, but it reveals the historical gains of Black people, because Blackness in its revolutionary fashion is the priori of is actually the posteriori of the emergence of Black power. Thus, rebellion, resistance, and confrontation are syllogistic characters of being a Black intellectual. And at the same time, it is important that we note that Blackness, while transcending whiteness and not contingent on whiteness, is in fact audible speech, somatic rebellious representation, and a revolutionary resolve, not directed at whites, but the oppressed themselves to take part of their own destiny. Blackness has always been a conundrum for whiteness. It has often been thought of as reverse racism, blackwashing, Black supremacy, or whatever theory that they come up with. Whereas in fact, Blackness through Black consciousness is purely a choice for a sovereign existence in the world. It is interesting that despite whiteness as the past using Blackness as a derogative gaze and a manner of being in the world, Biko and Saso accentuated the conundrum caused by this Blackness. At first, we learned that the apartheid regime actually accepted Black consciousness and the Black power movement, as long as this Black definition formed part of white dialectics, which implies the two opposing forces in a choreography of contradictions. But that outlook would not work for people who began to think for themselves. The same regime that was hell-bent on calling Black people as Black as part of this derogative dehumanization and Shakespearean color dualism was no longer willing to call us Black. Biko, in fact, visited a newspaper journalist / editor and told him that you should stop now referring to us as non-white, but refer to us as Black because we have come up with how we want to be called. And we are told that the state at the time actually was in the process of giving us a name. But Biko told the journalist, you will call us Black, even if it means you do so under a barrel of a gun. These are the historical gains of Blackness. In essence, Black power is this vocal, uncompromising, and confrontational outlook. Some have argued that BC's definition of Blackness is liberal and allows for whiteness. But what is flawed with that fallacious assumption is that BC's definition already grasps that there are those who are, in the many, who would still want and aim to please white standards despite their pigmentation. And here, this is where we have a crisis, because some of us might like the idea to sit and talk about Black people's problems. It might give us applause. We might be famous even for that matter. But generally, if you have observed, many of us are disengaged from the Black community. We don't even live in those Black communities. We don't even go to those Black communities. We stay on the sidelines to be superstars, to get adoration, to be thought of as radical, to be thought of all these things. But there's a need for us to rephrase or rechange how we look, because SASO for us at the time had predicted that these guys would be there. Some, which is the greatest tool that you can ever imagine. I used to say when I was studying in undergrad that, I think the devil at some point was very much intelligent. At first, his response to perhaps the early days of Christianity was to persecute them. But he realized that the more he persecuted them, they grew in number. And I would tell my lecturer that perhaps the devil decided to be a theologian to make things easy for himself, So I also want to argue that the rise of Black power in the 1960s signaled a turning point, not only aesthetically or politically or epistemologically, but importantly, intellectually. And an example of this, we have the likes of Tsietsi Mashinini, an intelligent student. It is known that he was one of the best debaters in Soweto. You couldn't touch him. But this student was able, through his intellect, his intelligence, whatever you want to call it, to connect the reality of his people. And as a leader, student leader of 1976, he pointed out that the education that we are taught is meant to prepare us for the workspace and to join the workforce. It does not teach us about the world or even ideology. At the same time, there was critical thinking occurring within the Black spaces, especially linked to the Black consciousness movement, SASM, and the formation schools who sought to link theory and praxis. Already Biko had argued that no race possesses the monopoly on beauty and intelligence. In this respect, just as our decolonial comrades have shattered the silos of truth, and we see epistemic disobedience occurring, we see a friend in decoloniality. We see a long lost, ancestor, or even an existential confidant that we can use. But what is fundamental, either from the Black consciousness / Black power and decolonial paradigm, is the audible speech and praxis linking the reality of bondage and the practicality of a revolutionary resolve against that bondage. One of the significant events for me that proves the validity of this claim is firstly, yes, rooted in the historical response of Black power, already mentioned here. But interestingly, at one event that occurred at UNISA, in one of the decolonial summer schools that we had, is that we're in this hall, I think it was Theo van Wyk Hall, and just around us, there was portraits of former professors and chancellors and so forth. I don't know who was presenting, but I know that from the masses themselves, from those who attended, there was a question that, wait a minute, we are here, who are these guys? And there was an agitation and the portraits were removed. But it didn't end there, because as that conference was actually taking place, The workers who were against casualization at UNISA were marching. It was a big thing. The university was not operating, but we were having this summer school. And again, somebody within the group said it's not logical for us to sit here to talk about decoloniality when the masses of people are outside fighting. So I'm raising this point to say decoloniality, at least within that perspective, is this audible speech. It just cannot allow us to sit and reflect on society. It forces us to go out because somewhere, somehow, we are creating some kind of Frankenstein creatures of ourselves. If we're going to have the ability to have this profound critique, but are not able to act, not only in the future, but existentially when there are problems that are happening at the same time. So there is a very strong emphasis on that particular link, which links what you call it, black theory. No, I'm thinking about my stuff now. That links decoloniality. That links decoloniality with that practicality aspect. And I think some of the questions that were asked, they sometimes ignore that fact that some decolonial scholars don't even sleep because they can't reconcile what they teach at the university and where they live themselves, you know? So we have to take account of those things. As such, the role of the Black intellectual in this time of crisis is firstly defined by what we mean by Black. Secondly, what do we mean by the physical and tangible presence of intellect working and engaging the real world? The real world, which is characterized by land theft in Azania and all over, which cannot be explained away by bureaucratic practices, legality, and the white man's burden of being the civilizer and the qualifier of what it means to be human or not. A system that finds pride in characterizing the haves and the have-nots. The haves and the have-nots, as well as defining, of course, the humanity of others, and also making vivid distinctions between developed countries and the third world countries. There is real truth in accepting that the third world fuels the wealth of the colonial countries. The Western canon, with its paradigms, has shown that white intellect is responsible to structuring, sustaining, perpetuating racism, class, materialism, injustice, white privilege, white ill-begotten wealth, and white people's power. At the same time, it has, on a fundamental level, crippled the Black psyche, physique, and intellect, especially if we buy into the superiority complex of Western knowledge that fails to address justice and dehumanization as an intellectual exercise. We must be on guard of pigmented bodies that present themselves as those on the side of the oppressed through perennial critique of Western knowledge and power without any intention of removing it. I'm sometimes disturbed when I go to groups and you realize that a bunch of Black academics arguing or engaging in a pissing contest about who understands Fanon better than the other. Then you know, some of us, we grew up in the location, then you know that we're being bullshitted here. You know, there's people that are not going to move, you know, to tell you the honest truth, you know. So the Black intellectual, if there is to be any, and if we consider what Black power is, can only be found in the midst of the abyss, can be found where the people live, where they suffer. One of my best friends, we grew up together, very, very insightful brother, to an extent that he taught himself piano. I don't know how, but yes, he managed to teach himself piano. But later in life, as we went on separate directions, he got hooked on drugs, you know, and it was very bad. So we're sitting one day in his shack, and then he starts to smoke his stuff. And he then asked me, "A friend, you're a theologian, right?" And I said, "Yes." And he says to me, "So who is the devil?" So before I could come up with a very proper theological response to his question, Atintwana, nang Satan, and he slept. That shook me. And I knew that somewhere, somehow, we have to face the reality of existence as bare as it is. We can no longer be away from the hardships of our people, no matter what happens to us. Cornel West tells us that there's a difference between education and credentialization. So many of us, we like the very idea that we're credentialized. Some shove it down people's throat and say, well, I'm a doctor, I'm a professor, I'm whatever. It's necessary for them to say that, you know? And very interestingly, when I got my PhD, somebody in the community called me and said, hey, Shulani, I said, yeah, how are you? It's like, your mother is sick. So I'm like, take her to a doctor. It's like, no, you a doctor. So I'm like, I get it. You know, those are black folks. Those are me. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that any understanding that we have of intelligence or intellect that fails to engage the real concrete world, I think we should get rid of it. It will not work for us. And we must stop praising it. Fanon for us tells us that the intellectual is found amongst the people. He points out the native intellectual has thrown himself greedily upon Western culture. Like adopted children who only stop investigating the new family framework at the moment when a minimum nucleus of security crystallizes in their psyche. The native intellectual will try to make Europe his own culture. Maybe we should accept that a Black academic who discusses Black issues and Black studies is not the same as the Black intellectual. A Black intellectual imbued with a spirit of revolt against bondage cannot and will not, if he or she is intelligent, consider the persistence of bondage as a fact of life. If one considers through the lenses of human bondage and liberation, one can observe the following truth as explained by the Minister of Self-Defense, Huey Newton. Yeah, when he asserts in his best title text, which is called Prison Where Is Thy Victory, he points out the prison cannot gain a victory over the political prisoner because he has nothing to be rehabilitated from or to. He refuses to accept the legitimacy of the system and refuses to participate in it. He continues to say, in the study of geometry, one of the first laws a person learns is that the whole is not greater than the sum of its parts. This means simply that one cannot have a geometrical figure such as a circle or a square, which in its totality contains more than it does when broken down into smaller parts. Therefore, if all the smaller parts add up to a certain amount, the entire figure cannot add up to a larger amount. In the case of humanity, the whole system is much greater than its parts because the whole includes the body, which is measurable and confinable, and also the ideas which cannot be measured and which cannot be confined. The ideas are not only within the mind of the prisoner, where they cannot be seen nor controlled. The ideas are also within the mind of the prisoner, where they cannot be within the people. The ideas which can and will sustain our movement for total freedom and dignity of the people cannot be imprisoned, for they are to be found in the people, all the people, wherever they are. Fanon, writing on the Black intellect and decolonization process, argued the more the intellectual imbibes the atmosphere of the people, the more completely he abandons the habits of calculation, of unwanted silence, of mental reservation, and shakes off the spirit of concealment. And it is true that already at that level, we can say that the community triumphs and that it spreads its own light and its own reason. Now, in conclusion, Malcolm X, when he went to Mecca in his trips in Africa, the white news media they got hold of the news that he had gone to his Hajj and he had used his Muslim name wherever he went. And one reporter then came to him and said, Malcolm X, now that you've come from the Hajj and you're a full Muslim, will you now abandon your name, Malcolm X, for El Hajj Malik Shabazz? And Malcolm X responded in a very interesting way. He says, well, I will not do that. It might work for me, but I cannot stop being Malcolm X if the events that created Malcolm X are still here on earth. Black power, one Azania, one nation.
Thank you, Dr. Tsunami. Are there any questions on the floor? I saw some movement, and I'm like the breathing and grounding exercise really prepared us for that moment. Okay, so I wonder if Isaiah can help us with the second mic. So I'll have one mic from Dr. Tsunami and then the other mic from the questions. Is it possible?
You're speaking of the festival of the oppressed. I would like to know what you mean by that.
All right, I hope I'm audible. That is a program that was run by the Black Consciousness Movement Youth Guard. The aim was very simple. In those, like for instance, when we went to Zurubekom, where the first one happened, we took a tour on the land to learn basic farming, to learn what is it to be a farmer, because we felt that there's a lack of understanding. In as much as we talk about land, many of us don't even have. And of course, it's one aspect to land with regards to farming and stuff like that. So usually when we have the Festival of the Oppressed, we'll have activities such as that, we'd have poetry, we'd have presentations, we'd have dialogues and all those things. So it was a program that was run by the Black Consciousness Movement Youth Guard. And that is basically what we would do at that, because we felt that it's necessary that we come together, reflect together, and see what is it that we can actually come up with as a basic political program moving forward. Now, there were resolutions that were taken afterwards, after the whole event, and I would say, okay, comrades, we think this is what should happen. This is how we're gonna go about to do it. So it's more of an organizing approach to try and make sure we rally people together and make them remember that they are in fact oppressed, never mind what everybody says.
President, I think I prefer that one. These other things are very nice, you know. First of all, I think it would be fair to thank you for taking us right where we should be. I think I speak for a few of us. I don't know if I speak for everyone, that you, through your presentation, you've taken us where I think schools like this should really be. That the idea, I think you called it swimming in the abyss. I think Umlawude will call it the idea of meditating in existential torment, to be right where, to think right where we're supposed to think, right? Because the problem we have is that the so-called Black intellectual, right, or the so-called Black academic is detached from the socio-political, philosophical understanding of what it means to be Black in the world. What he then does, and I'll use he, right, maybe carelessly, right? It's fine, I use he intentionally and carelessly. And what he then does is to approach the tag Black or the identity Black from a very BE type Black. I don't know if you hear where I'm going. The idea of being Black for social upward mobility only, and not being Black for rebellion, for resistance, for struggle. Because the term Black, and I like that you went to Bigo a lot, right? Not to say Bigo is the authority on the description of what Black is, but it's one of those in occupied Azania that brings about the tag to us, right? Because already in 1966, Kwame Ture was shouting Black power in America. So we you know, there's this thing we always criticized about, especially for us who come from the BC spaces, that we want to make Bigo the authority of what it means to be Black. What we are arguing is that Bigo brings the tag to us. He organizes it philosophically, intellectually, and politically to occupy Azani. That's the only thing. We're not saying he's the one who brings it about in the world. But let me go back to what I was to say. The idea of the intellectual who happens to be black and the black intellectual. These are two things that are different, right? That there is this academic who goes about doing their academic work, but because they happen to be of a darker pigmentation, when the demographics and the boxes need to be ticked, the blackness of the skin comes to the fore. But in intellectual knowledge production and organizing, the black identity is not there. And he cares less about it. In fact, if you were to bring about the racial dynamic of the what Umlaut will call academy, right? You will be accused of bringing politics to the academy, right? By the very same intellectual who happens to be black, right? So for me, that's the thing. And also, maybe two last things, right? You say to us, and of course it's something I want to agree with you on, that the real intellectual is not in the library, university library. The real intellectual is in the combat zone, producing knowledge, one, and resisting at the same time. It cannot be that we are filled in the space with people who are so concerned about knowledge production, but not what that knowledge then does, right? The last point is this, and I think I've spoken of this before, is that we need to come to a particular understanding. And again, carelessly, I would say this. The students in this country fought to bring to the fore the conversation of decolonization post-1994. And again, we are not saying that we own the debate, right? But what we are saying is that at a particular point in time, we brought the debate back into the limelight. We organized to bring the debate where it's supposed to be, at the center of academic spaces. Now, what then happens is this, and we always speak about this, Nomlaud, is that the person who are sitting in the lecture hall or in the university offices looking in the window while we organized is the one who is now heading the project and running with it. The ground, we always speak about the idea of the decolonization from the ground, which is what we did. And we're very proud, we'll always defend it, that we produced, and one of the things that are spoken about in decoloniality, we spoke about them not knowing what they mean. But we spoke about them. What the black academic or the academic who happens to be black has done is to bring to it the language of academia, which we did not have, which the masses of our people do not have, by the way, in Wamashu, in Kaelija. When our people in Wamashu speak of socialism, they don't know it's socialism. It is you, the so-called intellectual, who comes and organizes it to call an ism. But the problem is, you are organizing for people you don't care about, or you are producing knowledge for people you don't care about. To you, what it means to decolonize, to speak decoloniality, to speak of liberation, what it means is social upward mobility in the academy. You know this, why you do this? You know how you do this? It's because you arrest decoloniality in key performance agreements and all these things that you do in the university. You arrest decoloniality in unit standards of the academia. You apply the very same standards that we have claimed that are oppressive to us. Citations, peer-reviewed journals, and all these things to decoloniality. Last point will be, as Andile Mkhitarima argues on blacks can't be racist, that maybe on racism we need to have what we call conceptual fidelity. Maybe the oppressed needs to come to that understanding. If Andile Mkhitarima has claimed racism means directly the oppression of black people by white people, isn't it time for us to claim decolonization means the struggle against colonization by the oppressed people and nothing else? This idea of, you know, in the academy, what academics have done, they've found branches, they've created a niche research area for all of them, for them to be professors, associate professors, and all those things, for things they don't care about. So what they've done, all of them have found a decoloniality something. Decolonial arts, epistemological what, ontological what, in this decoloniality, because all of them are looking for what? A niche research area that they can use for apartheid policy. People are writing books that don't make sense. They are not used anywhere for people that don't care about, producing knowledge for people that don't care about, because all they want is the title and what it means to produce books.
Breathe, my brother. Yeah. Do we respond? And then we're going to share space.
I think, brother, we are speaking as kindred spirits. When I was elected to Congress, I remember some of my comrades came and said, Tower, you know, go youth card, you were a bit safe because it was not a national position per se. So you are aware that you'll have to articulate the position of the party. And I said, my Tower, let me tell you this. Now, I'm not mad. Zandi will tell you. I tell her that, you know, I know my destiny. And here, please forgive me, sisters. I know my destiny as a Black man in this current system. It's either I'm going to be a drug addict, I'm going to be in prison, or I'm dead. I stay next to Sun City Prison. And every time when I drive, I always know, the likelihood is that I'm going to be here at some point. Should anything happen to me, I'm not exonerated because I've got a PhD, because I've got all those things. Most of my friends, I've actually refused to have friends who are red. I have friends back and I would come and say, hey, Bafit, you know what, and they'll tell me, I know, he's talking shit, there's no such a thing. They don't have to read. But I would always appreciate at some point when they say, Tower, now we see what is it that you are talking about. And I think that is where we have to go. When we're running the soup kitchen, some of our comrades felt that, no, you must politicize. I said, wait, let's stop that thing. Let's meet our people where they are. And strangely enough, after a month of doing that, they began to sing revolutionary songs in connection to what was happening. And I remember one old woman came to me and said, Zan, don't abandon this thing that you are doing. So when I sit and address, I know the likelihood my colleagues ask me at university, are you not scared? I'll see when it happens, whatever the case may be. But I have my own conviction and my own resolve. And this is the challenge for me. I suppose this is where this particular presentation comes for. I look at us at times and think, are we very serious? Even so-called academic learned guys, are we very much serious? Do white people take us seriously? When we sit and you're a doctor, they clap hands for you, they push you, you're radical. I think it's a sign of stupidity on our part. And I would also say, comrades, one of the things that the Fees Must Fall did not do, which it needed to do, defend your struggle. If it means that you fight with Fulani, so be it. But don't sit on the one side, you don't want to engage Fulani, you are complaining on the side. That's not BC. BC, we engaged. Professors that were sellouts were sellout. Heri Nagankulu would come and be invited at the school, and they say, no, come and talk, it's a Black school. He would stand up and say, hey, I'm here, invited by the non-white. The same guy who had invited him, he would put them on the spot. So we have to have the ability to put people on the spot and defend whatever gains that we make. We can't sit on the sidelines hoping that things will get better. That is why South Africa is the way it is. We have said and we have given the ANC a chance to always try and self-correct because we don't want the responsibility to make them to change. And more so, some of us from the position of our organization, we don't want them to change. We want to overthrow them. That's simple.
Ngiyajabula ukuthi there is a generation gap between wena and the gentleman there, and I'm proud of you. Uyangibona baba, I'm not even looking intellectual. Mina ngeke ngirente into intellectual njenga, but I'm very proud of you now. Ngizokubuza a very simple question.
njengoba uthi you are a theologian. 3 weeks ago, maybe some of you saw on television, Julian, I was traumatized by the death in KZN of, I think that it's a girl who is about 16, or who ended up killing herself because a Black teacher, Ekat Amfundisa, was harassing her daily about her coming to school, afage ubuhlalo, ngoba anama ancestral spirits. I stood and looked at the TV and I put my hand on my head. And I said, oh, Nkosi yami, what is it which us as Black people will hate ourselves, our cultures, and the traditions who define who we are, and terrorize umntwana who cannot help herself that she has ancestral spirits, to the point that this child must commit suicide. Maybe some of you, naibona, mina ngayibona ku ENTV. I was really, really traumatized. And it reminds me that in terms of Christianity being part of religion, my son, my last born, akafuna ukuzwa lutho nge-Christianity, because it is perceived, he perceives it as the white man who brought a Bible to us and colonized our minds. So if you saw leyo nto bekuyi news ku-ANC as a theologian, mntanam, how did it make you feel if you saw it? If you didn't see it, it's just, I'm sad about it. But I hope that you can be able to answer that for me, because I was highly traumatized. And my departure point is, it's not only that the child was at a primary or secondary school. I can also believe that many universities in South Africa, they've got children, they've got students who are like that. And my question now is, why couldn't universities in South Africa bring about that Black consciousness, the faculties of humanities? Uguti, abantwana, and I'm not talking about Black students, Black, white, across. Because this issue, Yobu ancestral spirits, it resonates even from the Asian culture, Indians. Why can't we in universities like this, in the faculties of humanities, be able to talk about that? So that umagukona, umntwana, also in the faculties of humanities, angene, afage ubuhlalo, that some of the colleagues in the faculty won't look at it, but, oh, why lona sekagqoka njena uyathakatha, hey, why in our African university can we not advance to that stage? I was truly traumatized, and I'm glad ukuthi you are going to help me ukuthi uyisusa leyo trauma. Ngibheke umama lo mntwana hleli phansi akhala because umntwana wakhe committed suicide because of a Black teacher owayemharass ukuthi ufake ubuhlalo ezinyaweni nasezandleni.
Thanks a lot for that question. Unfortunately, ma, angibonanga. But what I will tell you, which is a debate I have with a lot of people, the conception, yeah, African metaphysics, let's say, and for argument's sake, we have a joke that the nature of a colonialist is that they just can't help themselves. They go to the moon, they put a flag. They've got a tendency of wanting to claim things. Now, the African canon does not work in that way. We never close the book. In fact, I was shocked myself when I read Story Saga Sopuza, when Akuluma Uti,
a prophet at the coming of white people. And he said in that prophet, they're going to come with a black book. I listened. He said, and they're going to take your land. But he then said, learn a lot from that book because it will teach you a lot about God. So I found a connection between what would be so-called African metaphysics, Nale Christianity, Ezayo, because we have never closed the canon. These dualisms that we have, it's either or. In this we have never had a worldview that is one-sided, because to have such a worldview, it means that you are blocking a reality away. I can say for myself, I don't know sometimes which is which. Whether you can say it's my ancestors, whether you can say it's God, I see a synergy in day one as far as I know it. Because we've not even begun to understand what this world looks like. The only thing I have, I suppose, from an existential point of view, I'm against some ancestors that are very reactionary. I was in a taxi, Mall. So sitting at the back, the taxi would go around. Now I wanted it to drop me at the gate where I stay. So I would literally be the last person to go out. And there was an old man in front. He then out of the blue said, Angay. So I'm thinking to myself, hey, what's the issue now? I then asked, Ian Babu Kulmanam, are you talking to me? He says, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to these guys. I'm saying, which guys? He says, they first wanted my daughter who was studying at Vets. I got loans to pay for her. She was doing her honors. Bamtata, Bamfara, but okay, fine, unobizo in. Uhlelo umntala sihlala kwi-poverty, and he's consulting about doing a 5 rand ngelanga. And now they say they want my second daughter. Not elder, yeah, that's a bit difficult, you know. But in my heart, I knew at some point our ancestors cannot be that reactionary. They've brought for us a number of people. They've brought people that do they make weddings to withstand whatever things, to what. But I'm soon to hear our ancestors bring us one who has come to say, I'm not here to do any miracles for you. I've come for land. And that is where I'm saying, at that point, I'm a bit skeptical of my ancestors that are very reactionary. But it does not mean that I close the book on them. In the United States, when the Black church emerged, one of the first things that white people discovered is that you make sure that the Negro does not go to the river, even if it means that you should withhold baptism. And they did withhold baptism because every time they baptized them in the name of Jesus, when they came out of the water, they became rebellious and formed slave rebellions. So for me, it's either the Holy Spirit or the ancestors just cannot relate with bondage. Why would they rebel? Either they think of their African rights and rites of passage that are linked to water, or whether it's simply a Christian seal. So I'm saying, unfortunately, we have not come to grips. I was shocked when I used to watch TV, I think around about 2011. A woman appeared who was studying at University of Western Cape. She then got a calling. She was doing theoretical physics. I now have a calling. And the calling that I have, I've discovered what I was studying in theoretical physics, I'm actually in touch with it when I play the drum. So we've not even begun to scratch the surface of what African metaphysics is about. We've not even come close. I'm very careful of abosiyas who don't know, you see, because many of them, they do so. We have situations where umntwana at times uyabhodla. Then some punk decides, no, only to find out what he just needed umsebenzi omncane ukuthi udlule into yokubhodla. Sekathatha umntwana wenza isangoma, akakwazi akunabantu abazayo kuye because akanabizo. It was just a phase ukuthi idlule. So we also have to reevaluate our own values. We can't have a situation where you have 5 sangomas in one house. It never happens. It has never happened in Africa. It will not happen. You must know that there's something where we got it wrong. Another thing, I remember reading a book. They spoke about Usomlanjin among the Xhosa people, being called out from the Xhosa people to go stay by the river alone. And Ukamata then said to her, from now on, you will not attend any funerals. You will not get married. You will not go to any of their festivities. Now the theologian in me said, this is Jeremiah in the Bible. You know, but it's up to you whether you make that connection or not. And there were certain things which were told to Somlanjan, which at some point I do not want your sacrifices anymore. Now, interestingly, while there was that situation, the colonizers came. Now, in my mind, I then think, perhaps like everything in culture and tradition, maybe we're going to a certain change of things. But post-1994, we went back maybe to what we had already changed from our ancestors. Maybe we're out of touch. At my place when I was growing up, the house usually used to get flooded with water. And my mother was very much Christian, and she would refuse to do anything. And my aunts would come in and say, no, millions of savings, millions of savings. And her mother had told her, when I'm dead, I hear nothing, I see nothing. I'll not help you. You have to find your way in the world. But then they told her, your mother is angry at you. Your mother is cold and what. We did savings for 4 days. On the 4th day, when everything was done, we're now burning everything else. As we slept, all the pipes in the house burst. So I'm saying, let us reevaluate our own values as well. But I see no contradiction in terms of the world of the spirit. There is no contradiction. We must not allow Western dualisms to perpetuate and to convince us so much about reality. We have to make a stand of our own. Black life, African life is wholeness. It's a closed system. There are no categories in existence, and we must accept that.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to take 2 more comments from the floor, and then we're going to move to online. And online, Gonzo, we also will be limited to about 3 comments or questions.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother, for affirming the idea that the role of a Black intellectual is to link knowledge and the academy to what's happening on the ground. And I want to raise that question, and hopefully Prof. Nelson and maybe Sis Zandi can also, address this. The issue of how we have taken knowledge in post-apartheid South Africa and applied it. And I come from the perspective of a political scientist, that's my training. And I look at how young Black people are organizing themselves politically in a post-apartheid context. And it worries me, it really concerns me, because it's great that people contest with each other and, debate and raise ideas. But what worries me is the violence that seems to be emerging in this space of political organizing and mobilizing. And I'm wondering how it is that we, as people who are, sort of unpacking decolonization, can take that process and knowledge to the ground where young Black people are, and they're trying to organize themselves politically. I won't mention any of the political groups because we all know who they are, but it concerns me that there's this violence that is emerging, and how do we keep the violence out of the space? I believe that this notion of combativeness is important because we need to engage, and sometimes there's a degree of violence that does emerge. But what concerns me is, where are we going in South Africa if the way in which we are contesting each other politically is to kind of, and a lot of it is also patriarchal, it's young Black men. I mean, I'm a feminist also, young Black men who are sort of kind of going at each other and raising these issues. So I'm asking you, and perhaps all of us, to talk about how it is that we take this idea of decolonization into that space of mobilizing on the ground, political mobilizing. Where is the leadership going to come from for young Black people? I think the leadership is there on the ground. How do we go and actually draw them out, bring them out? And what role can our universities play? As an academic at UKZN, I have in the past seen how when students mobilize, they immediately get criminalized. And so, it's like the criminalization of the combativeness is, how I'm conceptualizing it. And so when young Black people rise up, there's that notion always. And these are all the things that worry me as somebody who is watching all of this happen. And I'm wondering, how do we move forward? So I just wanted to raise those questions. Thank you.
I think, Prof, do you want to answer that? Or Comrade Zandi?
Just very quickly, it's never post-apartheid, in Blackwash and in Black House, to say post-1994, because that's what it is. I think on the question of violence, let's try something creative. Comrade President, can you take us through, because you mentioned Unkgoposi Tiro. Tiro was a student who got expelled from University of the North in 1972 for some of the work that, you know, the FISMAS4 students were doing. And Tiro is expelled. He goes to Soweto, he meets Tete Mashinini, but we don't hear a lot about where he really ends up. And I think perhaps you could take us through in how, you know, Tiro's experience embodies the type of, you know, Black intellectual or Black academic that we should all, you know, become. And I think in that you'll also be able to address the question of violence in terms of, you know, how the system has always, you know, treated or responded to Black consciousness. And I think history will judge me too harshly if I don't say, and thank you for bringing back that UNISA moment, because we are in constant conversation with this idea of, you know, the Black academic versus the academic who happens to be Black. I think as far back as 2014, 2015, we've been struggling with this. And so when we had that summer school, that really changed things around. We were talking about that. And some of us who come to the university as activists were obviously uncomfortable with being in a hall that had these, you know, white supremacist imposing figures hanging all over. But our action needed to be also embraced by the people who were, you know, organizing the conference. And so it was not until, you know, someone like Professor Maldonado Torres connected with that kind of work and gave, you know, the whole conference a new direction, because we're supposed to be gathered 5 days inside the hall while people who've not had their salaries paid for 3 months didn't have food, didn't even know when their last meal would come from. And we were in a conference, we're having 3 meals a day. And so somebody said, and someone who is a professor, because Zandi is an activist, right? Zandi is not taken seriously in the academy because she's not a professor, and professors don't agitate, you know, professors behave. So when people saw a professor behaving like an activist, a different consciousness kicked in and we're able to redirect the entire conference. At the same time, Mama, we don't have Black universities. We have, you know, Westernized universities on African soil. That's why our children are dismissed for being Black. I think that's how I wanted to answer that question, but also to have a conversation about what really happened to Unkgoposi Tiro and his activism, and also how the FISMAS4, you know, generation cannot connect with that kind of work, and that when they come out to respond to the racism and the violence, they are blinded. You know, the memory is not there. I don't know if Prof wants to add. Okay.
All right, thanks, comrade. It is very interesting that the leader of the Black Panther Party, Huey P. Newton, pointed out, the white reporter said, you guys, you scare people when you become rebellious. When you become revolutionary, you scare people. Isn't there a way that you can come out with positive Black images without scaring people? And Huey said, every time you try to organize the masses of people to rebel against bondage, they will always be scared. And he said, in my position, I do not think that any institution is able to project Black positive images, because Black positive images only are produced through revolution. Interestingly so, the FISMAS4 did not say, despite that they were advertised this, they didn't say, we are Patrick Motsepe, we are what, they identified with the revolutionaries, because those are the only positive Black images that they have. Now, with regards to Unkgoposi Tiro, it always, you see, if you take academia very seriously, you are in bad shape. Because how can Unkgoposi Tiro be expelled on the day of graduation? He has gone through the phase. Now it goes back to the question of credentialization and education. Did Tiro understand what he was doing? Clearly they knew he did. So he was not worthy to be credentialized because he went in for the wrong reasons at university. And we learned that afterwards, yes, he went to Soweto, he became a teacher, he was president of SAZIM as well as SAZIM, because there are two of them. There's the South African student movement, which organized the students in Soweto and stuff like that. Then there's another one, which is the Southern African student movement, which he was also president. So the extent of organization in terms of Tiro and his work
speaks volume. We know that he then moved on to Botswana, which he tried to also wage struggle and tried to also link up with the Palestinian liberation movement, because the aim was there to make sure that this government is toppled at that particular moment in time. Now, you have to understand, Prof yesterday spoke of a very interesting thing, which I think Comrade Aya had asked him about, but he kept on saying, you must always remember strategy. Have a strategy even when you do your things. People don't know that in SASO, there were two positions. There was the position of this psychological liberation, but there was also another position, which was a position to take up arms. But Biko and his group kept it under wraps. Biko kept on saying, we must ensure that we penetrate all of Black life before we go to that view. Some were even willing to declare that in Congress, and some of them got expelled by SASO because of revealing those things. So it's clear when Tiro is able to organize with the Palestinian Liberation Movement and also secure those groups, we know about the Blackwatch groups and all these other things, it's clear that they were organizing a revolution on all fronts of the struggle. Subsequently, we learned that at some point, Tiro then received a letter bomb via UNIS and the student exchange. He gets blown up into pieces to an extent that the bomb was so effective that it even bent and melted the stove. The intent of trying to kill such a figure. And interestingly, there are some people who have gone to exile, studied via UNISA, were military generals, but nothing happened to them, even though they were supposedly generals of armies that intended to overthrow this government. Khafela, when I was with him at Steve Biko Foundation, said, Tawa, some people who were working with the system, post-1994, they were rewarded by the system. We also have to be careful in regards to the student movement as well. They're agent provocateurs. You see, there are always people in the groups that are going to do certain things to make sure that the movement gets criminalized. So there's a need for us to be properly educated, to be political, to know that level of discipline that is needed to wage a revolution. Because some of us are more caught up in the slogans and the phraseology, not understanding the full intent of leading or making sure that a revolution takes place. It's very interesting that people don't know that, in fact, when Biko was going to Cape Town to go and meet with Neville Alexandra, the Black consciousness movement was falling apart. But he was willing, because he's a leader, to sacrifice his life, to sacrifice the burning of his organization and ensure that the organization does not crumble. In fact, when Biko died, we were told that it was the end of the Black consciousness movement. And to validate your point, Tawa, we've always said in the BC, Father Stubbs airlifted Biko out of the SASO newsletters. I had a friend who wrote a book about Biko, and I said, my friend, I'm very happy about you. Can I check your bibliography first? And I realized there were no SASO newsletters. I said, my child, I'm not gonna buy your book. Till today, I've not read his book. Because I said, then we're engaging in dishonesty. Where do you take this from? Biko belongs to a group. Just because he has been taken out does not mean that that's who we're dealing with. And there are comrades of Biko who disagreed with Biko, you know, and we should accept that. In fact, Biko even says that I'm not even a fundi. There are people that are much more learned than me. I've read Stokely Carmichael's Black Power half pages. I've read Black Theologian Black Power half pages, but there are people who've read much more extensively than me. So I'm saying that at some point we should go back to the basics and understand that the revolution, when H. Rap Brown tells us in 1968, he says a revolution is a leaderless movement. Whereas we might influence people, we do not control them. The role that the revolutionary does is to articulate positions. If he does not get an opportunity, or she doesn't get an opportunity to address, it's not because they don't like Khulani, they don't like vanguard positions. But some of us have got a self-styled messianic complex. I need to be at the forefront. I need to be the guy who does all those things. You know, and sometimes you characterize a downfall of that particular movement. Harry Nagankulu, when I was with him, told me, he says, you know, on hindsight, we regret why we put Biko forward. But at that time, we didn't have a choice because he's the one who held the movement together. So I'm saying, but at the same time, Biko did not want to be the center of attention. That is why the basic rule of SARS was that you could not be president more than 1 year. because they did not want cult personalities. So there's a lot of things that we have to go back to in terms of the basics. And we should know also in the spaces of higher learning that unfortunately, some of us will have to exercise the demons that we have inherited over the years. And we have to go back to the people and times, listen to the people. Hear what is it that they want, how they want it. You know, that's for me is probably the first starting point that we should do. And share in their misery. I tell my students that are doing masters and stuff, I say, for instance, when you write, you're probably writing next door, a sister is being beaten up to death. A child just falls into a pit. Your brother is a drug addict. And you write in the house. You are not writing in the most comfortable spaces that one writes, but reflect your society. Be what it is so that you are able to engage the world for what it is and not what you think it is. And so many of us, we think that we understand the world. But the world has got a big joke on us, which I'm sure every time it looks at us, it laughs because it knows we haven't figured it out. You
know. Thokozani, in short, because my ideas are disjointed, there's just a lot going on in my mind. There'll be no Black liberation or decolonization without the spiritual cleansing of the ancestors. And thus we shall forever have ancestors that are reactionary because that's my argument, and I've always maintained this argument that we should forget about Black liberation, we should forget about decolonization, because our liberation is harnessed by our ancestors. Hence, kunabantwana abathwasiswa bebancane. Hence, kunabo Dr. Maweni. Hence, now the media is flying with all this idea of amadlozi. Yay!
I fully agree with you. You know, one of my favorite songs, most of the time when I write, I listen to that song, and you feel the void that I have, for instance, as an individual, but also at the same time, the complexity of our existence, which we really have not taken time to understand what it is that we're dealing with. You know, I liked what you said earlier on when we're saying what we're doing, our spiritual practices are not out there. You know, I often say that the very fact that God created existence bound him to existence forever. He's an existentialist. Now, you and I looking at him, we're going to say it's a metaphysical something that is out there. Whereas the very fact that he is here or she is here means that we have to connect with existence on a higher level. So, but one thing, comrades, that I want to insist, which I feel we must also be able to check people, you know, be able to check who's on our side and who's not on our side. Build alliances with those that are on our side and those that are not on our side. You see, when you conduct a revolution, you don't have a one-size-fits-all. Sometimes Khulani might be the guy you send to say, no, go be the madman. Then the brother is the diplomatic. Talk to this guy, you know, he's a nice guy. There's a story told about Harry Negunkulu and Pani Pityana when they went to Oppenheimer. And you would know that Harry Negunkulu, his agreement with Oppenheimer was that once he finished studying, he must go and work for Oppenheimer. So he comes in there in the meeting with Pani Pityana. They are coming there to look for money for SASO, because what they learned is that the system funds things they fear the most. So BC was using that opportunity, knowing that it's going to be closed at some point. So strange enough, when they enter the meeting, the first thing that Pani Pityana says, he says, are you that fool they call Oppenheimer? So the guy is like, so you're requesting money from me? But anyway, it's fine. How about you? You're supposed to come work for me in the mines. And Harry says, no, I've done the calculation. Of all the years that my mother has worked for you, I think she has paid 3 times or 4 times more of what actually you have paid her. In fact, I think you owe me, and that's why I will not come and work for you, because you owe us, you know. So at some point, comrades, we just have to be honest that we comprehend, we combine all these things to one thing. Let the guys who are spiritualists come on board and let us see what is their role. The guys who are this and that, this and that. Then we make a movement that actually is vibrant, but also reflects the society that we live in, not something abstract or a freak of nature that we don't actually know.
Thank you, thank you. I see some hands, but I can't take any more comments or questions. It's now 1:15. We need to break for lunch. I know I promised to go online, but we might go to those comments later on in the day. For now, I think we should break for lunch. I liked your last comment, Fulani. It reminds me of something my sister once said a while ago, that you know, a car moves, there are different parts to a vehicle. And for the vehicle to move, it needs gears, it needs a steering wheel, it needs amasondo. So, yeah, I said it in Zulu. I thought I said it in English and Zulu. But it needs different parts for it to move. So there are different parts for any movement to move. And I truly resonate with your last comment. Anyhow, let's break for lunch. Let's go eat at home. Go to the kitchen, make something to eat and snack for the next 45 minutes. Unfortunately, we should be back here at 2 o'clock and to go to our third session. Thank you so much.
KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa and the premier university of African scholarship. We are ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. UKZN has over 49,000 students across all disciplines and is home to some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. The university encourages and embraces diversity in all facets of the student experience and has pioneered the introduction of isiZulu as a module in all undergraduate degree programs. UKZN boasts 5 campuses based in 2 cities, Durban and Pietermaritzburg. There are 4 colleges spread over these 5 campuses: the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of innovation and technology. Sophisticated software that examines radiation in outer space, an innovative and affordable 3D printed prosthetic hand, and the development of drought and disease-resistant staple crops enabling food security in Africa are just 3 of the many groundbreaking developments from this college. The College of Health Sciences is a multi-professional institution spread across 3 of our 5 campuses. A gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are just 2 of the many world firsts that have come from this college. The College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through annual international and popular festivals such as Time of the Writer, Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. Our world-class amenities include lecture halls, science labs, art and music studios, theaters, indoor and outdoor sports arenas, and dedicated training facilities. These facilities support sports across the full spectrum, accommodating both the beginner and the professional. Our student accommodation, whether in on or off-campus residences, offers students a welcoming home from home and a place to make lifelong friendships. At UKZN, we strongly believe that higher education should be accessible to all. Many students make financial sacrifices to come to university, and we offer several avenues to support our student population in this respect. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme and with other external donors and funders to assist students in need. To study at UKZN, students need to apply online through the Central Applications Office. It is important to gain the best grade 11 and grade 12 marks possible, as all UKZN degrees have minimum entrance and matric subject requirements, and competition for places is fierce. Visit our website to access more information on our various degree programs. Whatever you are interested in, you can be sure that we offer something for everyone. Some of our famous alumni include South Africa's Chief Justice Mogoeng Mogoeng, founder of Gift of the Givers, Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, UN AIDS Special Ambassador, Professor Karesha Abdul Karim, South African cricket stars Jonty Rhodes and Sean Pollock, TV star and actress Jessica Nkosi, and South African musician Zakes Bantwini. Whether it's in the field of academics, sports, or arts and culture, UKZN is home to those who are looking for more than just a university, but a place that celebrates the student experience. Come study with us in the knowledge that you will emerge with a fully accredited and highly respected degree, your stepping stone to lifelong success.
The College of Humanities really is the college of choice. Given the variety of programs that we offer, given the capacitated staff who are professionals in their programs and their disciplines, if a student comes into the College of Humanities, they are coming into the college of choice. The college has taken a leading role in terms of providing access to disadvantaged students, where more than 45% of our students come from quintiles 1 to 3 schools. Our academic monitoring and support program, together with our writing initiatives, have provided support and academic literacy skills to our students to help them in terms of improving their performance.
So selecting a university to study in is often a difficult task because you have to take multiple factors into account. But as a student, you must select a university that is going to enable you to become a teacher. This university and this school in particular will do just that. We're a school that is dedicated, that is caring, that is supportive, and that will enable you to be the best teacher that you possibly can be, because we care about the nation, we care about you as an individual, and we want to make sure that you are successful in life.
My lecturers want to see us succeed as much as we want to. They are there to help. They offer consultation time, they offer email addresses, how you can keep in contact with them so that if you're ever struggling, there is that channel of communication where you don't have to basically drown in whatever struggles you're going through in terms of the module.
But the one thing about our alumni is that when you look at them, they are actually leaders in whatever they do. So we've equipped them with that knowledge and skill to actually make that difference in our society. And you'll probably get a list of many alumni, but when you look at that alumni, the difference is that they really are leaders, and they're leaders in terms of what they do.
If you're thinking of coming to UKZN, I encourage you to enroll because you're here to learn. You're here to grow as a person as well. And you're here to give yourself the best chance at a successful life after university.
Everyone wants to be great. But what makes a person great? It's a combination of character and experiences, but most importantly, an environment with the culture of excellence. The College of Humanities is that environment. Welcome to the College of Humanities, the home of critical thinking, social commentary, and robust intellectual debate. This is the largest college at UKZN, comprising 6 schools, namely the School of Applied Human Sciences, the School of Arts, the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, the School of Religion, Philosophy and Classics, the School of Social Sciences, and the School of Education. This is the soul of UKZN. The mission of the youth is to be productive citizens of society. And so, for many young people who wish to pursue careers that will allow them to make positive contributions to the world, our college is their destination of choice. The College of Humanities is not only a hub of learning, it's also a place to form lifelong partnerships and international bonds. This is the School of Applied Human Sciences, your gateway to studying psychology, social work, and criminology and forensic study. The School of Arts explores the fields of linguistics, media, music, drama, and art. This is the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, cemented in fields of study in architecture, community development, housing, planning, and population studies. The School of Religion, Philosophy, and Classics explores the fields of study in classics, ethics studies, religion, and philosophy. The School of Social Sciences is rooted in fields of study in culture, development, international and public affairs, and society and social change. And finally, the School of Education, a school for those who are passionate about teaching and those who are ready to mold and shape ordinary children into extraordinary citizens. The College of Humanities is committed to the university's vision of advancing African scholarship and actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region and the world through teaching and learning, research, development, and community engagement. It represents a significant repository on the continent, playing a critical role in the enhancement and promotion of arts, culture, social sciences, and education. The College of Humanities offers a wide array of innovative, internationally recognized enterprising degree programs, which are in line with the diversity of professions found in society. These are the minimum requirements that will ensure that an applicant can be considered for admission to the majority of degrees offered by this college, subject to the availability of places. From music to education, drama and architecture to political science and psychology, our students discover their passions and explore new interests as they gain different perspectives. Our academics' passion for their fields of study and eagerness to assist students to delve into making intellectual connections enables the learning environment to promote and respect cultural, religious, and political values, while enhancing the students' potential through participation and creativity. The college molds students into well-rounded, skilled, and professional graduates who are capable of contributing meaningfully to the local and global context. Some of our notable alumni are actress Jessica Nkosi, best known for her role in Isibaya, house musicians Zex Bantwini, Holly Ray, and DJ Tira, TV presenter Ayanda Bama, fitness guru Sebastian Pisani, actress Mishka Partikal of Keeping Up with the Kardashians fame, John van der Reyt, actor, playwright, and author of the Spud series, Oregon Hoskins, the former rugby administrator, and Judge Leona Tawan, the Constitutional Court judge. This is you. So take the first step towards your dreams. Apply to the College of Humanities in the institution that inspires greatness. The College of Humanities is ready for you. Are you?
To request you to confer on the radio Indian Diploma degree of Doctor of Philosophy. And she is a member of STAR. Professor Spencer Gumani, degree of Doctor of Philosophy.
My name is Lisa Wiebezig. I graduated with my doctorate today in Education and Development. And it was really, really exciting, especially because the last couple of years we haven't had an in-person graduation. So I was really pleased to be able to walk the stage and be capped and gowned and everything. And with my doctorate, I am hopeful that I'll be able to contribute to my discipline and do really good research for social change.
Saraswati Raja, Dr. Saraswati Raja. I'm from Mauritius and I studied my PhD with UKZN. I wanted to do something related to education and early childhood. And I'm hoping to help children grow and become better citizens of tomorrow, especially after this pandemic. I think teachers need to learn to cater for the needs of children.
My name is Harrison Irishi. I'm a Doctor of Philosophy graduate in mathematics education. This has been a great journey for my life, something that requires hard work and dedication. I'm here, I've persevered and managed to reach this stage. I would like to encourage the young ones, no matter your background, no matter where you come from, you can also still make it, but it needs a lot of sacrifices. So young ones who are still coming up, you need to make sure you tell yourself that I'm going to do it up until the ceiling. So up until only you reach the ceiling, then you can say that I've done it. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosemary Quilling. I'm now Dr. Rosemary Quilling as of today. I'm a senior lecturer in information systems and technology, but my degree is actually in higher education. And the focus of my work is on looking to try and ensure that the use of social media in teaching in universities can be as effective and efficient as possible, but also that the systemic issues within the institution are resolved to assist.
Igama lami uBongani Randimande, commonly known as Tiger the Bomb. I'm a student at UKZN, currently doing my honors in media studies. I'm 25 years of age. I'm a singer, songwriter, a theatre practitioner, and I'm also a professional footballer. This is the Elizabeth Snedden Theatre, where as a contemporary dancer, I spent most of my hours, rehearsing, performing. I've just released my debut album, which consists of 14 tracks. Now, the title of my album is Made in Mars, and it is a title and an album that focuses on the pressures that men undergo in society, and it tackles the issues that men have a hard time or are ashamed of speaking of. So it speaks on those issues, and it touches on the things that we don't speak of on a daily. So my album is titled Made in Mars because it's an acronym for Men Are Really Stressed, and listening to the entire album will give you an insight of what I'm talking about. Since my music speaks on the issues that men undergo in society, we also, walk down the path of how I managed to dig myself out of depression. And that was through my music, It was music that kept me going. It was music that kept me alive, taking me out of that state. And I think that me sharing my personal experience of, undergoing depression serves as a form of strengthening and inspiration to other people that are also going through depression, for them to understand that they're not alone in, in whatever they're going through. There's other people, in a similar situation, in a similar state of mind that you in. I think that people are always scared, to say that they don't know, but that's the first step in learning, to understand that you don't know, and in you learning, it's actually used by okay, how do I then gain knowledge? Who do I talk to? Where do I go to get this? And as much as there's these platforms, put in place for them, in order for them to bear their skills and everything, I think that they need a lot of guidance, and it's all in just learning. When you learn, you become a disciplined individual, and when you're disciplined, you know exactly what you want, you know exactly how you're going to do it. It's just about you writing your plan down, getting your blueprint. The personal experience that I can share is the drive that you get from inside. You constantly ask imbuzo ukuthi wenzani, wenzani lento, and just that thing always rings in your head. Drives you and it gives you, the confidence that you need to keep working and to keep focus in what you're doing. Because but at the same time they put a lot of pressure on you, and when you don't succumb to that pressure, you actually do succeed, because all you need to do is just put in the work, and you're going to get the results. But I think that what keeps me focused and what keeps me on my drive is just that voice, anxiety, ringing in my head all the time, telling me, you said you were going to do this. What's going on? Knowing that any idea that you have, anything that drives you is a vision that can be brought to life. And in doing what you're doing, just understand that there are people out there that can help you, take your vision to the next level. And there are people that are out there looking for creative, looking for young people that are hungry for success. From any young person, it doesn't matter where you grew up, doesn't matter where you come from, but you just need to know where you're going. Just don't lose focus on the destination.
Bacabanga kusibandisa siyashisa Tona spesi passport siyadlula Bacabanga kusibandisa siyashisa Tona spesi passport siyadlula
So we will begin the session. Ayabulela, would you like me to go through your bio? Or are you? Yes. Okay, give me a second. Sorry. For now, if you can come to the front.
Hi all. There have been lots of questions about Molawodi's book that he read from Meditations from the Gutter. He will bring some copies tomorrow, so you can contact him while you're here to order copies or to get copies, buy copies from him. The women from the Black Consciousness Movement also have their book here. If people want to purchase from them, Kogila Cooper is the person to speak to if you want a copy of that book. Thank you all. And to our online viewers, sorry, I didn't greet you this morning. Hello, all of you. We will post contact details for both the books so you can order them online. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachita. Ayabulela Mhlahlo is a double master scholar at Wits University and is a candidate. Okay, she's a scholar that graduated at Wits University and is currently a candidate at the University of Cape Town. Her academic work is primarily concerned with mythic structures, experimental methods of abstraction, structural deconstruction, and conceptual innovation. She has been a junior member of the Black House Collective for the past 8 years and has been involved in their social activism and public intellectual programs from the inception of her relationship with the organization. She has been highly invested in student political activism and served as the first elected vice chairperson of the WITS EFF 2014 to 2015, decolonial discourses and reading groups at WITS and UCT. She's also been with the Fees Must Fall movement and community organizations. Over to you, Ayabulela.
Do we have a time limit in terms of how our presentations are supposed to run?
The session is from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
Okay, so
maybe we can divide 30 minutes to each.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So as she said, my paper is titled Reconfiguring the Potential and Reach of Critical and Experimental Philosophy, a meditation on the Black House Collective Philosopher in Soweto series. And I also sort of like in parentheses, I also titled it Quantum Implosions. And so the basic reason behind this sort of presentation is really about uncovering the multiple layers of influence in philosophy, right? Influence that is sort of like, you know, contained within the philosophers or the philosophy of the philosophers that we encountered in the Black House Collective Soweto series. And so just to give a preface of who I am and how I began to encounter this organization and particularly this series, when I met the Black House Collective or when I started my relationship with them, I was a first-year student, and I've always been highly obsessed with critical philosophy, especially Black consciousness, Pan-Africanism, and Black radical feminism. But I've also, at the back of that, you know, like at the back of my mind, at the back of my praxis, I've also been highly interested in symbolic and aesthetic cultures and Blackness and how those sort of influence political action in Black activism. And so my encounter with Black House Collective actually came almost at a perfect time, because as I was, you know, developing my mind as a young scholar who was really well inflamed by the philosophy and the philosophers, they had also begun to sort of cultivate the culture of bringing, you know, these first-class critical Afrikaner philosophers to Soweto to, to profess to young students, to young Black activists. And normally when we think of philosophy and we think of activism, we think of them as very distinct, schools of thought, right? We think of them as distinct phenomena, that philosophy is made, created, produced in the high towers, especially abstract philosophy, which is one thing I'm interested in. And the work I do, the scholastic work I do, is an abstract and symbolic philosophy. We think of that as divorced from our activist campaigns. We think of activism as primarily concerned and only concerned with the material aspects of life and existence, right? So if we are active on the grounds, if we do politics primarily on genres such as race, gender, class, right? And we never think about those concerns as things that are powered by, abstraction and symbolism. But the interesting thing with the Philosopher in Soweto series is that, as these scholars and as these professors, gave their talks, infused within their talks and powered by the talks was this high and expansive symbolic field within the tradition of Black scholarship, right? And what I want to argue today, I know this is so formalistic and academic, but anyway, what I wanted to expose today, or what I wanted to explore, was how those symbolic fields within Fanon, those symbolic fields within Gordon or Maldonado Torres or Hartman or Mills or Joy James, all of that, as we sat down as young undergraduate students listening to these A-grade professors, it wasn't only their politics that spilled onto us and then went on to cultivate our politics and Fees Must Fall. It was also the symbolic field behind that. So for example, when Khulani says, his friend, whilst he was I, asked him, where's the devil, right? That question seems to be metaphoric. The devil, a metaphor of, the white man or whatsoever. The devil as a metaphor of the oppressor. But sometimes that presence, that phenomena of the devil sticks so much, not only in your mind, but in your spirit, that it begins to cultivate ideas, and those ideas begin to cultivate action. So my work is really about asking, really concerned with the symbols or the symbolic fields that we're concerned with in Black scholarship, right? So the BHK, so let me just begin by defining the Black BHK or Black House Collective Philosophers in Soweto series. This is a series initiated by the initial members of the Black House Collective, including Usis Sandi and other people who are no longer members, and Brother Ratuli, and others that I can't mention today because I'm not really sure if they're still in alliance with our movement. But anyway, so they started the series, to sort of like bring, as I said, both local and international philosophers to South Africa, and also cultivating the ethic that when we produce philosophy and when we produce knowledge at whatever extent it is or whichever degree it's at, we're not only doing it for the high towers, we're also doing it primarily for our people. So the knowledge may be sophisticated in how it's presented, but that doesn't mean that it's classist, that it's alienated, or that it's divorced from the people, right? So those were the initial intentions of the Black House Philosophers in Soweto series. And we have, featured scholars like Louis R. Gordon. Wilderson was actually, he was Frank Wilderson III. He was hosted by the Blackwatch, but then, through that tradition, the philosophy series continued. We've hosted Charles Mills, Joy James, Sadia Hartman, Professor Maldonado Torres. So I'll start with my presentation now. Okay, so I say, I remember the first day I attended the BHK Philosopher in Soweto series. It was 2015. I was an enthusiastic and fiery second-year student and deeply intrigued by Black thought and its critical depths. The first talk I attended was by Louis R. Gordon, whose ideas I had been following months before his public lecture at the Black House in Dobsonville, Soweto. Professor Gordon's An Introduction to Africana Philosophy sparked my interest in the rich tradition and genealogy of continental and diasporic philosophy. So when I heard that he was giving a talk in Soweto, where I hailed from, to young Black people from working class communities who are activists and interested in practicing cultural and knowledge production in their communities, a fire was ignited in me. And should I say all of us, right? And I should say all of us in that room. And here I'm also speaking from my own experience with Black Thought Symposium, which was a quasi-militant post-apartheid intellectual and cultural group from WITS, and I came with them. But that will become more important as the talk continues. The initiative alone and its subversive and its daring structure caused a quantum ripple in how we began to critically review the essential colonial and anti-Black matter of academia. So basically what I mean by this and what I mean by quantum ripple is that, some things like active politics causes a material ripple in how we do politics. But sometimes abstract and subtle philosophies cause these very subtle, small differences. And those differences boil up to become, grand actions. And they not only model the ways that we think, but they model the ways that we strategize. And more importantly for me, the ways that we imagine the future, the ways that we aspire to reconstruct and restructure society and so-called civilization. So this is really important because, when, for example, a great surrealist like Amiri Baraka, speaks about Black Dada nihilisms, or, and he chants, it must be the devil caused oppression, the devil caused this. Just the idea, if we have in our symbolic field, the idea that the devil represents evil and good must destroy evil, and therefore the fundamental dialectic is between good and evil. That's not only important for our philosophies, it's more important for how we act upon those philosophies and how we reconstruct society. And so these philosophers were important for us because they introduced us to certain, radical and sometimes even indigenous symbolic fields. And those symbolic fields then went on to remodel how we should take action against the university and anti-Blackness in its totality. And we wouldn't even have that language if it were not for these philosophers and if it were not for the Philosophy in Soweto series. So I say here, Black House gave Professor Gordon and all the other professors after him a unique opportunity to, one, truly profess about the reality of the world, and two, amplify the spirit of the texts they profess upon, right? Because professors profess upon texts, right? And you hear, especially with post-colonial philosophers or professors rather, they profess upon Fanon's text, Fanon becomes the ancestral archetype in which they not only think about the world, but the way that they imagine futures. Professor Gordon gave a lecture based on his seminal paper, Theory in Black, Teleological Suspensions in Philosophy of Culture. His primary aim was to expose the foundational Eurocentric layers of critical theory and the metacritical / meta-theoretical imperative at the core of Black theory, or what he calls theory in Black. In both the talk and the paper, he stated that the central challenge raised by theory in Black is for theory to face itself. He continued, theory, in other words, faces doing what Freud attempted to do with Freud himself, namely really analyze itself. Blackness in all its metaphors and historical submergences reaches out to theory. Then as theory splits from itself, it is the dark side of theory, which in the end is none other than theory itself, understood as self-reflective outside itself. Now imagine saying these words to a young group of 18, 19, 20-year-olds who are still really animated, not only by ideas, but by images. And if they imagine Blackness as the dark side of theory, where theory has to encounter itself and probably consume itself, that gives them a different imaginative field. That gives them a different idea of what the university is. They now see themselves as the force, the presence that must consume the university. Anyway, so Oh, now I lost my train of thought. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I say, yeah, it is the dark side of theory, which in the end, still in Professor Gordon's words, is none other than theory itself, understood as self-reflective outside itself. In the realm of our collective symbolic imagination, Gordon's assessment configured Black theory as a shadow duplicate of theory in the flesh. One could imagine Black theory resembling the imago portrayed in Kerry James Marshall's A Portrait of the Artist as a shadow of his former self, or better yet, the fading and transfigured character riding the disappearing skeletal frame of death in Basquiat's Riding with Death painting. Black theory was not only elusive and fundamentally critical of the world, the hegemonic interpretation of texts, it danced with death and began to appear in my mind's eye, and I suppose in our collective mind's eye, as a spirit, an ethic, so to speak, caught between the mysteries of the underworld, the mysteries of the land of the dead, as they concern both the living and the dead, the archaeology of modernity, and the dark and cannibalistic roots of the world we inhabit, and the materiality, or rather material reality, of institutional and phenomenological anti-Blackness, and what Professor Maldonado Torres calls the coloniality of being, right? And even Torres himself, Maldonado Torres himself, is interested in shadows. There's a lot of shadows in his work, and one shadow that's really, you know, that speaks to me quite well is when he speaks about the shadow of, you know, the Cartesian cogito, the Cartesian will to think, which is empowered and preceded by the shadow or shadowed by the will to conquer. Black theory seemed to be caught or captured within, while simultaneously building its own symbolic and mythic fields that precede and engender the material reality of modernity. The shadowy figure animating Black theory appears everywhere in the Black canonical tradition. It sometimes appears as a looming horror threatening to reconfigure our foundational coordinates and tear asunder our map of reality. So Toni Morrison's Beloved is really important here, and also her Playing in the Dark. And many times it comes as a hole in the ground for Fanon, because Fanon, especially in Fact of Blackness, he's always eaten, or he submerges himself onto the ground, which is interesting. And that produces his pessimism, which then unfolds decades later into Afro-pessimism. And sometimes in the ether for Du Bois, in his consciousness, that subsumes the Black, its material figuration in psychic derangement. Before Freud, as it was in classical Greek mythology and symbolism, psychic depression signified the soul's journey to the underworld to recover its ontological bearings, which were rooted in love, destiny, and passion. If we perhaps employed the devices of experimental philology and considered Fanon's lamentation without the attended restrictive material hermeneutics, some of his passages may begin to signal an anti or before reality, a state before materiality in reality. An anti-material being who is caught in totally different reality. Listen to what he says, that is Fanon, in his conclusion of Fact of Blackness. Yet with all my being, I refuse to accept this amputation. I feel my soul as vast as the world, truly a soul as deep as the deepest of rivers. My chest has the power to expand to infinity. I was made to give and prescribe for me the humility of a cripple. When I opened my eyes yesterday, I saw the sky in total repulsion. I tried to get up, but the eviscerated silence surged toward me with paralyzed wing. Not responsible for my acts, at the crossroads between nothingness and infinity, I began to weep. And so why this passage is important to me, Fanon in this passage does not speak about Blackness or whatsoever, but Blackness obviously is really important to his thinking, but these are some of the lines in Fanon that make us fall in love with Fanon. His poetics, his surrealism really, make us fall into his cognitive schema. But we don't really think about this seriously because it's highly encrypted with symbolism. And, and those symbolics or that symbolic field, we also inherit when we reproduce some of his foundational ideas. So yeah, it's important that we take notes of this because, as I said, for us, the aesthetics and the poetics of this sort of struggle really, fueled our philosophy, and our philosophy fueled our activism and our violence. Fanon's lamentation here is reminiscent of Salvador Dali's surreal derangement. The surrealist painter notes in his memoir that the irrational spurts constantly from our minds and the shock of reality, but we do not perceive it, for we are so deeply conditioned to recognize only the good sense, reason, and acquired experience. Yet miracle is ever present, and we possess all the necessary keys to live within the secret of the soul of the world. Sorry, I just lost it. The secret of the soul of the world, but we have forgotten the ways of truth. We have eyes, yet see not, ears, yet hear not. According to Dali then, just as the processes of the rational forms of thinking dictate our artistic and analytical training, we must reorientate our vision, our ways of interpreting and seeing the world through the play of the irrational, or the so-called irrational. By means of this play, Dali proclaims that he has, he says in his own words, discovered the pathways of revelation and joy, the dazzle of happiness shown only to the lucid eyes. My whole being participated in the great cosmic pulse. My reason becomes a mere instrument to decipher the nature of things and detect my delirium the better to appreciate it. Dali portrays the coming unto the play field of the irrational, or the state of being possessed by the processes of the unconscious, or the condition of being puzzled by the dream scale through his paintings. The shadowy presence of Black theory, or the dream state that Fanon is constantly locked in multiple passages of Black skin, or even Du Bois, or even Biko himself, because Biko is also, there's this part where he speaks about, the Black as an empty shell. And he's somewhat, you can see him sort of going in circles with that. And then he quickly he wakes up after that, right? So these shadowy presences, or these symbolic presences in Black theory are grounded by a different sort of cosmology in Masisi Kunene's work, for example. Instead of the Duboisian problem, what Gordon frames through the question, or what he framed through the question, how does it feel to be a problem? Kunene sees the shadow as a unique opportunity to excavate and reactivate ancestral and ancient systems of wisdom. In his poem, Encounter with the Ancestors, Kunene professors, if by chance we come across those who are old, who have seen into the heart of the night, we must not flee in terror of their secrets, but watch their eyes slowly reveal the chameleon. And for Kunene, that's really important, because the chameleon is, it's the ancestor of wisdom, and also the ancestor of trickery, right? It's the ancestor that introduced death to the land of the living. So yeah, I mean, I could go on forever with this, but I do want to conclude here. And I think the main point of this talk, although it was quite queer, is that, and maybe some of my colleagues will say it's too scholastic or it's too academic. But what I do want to say is that it's really important for us in our activism to look at some of the hidden layers that fuel up, ignite, and drive our action. Because when we are aware of that, which I think we were partially aware of it in Fees Must Fall, but maybe not completely aware of it, when we are aware about all the small dimensions that make up, fuel our activism, fuel our anger, fuel our violence, and even fuel our ambitions for recrafting the future or decolonizing society, then we can be critical of ourselves, and we can create, structures that will last longer, and structures that are way more durable than merely, acting and not, seeing that thinking and all the different layers of thinking are, quite central to our action. So, I mean, this Philosopher in Soweto series was really important, and I don't think Sis Sandy and her fellow founding members are aware about how central these ideas were and the energy in those rooms were, and the ideas and also the symbolic elements or the aesthetic elements in those ideas were in terms of, igniting Fees Must Fall, but also igniting our scholarship as this generation. So I want to say thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, I want to actually go into Q&A. Is there any questions for my sister at this moment? Okay. Are they connected? Okay. Sorry, I'll come back to the questions. Bali, you are next. It's a conversation. I think my blood was boiling now. I want to ask questions. Bali Khame is an emerging activist scholar who is dedicated to working on the ground to capture the subtle complexities that underpin human interaction, with a specific focus on the Black condition and the engagement in reimagining the Afro-decolonial narrative. She has done this as a cultural journalist, creative writer, and an early childhood program teacher or facilitator. Bali's lived experiences influence her work as well as her everyday praxis, which include learning and teaching in Black consciousness, Pan-Africanist communities such as Urukosim Solutions and Black House Collective. Bali holds a Master of Arts in Creative Writing from the university currently known as Rose University. Over to you, Bali.
So can I control the presentations? Oh, okay. Oh. Sanbonani. Ngiyabonga kakhulu sisi. Igama lami uMbali Khame. I'm from Soweto, Ezola. And also will be contributing in terms of picking to memory and just scanning through, SYP as an organization, as Sis Sandy briefly took us through the history of how Black House Collective comes about, and also how Black House Collective has contributed towards the decolonial ways of doing and thinking. So my presentation is titled SYP, a reflection of the injection of Black consciousness in township schools for the born free. I'm so grateful to be doing this presentation today because it has almost taken me through down memory lane, because myself, I am a SYP mentee. I met SYP when I was doing grade 9 in 2009. So just to locate myself in this organization and also to speak about this Black consciousness injection in township schools, I would like to just read an excerpt from a piece, a reflective piece that I wrote when I was 17 years old for a SYP youth publication called Youth on Point. And it reads as follows. Black consciousness to me means rejecting anything that aims to put me down only because I am Black. I have realized that all this time I was socialized into believing that Blackness was meant to paint or erase something that does not have a sense of belonging. Waking up knowing the gentle truth taught to us by the Black consciousness movement, brought to our schools by Siapambili Youth Pioneers, has made me claim pride in myself, that I am Black, and by owning my Blackness, I have taken on a journey of power. I embrace my culture, my belief, and have a different outlook in life, an outlook that does not seek to make me inferior. This undertaken knowledge has made me realize things that I have
then thought they were meant to be normal. I'm sitting with questions needing answers. Why does my school not have a library? Why do majority of learners at my school eat from the school's feeding scheme? Why does my uncle hate the shoemaker from Malawi who sits around the corner? Why are my dreams of going to university one day accompanied by fear and impossibilities, but making beggars at McDonald's seems to be fitting for me? Black consciousness has made me realize that I do not have to surrender to false thinking or even such thinking about myself or my community, that we belong to this world and deserve to be recognized like other races. We need to see ourselves differently in our supremacy, love one another, and educate each other. Heroes like Bantu Biko, Thomas Sankara, Mangaliso Sobukwe, Marcus Garvey should be honored by living the life they fought for. So this excerpt is taken from, like I said earlier, from a reflective piece that, why is this moving? From a reflective piece that I wrote as a 17-year-old learner at Aurora Girls High School, a school that is situated in Zola in Soweto. Then I was a grade 11 learner and a SYP mentee. So this reflective piece was published on the SYP youth publication called Youth on Point, which we launched in 2014. So Youth on Point was a publication responding directly to Biko's guys when he says that a lot of attention has to be paid to our history. If we as Black want to aid each other in our coming into consciousness, we have to rewrite our history and produce it in the heroes that formed core of our resistance to the white invaders. Also here, with Youth on Point, we are responding to the African proverb that urges us to be the lions that tell our stories and not allow the hunter to tell it on our behalf. The stories that were published on this publication were stories written by high school learners who were writing their truth through features, book reviews. We did interviews and reflective pieces like the one I just read from. In its nature, it's set with the suffering of Black people. However, it also attaches the celebratory that Black consciousness was here, or is rather here, to save us, to see ourselves not through the white lens that has disrupted and spit on our image, but through a Black lens that is Black powered and knowing. So the publication Youth on Point comes much later. The history of Siapambili Youth Pioneers. However, it sort of archives and it stores the different experiences that many of us had undergone. So so it was in the birth of the organization, it was one of the pillars of Siapambili Youth Pioneers. And this is the team of Black love, Black and conscious love. So Sandy shared earlier a story that I wanted to share with you as well. When I was doing my second year at the University of Johannesburg, studying a BA in journalism in 2014, although I'd been part of Siapambili Youth Pioneers, but for my assignment, I decided that I was going to interview her. And in that moment, I got to learn about how SYP came about. So she shares that the seed of SYP was planted by a concerning experience that she had as a tutor for first year and second year students at the university. In the interview, she shares on how she observed that Black students were not as free to engage with within a classroom setup as their white counterparts, and they often shrink themselves. And it appeared as if they were not grasping the course content, and also they were limited by the language and the collective Black experience. So sitting with this, and then she also shares that sitting with these students on a one-on-one basis made her realize that they were very brilliant kids, and what they're suffering from, like she shared earlier, is that they were being limited by the structure of the university and the build up in terms of the contents of what they're being taught, and also just the structure that represented a larger system of where they were coming from. So from this observation, she then goes back home and she starts Youth Pioneers in her mother's yard, Mlapo, starting the organization with just one pillar as a reading club for children, where she felt that was the foundation of sort of engaging the kids to know how to read, or even to engage with the English language, which my sister Makota, who's going to be presenting, will share deeper into that, because she's one of the people who started at a very, very young age, I think age 4, yeah. So I'm not sure what happened. So young people, then SYP expands to having more pillars in the organization. So there was the debate and dialogue pillar, and there was the SYP transformative campaigns and the Youth on Point, and as well as the F1 program, which dealt with building of technological cars. So what you're looking at here is just some images from the SYP archive. On the right is, or your left is the book club. And here on top, you see the newspaper announcement launched, the Youth on Point in 2014. And then there, the revamping of the school library. And at the bottom is a picture from a debate tournament that we had. So for the sake of this conversation, I will just speak about the debate and dialogue pillar, because that was the pillar that I was exposed to, and the pillar that I think also just encompasses all the other pillars. So Youth on Point comes because there was a dialogue and debate pillar, and the reading also was part of the debate and dialogue pillar. So twice a week, SYP mentees would visit our schools to facilitate workshops on public speaking, critical thinking, and research. These workshops were guiding and helped us prepare for SYP tournaments and district, as well as provincial national debate tournaments. So although we participated in other tournaments, it was through the SYP workshops and the tournaments that we were ushered through learning and the realization of the legacies and continuities of the apartheid system that helped to sustain intergenerational struggles of Black people in our community. Through the different critical motions that we explored, like for example, as you can see on your screen right now, we were debating about freedom and education, whether we were free and whether our education was fitting. And we were debating on ideas on Pan-Africanism. So through the different critical motions we explored, we accumulated historical consciousness that made us aware that even defining as born free was not fitting, considering the conditions we lived in that our people were going through daily. So SYP debate tournaments gave us grounding to understand ourselves and understanding how racism institutionally and structurally rejected us, even when we were in the township and not really interfacing with whiteness in physical form. So carrying this, it gave us the confidence, capability, and substance of competing fearlessly with Model C schools and being in spaces that were divorced from where we are coming from. Ours was personal, and we stepped in these spaces with where our mothers served as domestic workers, and we arrived and delivered on a subservient mode because we had defined ourselves as Blacks, and so us was claiming emancipation and demanding change. So SYP's revamping some campaigns that I spoke about were also concerned with offering us traveling experiences that offered us the opportunity to travel, not just in the physical form, but also emotionally and mentally. One that really sticks out in my head is the revamping of the libraries in our schools. So township schools usually have this big room that's just filled with a pile of books, and we don't really get to access, or we don't even know that we are supposed to be there consuming those books. So through SYP, we went to these storerooms and we started cleaning. And through the process of these revamping of the libraries, because we were categorizing books and we were going through different books that our school had created a conversation that there was a gap in literature, and also the eagerness to go out there and find books that would speak to our experience. And that on its own created a conversation that our mentor would also borrow us their own personal books, which ushered us into reading from the African or Black literature that existed. Also, what's interesting about this experience is much later, after we get to learn about Miriam Tlale, through Youth on Point and putting together the publication, we got the opportunity to even be with her in the same space and just share experience with her, which is really very affirming for a Black child who was then an aspiring writer, was then interested in finding literature written by women who were from the same space as her. And another memory takes me to the Frank Talk events that we used to attend in Newtown with Sasandi and the rest of the SYP team, where we would meet with people who are older than us, who would engage in different conversations. And one that I remember vividly was a conversation on how Black people cannot be racist. And that was such a fired conversation, and it just shifted my outlook to say, even if we can express hate to the white face, but by virtue of being Black, there's no way that we have the power to even conquer them. So racism is concerned with power and a larger system that was outside of us as kids or the physical at that point. And these conversations were held in Newtown, which allowed us the opportunity to move from the township and be in spaces where we see other Black intellectuals, and being in spaces where there were books, being in spaces where they were having progressive conversations that we were not exposed to in the township. So just continuing to speak about the different pillars that SYP had. So this is a picture of me. I was in university, but I'm wearing my matric jacket, and I decided when people were having their names, I decided I would write Black Power with the Q. And this was also just another way of just communicating, a political statement for myself, having done different transformations like changing my hairstyle. And it was to say that I believe in this powered Black that we as Black people need to adopt and be very conscious of. And yes, so SYP, the continuation, places me at Black House Collective as a teacher for the Afrocentric Kids Academy, where we teach Afrocentric education for the children from the ages of 3 to 12. And this is a picture where we were doing a lecture on Biko Month in 2018. And this is our senior class where we're learning about Black consciousness and Biko. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nani. The conversation continues. Sorry, Anyway, the conversation continues with Makoda, who's a 20-year-old team player who loves challenges and the opportunity to be able to interact with a variety of people and rationalize their opinions and sentiments. She strives to unite individuals in her hometown through her warm accommodation, personality, and her craft. She achieves this as a theater actor who has worked in productions such as Honey and Milk, Glue and Benzine Must Fall, and so it's Honey and Milk, Glue and Benzine Must Fall, and the execution about yours truly. She is currently pursuing a degree in the health sciences at the University of Johannesburg. Makota, over to
you. Greetings. Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Absheni, Tawela. So, hey, today there was a lot of learning and unlearning that we had to do. And personally, I'm a bit nervous, but hey, I have to shoulder on. So I'd like to start with who I am. Lina laga ke nna Makota wa ga Marapiana. So ke motlokwa wa go tšwa botlokwa wa go bolela setlokwa. Ka segagešo ba re ga ba ke ba gana barwa ba matumi la ba bea seka ba dumela. Le rile ke mokomeni ba dumela la re ke hankise ba no dumela. Ka natho o gotše morwa matumi le sa tlo bua ka mokala moloba. Ape batho ka moka ba lo ba nkise ke morwano ka mokutupo ela maela wela miss. Ba re le go tša opo ga le tsebe. Ge le mpona ke eme mo ke nna noko. E ka ba ke tsikinya ga nyane fela ke emetse dinoko tše dingwe tša gole le tša gaufi. So yes, to my presentation. Heroes are dressed in red, green, and black. This is about my journey, my personal journey with Siapambili Youth Pioneers, SYP, and which is now called the Black House Collective. Okay. Yes, can I please take you down memory lane? So I'll be talking about the attendance that we had 2010, the road trips that we also had, youth on point as well, connecting the dots, and moving forward. So, attendance, first of all. In SYP, we believe that everyone needs to be educated, and with the motto, education by any means necessary. So it was roughly around 2010 when I started attending SYP. I was very young. And my journey with SYP didn't start at 2010. It actually started when SYP started, but I was too young to start reading books and doing everything. So I'd go to Sizandi, I want to read books when everyone was in class, until I was old enough to actually begin reading books. So with the attendance, SYP had like daily classes. We attended every single day, and each day you'd go home having some knowledge, having learned something from Sizandi, having learned something from the class that you were in. Some days will be about book reading, some days we're practicing dances, some days we're singing. It was just a lot of activities that we will do on a daily basis. And yes, we were assisted with our schoolwork upon arrival, and we were forced to do it before we could do any of the activities. We were a very large group of children that will fill up the Khatewe house at Molapo every single after school, no matter what, even if you were late, but you make sure I'm rushing to SYP because I didn't come to class today. So every single day would go to SYP just to go and learn, just to go and have fun. SYP was our peaceful place. SYP was the epitome of my happiness. Okay. On your right, this young lady here, that is me. That that is me. That is. I didn't even change much, so you can see it's me. Okay. So the next thing I want to talk about is touring Johannesburg, the little or mini road trips that we had with SYP. I wouldn't call them mini because I was also mini at the time, but it was the road trips. It was very big for us to travel around Johannesburg, to travel around Soweto, places that our parents never took us. We went there with Seasoned. So in addition to all the learning that we did, there were days where we would take road trips. And obviously when we got there, we would be forced to learn about those places. Actually, it's not forced, but we were actually learning. We were getting educated in the process of having fun and having those adventurous days. So we would obviously be educated because learning never stops. We would be taken to places where our Black leaders lived or places that they built themselves. One of the most memorable trip that we had was a visit to Credo Mutwa Cultural Village. Some of you know it. So Credo Mutwa Cultural Village is a museum in Soweto that was built and sculptured by the respected artist and traditional healer, Ubaba Uvusamazulu, Credo Mutwa. What made the visit special is that we got to view all the sculptures in the building. We got to view all the sculptures in the venue. We were even taught about their significance. Then I'd like to touch base on another trip that we had. It was the first time I set foot in a theater or a theater setting. It was the first day I watched a theater show. I was very young, I was very short. I saw a theater show. So that is when I realized that I have a potential to do whatever they were doing. I was very interested in doing that. And as Usis Tando has mentioned, I am a theater actress. So that was my first time, and the show was at night. I felt like acting that day. I felt like acting the following day. I felt like acting now. I felt like acting. I just fell in love. I just fell in love with it. That is when I decided to run with the talent that I had. It was a very amazing experience, and I wouldn't mind going back to experiencing everything that I experienced in those days. Those experiences taught me that I should always be adventurous and have the zeal to see all the wonders of the world. Because I mean, after all, we are going to die. We are all going to die. So we must have fun. We must make the best out of all this time that we have. We must live in the moment and make sure that you don't regret any of it. Yes, so touring Johannesburg, the SYP Readers Picnic, that is when we were at Credo Mutwa Cultural Village. The way, the setting where the picture was took, we were on top of the Oppenheimer Tower. So the house where Mr. Credo Mutwa was staying at that moment was pointed to us. And I remember saying, ha! And it was painted blue that time. So it was just fun. We had a lot of fun. And then this is the theater show that I was talking about. Yeah, hi, this show. I mentioned that it was at night. So everything was just blaring. I was like, is this really happening? Oh my God, I saw magic that day. Okay, moving on. My sister, Sisin Bailo, has already spoken about Youth on Point, the newspaper that we launched as Siapambili Youth Pioneers. There is nothing as amazing as seeing your work being showcased and loved. This makes you feel appreciated, and it actually completes you. Youth on Point is a newspaper that a group of young SYP journalists published. The launch if I remember clearly, the launch took place at the University of Johannesburg. And then there was some distribution that were being made. We went to Jabulani Mall. I remember going there, wearing press. Yay. Yes, I was feeling myself that day. Although this happened when I was very young, that opportunity taught me that I should always execute what I put my mind on. And I should never be brought down by people's negative comments or negative criticism, but actually I should use that, I should change that and use that as some words of encouragement to actually try to improve and do better. On the picture is myself and my friends. Yes, we are all grown today. If you see us, you wouldn't even notice. And then we also interviewed sister Zanele Ndlovu, who is an author and a storyteller. And then I said, youth on point, grooming fearless game changers. Because we are the youth, I mean, we should do something with it. We should change the game. And then connecting the dots. I was very fortunate that I grew up under the wings of authentic Black leaders that wanted the best for me. I gained a lot of knowledge in the hands of my inspiring mentors. SYP groomed me. The transition from childhood to teenagehood, we all know it's not easy. It's very challenging. And by the time I was 13 years old, I had already started high school. I needed a lot of guidance, but unfortunately my mentor, Sizandi, had to relocate to find greener pastures, which I'm happy she did. And then, but amidst all the challenges that I faced, and I'm actually glad that she didn't stop doing what she did for us. She continued and continued and continued doing it for other children. Although the transition was a bit challenging, I had to reflect on all the fruitful lessons that I received. I learned very important life skills from SYP, such as discipline, decision-making, problem solving, time management, because it was chica, and also leadership skills. With leadership skills, I look at myself today, and whenever I go home and to visit my family from rest, I see all these young kids, all happy to see me. And every time I do something and I teach them about it, they envision themselves as me. They want to grow up and be me. This is what I saw with my mentors when I was growing up. Every time something would happen, I was like, I'm going to do this for Sizandi. I want to be like Sizandi. I want to make Sizandi proud of me. That is how I lived my childhood. That is how I lived my teenagehood. And that is how I'm still currently moving forward with it. I want to make Sizandi proud because she groomed me without even wanting nothing from me. She didn't want anything from our families, no contribution, no nothing. She just did it out of her goodness of her heart. And Sizandi, thank you for that. Okay, so thank you. SYP did not cage me to being a perfect child that has no mistake, a perfect child that is good at reading, perfect child that is perfect with this and this and this. But actually, it allowed me to explore the world and find my true calling. SYP is big on creativity. It's very big on creativity, and it lets the young child's mind to run freely. I was able to identify my talents, and I am still running with them. Oh, I'm going to make it. And I am making it. So I completed matric 2019. Post-matric, I had to discipline myself because everyone says life after matric is hard. So obviously, I was also nervous. I had to discipline myself, and I understood that as much as I wanted to have all the fun in the world, like all my peers are having, I should always, and I should always put my goals first and try by all means to achieve them. Most importantly, I was taught to be proud of myself and everything that I do. To be proud of my culture. I think you already saw that. To be proud of my culture, to be proud of being a young Black and beautiful person in Africa. I am the proud product of Biko and all the other Black leaders that fought for our liberation and are still fighting for it. I am proud. I am very proud. Lastly, in essence, I would like to thank all my mentors. I would like to thank all my mentors that helped me embrace my skin, because without them, I would have lost myself during all the trials and tribulations. All my gratitude goes to Sizandi, my hero, my big sister. Thank you for opening your arms and welcoming us without even expecting anything in return. This grown and proud Black person, Black, young, and successful lady you see standing in front is the product of that lady. And in conclusion, these are some of the words of affirmation that I live with. These are some of the words of affirmations that I told myself that no matter what happens in life, because I am still young, I'm still going to experience a lot of things. I'm still going to go through a lot of challenges, but I wish that every child or every young person that looks at me or looks at another fellow Black person or anyone else, anyone older than them, knows that one day I will also make it like them. Even if I don't drive fancy cars, because after all, success is not about the riches that you have. It's about where you are. It's about if you are happy about where you are at that moment, if you manage to achieve all the dreams and goals that you put for yourself. So I am Black. I am Black. I am Ubuntu. I am successful. I am powerful. I am creative. I am a leader. I am Makota Marapiana. Thank you for this opportunity. Black power.
Can I please have the second roaming as we are moving to Q&A online? Please prepare. We are moving towards you. Wow. I actually don't even like the term because and what I love about your presentations is that you're providing evidence of practice, and there is also a history. It's not something that happened last week because you're preparing for this presentation. You're living the life and the practice of ukufukuza for what you want. Because we forget that we actually need to labor for what we want as Blacks, as women, as youth. And the guys as well that give us some beautiful babies. Anyway, I want to take it to Ngondo. We have a few questions which also will and comments which are from the previous session because we didn't go there online, and we will combine them as well with the session. Gonzo, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Luthando.
Is the mic? Oh yeah.
There's been a lot of engagement from the chat, from our online attendees. One of the questions for Dr. Ahlulani is from KwaZulu-Natal Mbalane. She asked, Having listened to Doctor's presentation, I'm sitting here thinking, how do we incorporate Black consciousness movement within the ruling party without threat of positions?
Nkonzo, Shulan is not here at the moment. If you can move to the questions for this session, please, or comments.
Okay, most people are just, there are many comments for the previous sessions. We haven't had much engagement. People are still I think people are still marinating on the 2-3 sessions we just had. It's mostly comments from the previous session. But what I can say is that there's a lot of interest in wanting to be in contact with Usis Zandi, especially around the project Usia Pambili. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Gonzo. We'll take it to the floor. Any questions from the floor?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I won't delay the process by having questions. I think everything is clear. I just want to make a few comments. I think the presentations we just listened to now bring forth the real ingredients of emancipatory work, because they seek to connect theory and praxis, just like you were saying, because we are offered the side of theory, but also we are offered evidence as to how this theory works in action. And they have shown us what they've been doing in communities, and that's very important. Yeah, I just want to, I think there are learned fellows here who have dealt with very important stuff that's relevant to their level. Mine is very simple. I think the problem we have, I think in philosophy, I normally eavesdrop. They normally sometimes talk about the notion of aporia. One of the elements of Western modernity, especially when it comes to the epistemic discourse, is the assumption that every question has to have a logical answer. That you pose a question, it must have a particular logical answer. And one of the presenters, I think it's Ayabulela, spoke about a very important concept of teleological suspension. Is it not possible to have something akin, President, akin to Soren Kierkegaard's notion of ethical suspension, where instead of pushing this assumption that every answer deserves a logical question, every question deserves a logical answer, and then we end up producing useless knowledge, which gets stuck in libraries because there is this mirage of finding a perfect answer, a failure to which we believe we have failed. Now, the notion of aporia has a very important element in it. It's that in our attempts to produce knowledge, even for liberation, at some point, we must be honest to ourselves. And I like what you said, Prof, that some of these things do not require logical explanations, but the process of liberation, the encounter with the system itself creates solutions. I think that is what we need to acknowledge. And that is why we have useless knowledge in universities, people forced when they are doing their masters and PhDs to produce this thing. Academia is based on citation, and it values attachment to procedure than truth. If you follow procedure, you right away, then you are fine, even if you are being untruthful. So you just follow the procedure. So the respect of procedure than truth is the bedrock of the modern academy. We can argue it some other time, but that's how it is. So if we really want to create this emancipatory discourse, there should be a moment where we don't search for logical answers, but we allow the very process of liberation, of struggle, where the encounter between the oppressed and the oppressor happens, has to offer solutions itself. So I think that is very important as we go forward, because we can exhaust our paradigms of knowing and being in this world. But if that idea of checking whether the knowledge we produce is relevant or not does not happen, then the entire project of liberation will be as good as dead. So that was my comment on the presentations and the entire enterprise of knowledge creation as far as liberation is concerned.
Thank you, Putwam.
Thank you. I want to say that there's so many beautiful, rich, and impactful layers that emerged in this session. But I'm not going to say anything about that. I'm going to say that I felt deeply inspired to the three of you, joyful almost, and your presentations engaged my heart. There is something called the methodology of the heart, the Black heart, maybe. And this was really a beautiful representation or enactment of Black radical praxis that I think we just saw happen. So to the Black House Collective, Sazandi, everyone, the team, this truly is very special work. And I feel privileged to have listened to the three of you who were kind of schooled in the Black House tradition, and impactful it certainly was. I'm repeating myself, but I think I'm trying to say you made an impression, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. They're not giving you a chance to answer anything.
I think I share the same sentiment as you. I came alive, after lunch, people just sleep. Makot, can you explain to me, you actually put it in inverted commas, heroes are dressed in black, red, and green. And as a South African, black, red, and green to me seems to talk about ANC. Yeah. Anyway, Kiri, explain. I'm not saying that's how, I'm asking it just to, because he actually put her theme in inverted commas. I just want to find out from you the essence of your thing. I was not saying it's ANC, I was just joking. Yeah, because, okay.
So, funny enough is that ever since I was sitting here in the morning, I knew this question was going to come. I knew it.
I'm so
glad
I
knew
it
it. One way or the other, they're going to ask me. Yeah. So to me, red, green, and black. Yeah. So I thought of this. I thought of this a few days ago when Suzanne was telling me about the presentation and having to have a title for the presentation. I didn't have until the last day. I was done with the presentation, but I didn't have the title. Yeah. So I remember Suzanne used to wear a lot of red, a lot of green, a lot of black. And I was always asking myself, what do those colors symbolize? So to me, personally, red is for my blood. We all have red blood. Green is for the land that we are in. Israel to Africa. Green is for our land. And black is the color of my skin. And as I mentioned that I am black and I am proud. Black is the color of my skin, so I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sibingelele wonke okhona endlini. Mine is also not necessarily a question but a comment on the presentations which have been made about the SYP program, noting particularly the sustainability element. Young people any society where you go to, the state always has a monopoly on young people. They go to government schools or private schools, which are privatized because those who own capital don't agree with the regime, so they make their own private schools. But always the system has its own schools, and they control the timetable of a young person. You are playing now, you are eating now, even the diet through nutritional education and all those things. And these are the programs which help to show, like Umulaudi would say, there is an alternative world, and it's us who must achieve it. So these are programs like we've seen before they launched the book, even working with Abotobani, they would go to young people, just like we have seen SYP has been doing since the early 2000s. And this is something that is particularly lacking. I mean, in 2013, I went to a school where the school that I would go to was working with Staff for Life to provide the other elements of education, which the system obviously is not capacitated to provide. And then those are programs which are consistent, and the ideas which they teach are the ideas that we are discussing. This is what we want to bring to society. If we disagree with those ideas that they are teaching to these young people, it's fine. We can go now and team up with students and we go and help young people. Maybe we say we'll teach them economics because we want to make them better understand the capitalism and how it works to exploit them and people who look like them. But because of a lack of coordination among the Black activists and the fact that we are not working as a unit, then you find yourself in a situation whereby you are working with the youth in Mayville for 2 years. 5 years down the line, all those people will be high on drugs and you don't even know where they are because you don't have the resources to get to them consistently enough. You don't even have the means to attract them because they will be bored if you keep coming to them to talk to them. Maybe you must have other programs, but we don't have those means. And there are those who have the means, there are those who have the time to do the work, there are those who have the ideas. But until now, there's these things that these comrades are calling if academia, and there's credentials and the titles and all that. So you can't work with my resources or with my expertise because you can't be doing this work. Go and study first. So the person who has the time to go to the ground and do that work can't run programs which are as sustainable as the one that these comrades were telling us. So from as early as about grade 9, they're already involved in Black consciousness thoughts. If you start that now, you can't sustain it because other activists who think alike, they don't even know there's someone like you out there who wants to do something like this. They're in the library. That's where they do their work. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. The sister wants to respond.
I know questions weren't posed to us, but I'm really wary of this harmful idea of having unidimensional knowledge. And I'm particularly responding to Mulaudi. And I've heard this resonance as well in Claudi's talk where he's saying that we only need to produce concrete thoughts or concrete knowledge. And, you know, I mean, for me, this is a very sort of historical conversation that didn't particularly only happen here in Africa, but also happened in Europe and then resulted to the witch hunts, right? Because the idea that women, for example, women who are interested in mysticism, women who are interested in symbolic and spiritual knowledge or spiritual traditions are castigated as being useless, you know? And you guys say, if we don't engage in politics of war or material politics or philosophy of materiality, then what we're doing is immersing ourselves in useless knowledge, right? Or irrelevant knowledge, as he said. And, you know, I mean, I don't think I'm out of my depth here by, you know, responding to this. And I don't think I'm misinterpreting what has been iterated. But I do want to say that we should be wary to not police, you know, our frameworks of knowledge. We have expansive traditions on this continent, right? Today, people are citing Credo Mutwa, but yesterday when he was alive, all of you said his knowledge was irrelevant. Yeah. But today, people are privileged, like are heralding him just because, he has died and he died unrecognized. And some of us who are interested in those knowledge systems today, when we are alive, you're saying our knowledge systems are irrelevant, or the knowledge systems we've inherited from certain traditions of our ancestors, because Fanon is an ancestor, Biko is an ancestor, but they were not only interested in politics of war, they were interested in politics of the spirit, in politics of symbolism, in politics of the mind. So should we then erase all that of Fanon? So every part when he goes into a delirium, or every part when he goes into a dream, every part where his spirit is torn asunder, should we erase all of that and only look at the part where he speaks about colonialism and the dialectics of colonialism? We can't do that, because that's not how we think. That's not how we produce knowledge. So I have to respond to this, even though it wasn't directed towards me. And I have to also point out that this is extremely harmful. It's not only harmful to your peers, people like me, who do this irrelevant knowledge or this inconcrete knowledge, right? It's also irrelevant to our children and the type of futures that we want to produce, the type of universities and institutions that we want to produce, which have and hold multifaceted traditions that are rich in culture and rich in, in indigenous knowledge systems, and rich in potentiality and possibility of the type of societies we can craft.
Okay, I just want to congratulate the originator of the program, and we are, at least she was able to bridge theory to practicality, and today we are experiencing the beneficiaries who are, and we are also pleased that they are now also giving back, which is saying now the process is growing. But today, because of the problems that we are having in the country, we have a growth, I don't know if I must call it obsession of religion. Religion is growing in leaps, and false religion, and some type of religion that is destroying, even destroying families and things. We have a drug problem. We have alcohol. I don't know what happened that alcohol became such a big thing in our societies. When we have death, funerals, weddings. Yesterday, somebody sent me a clip of youth who had got together in Mamelodi, and it was a huge gathering, like what happened at Enyobeni. And I don't know what happens that makes our youth to think such gatherings are worthy. So and also we have a drug problem, and we have unemployment, but at the same time we have youth who are really trying to do a lot of things. But we also have youth who are obsessed with reading. They're going degrees, but I understand it's because of lack of employment. So I just want to ask Zandi if there's a thought of how to grow this project and get to get wings in other areas, so that we can get the influence of this changing the society. And it's a difficult thing because we don't have support of government, and we don't have the support of people, because people are engrossed with materialism. People are engrossed with dependency syndrome. People are in poverty, and individualism is growing. The socialist part of our society is really going to the dogs. So I just want to ask, and if you are having any discussions on growing the project, especially for the youth, and taking the beneficiaries to other areas,
Thank you, Mama. That's such a big question, considering that I started this work after I graduated with my master's degree, and I could have gone, elsewhere to pursue the other life that Dr. Mdingi told us about. But I think, it goes without saying, the fact that, she was 4 years old when we met and she's 20 sitting right in front of us. There is a clear intention to grow the movement, but we are not interested in growing in terms of the quantity, in other words, we're not interested in massifying the program, but we want to grow both in terms of quality. So we're very deliberate in terms of bringing the young ladies who've been with us here today, because they interact with the program when it is in its different phases, right? We started in my mother's backyard with a couple of kids from my own neighborhood reading books. And we are in universities, you know, telling universities to change this or that. So in many ways, for us, those are, you know, clear intentions of wanting to grow. Otherwise, I would have kept this as an NGO and benefited a lot from the US funding project. There is that also happening in the townships. And sitting across us there is a comrade of mine. I didn't even know that he's here, Usbusiso. We were together in Soweto, taking a train from Naledi to Braamfontein, just preaching Black consciousness. He was singing, you know, at that time. So, I mean, we were introducing our ideas to Black people who had already accepted that 1994 was something else. And we've worked with you, we've worked with a lot of people. So there is a very clear, you know, intention to grow the movement, but also how we want to grow is not how the ANC and Umsobovu have been growing. But I do think I do thank you for that question, because I think it comes from an awareness in terms of the absence of projects that actually, you know, do this kind of thing. And what we are doing is not new. This is what we gleaned from Saso and Diro, you know, so it's a matter of understanding what happened to Diro when he tried to do this kind of work and thinking carefully about, you know, how we interact, because we don't want to rush and end up, you know, having to cut the project short. I think this is my last contribution. I just want the young sisters to speak and, you know, for you to engage them as well. Thanks, Tando.
Thank you, Zandi. Any questions from the floor? Anyone? Any? Oh, okay. And also, Mbali, do you want to say something from reflecting? No? When he's done.
Okay. I think when us from Tulanduka to, I think it's necessary that the work needs to be expanded to other areas. There are movements as Koyo in East London, and where I am now, I'm trying to start a reading club, but the problem has been with the schools and Landuka and the teachers. And my Landuka, my work, which I started way back in about 2007 with the Sinapumelo Reading Club under the Nelson Mandela Institute for Education and Rural Development. It's something that is necessary. It's something that needs to be done. Perhaps we just need to get together, engaged as to what needs to be done going forward. Perhaps try to link you with Landuka, with people from other areas who are doing this kind of work. For example, in Cape Town, we have Lisa KwaZulu. Don't know if you know her. Sorry? I think I've seen you together. So I think that's one person that you can work at Cape Town. In terms of Eastern Cape, there's me and other groups that are interested in Landuka on issues of literacy, more especially in Landuka using the Black conscious approach. Toban is here. He knows people who are interested. So I think we can start small and see where it takes us. But then again, we need the basics on how you started. We need to study in Landuka, the Black House Collective, and how you started from the beginning, so that we do not lose it and turn it into something that it was never meant to be. Engosi kakhulu. Like I said, like now I'm interested, but also my mind is inspired by the likes of Landuka, of Paulo Freire, because it puts emphasis on Landuka, on the importance of Landuka, of reading clubs at a very young age, together with the late Landuka Neville Alexander, more especially speaking of issues of Landuka, of language and policy in this country, which we have not addressed. So yeah, and go circle.
Okay.
just also a comment in the line of several other comments of appreciation. Also, I was particularly taken when one of your, I forgot right now, you were reading a number of questions, multiple questions. I think was it in your presentation or your presentation? Your presentation. A number of well-formulated, very profound questions that you were outlining for us, listing for us, that seem to have emerged in the context of the youth education project, right? That all of you are together in SYP. And when you were going question after question after question, several things came to mind, right? It came to mind the number of those students who are looking for accreditation, not necessarily, education. And sometimes graduate students on varsity are like bodies in search of questions to make their projects, right? The proposals and the dissertations. So of course, by that point, the disciplines where they are and the university have delimited the field of questions and the way of questioning. But you were showing there how SYP, and then I think by extension, the Black House, is a cradle for emerging questions, for formulating questions, right? It's a cradle. That reminds me also when Fanon writes at the end of Black Skin, White Mask, "Oh, my body, make of me always a man who questions," right? Oh, my body. But that doesn't happen automatically just by virtue. SYP and the Black House show that you can actually, by coming together, you can create activities that make us not only a single person, a single individual, but a group, a team, a group of questioners. And I think how I understand the question of relevance, of producing relevant knowledge, is in that direction, different from the questions of materiality, right? That relevant knowledge today coming to the important issue that Aya was raising. Because it seemed to me also that in your presentations, we're talking about different generations, and all of you intersected with SYP and Black House different moments. And SYP Black House shows that what it is offering, and this being a cradle of questioning, of emerging questions, forming, shaping questioners who are also agents, responsible agents that are responding, and in the attitude of Black and conscious love, right? That proved very important for kids of 7 years old, for teenagers, 13 years old, but also for more young adults who begin to think along these lines and take advantage of what happens as SYP and the Black House at varsity and the university. So whatever is happening there is not simply some kids education project, right? It's not simply that. There is something else at work that can easily find itself of being relevant to youth, to Black bodies in different, right? Different ages. And so that took me to the question of relevance, that I think relevance should not be seen as whether we can produce knowledge about something concrete and have a concrete solution. But maybe relevance is that somehow your thinking is in dialogue with these questions that emerge from the ground. But that means that you have to take it from the very, something very empirical question to the most theoretical and abstract, right? Where we have the philosophers, the theologians, we have the literary scholars, we have all of this, perhaps with other names, because also these concepts and names are the ones that we have already received, and yet they are yet to be expanded in multiple ways. But the relevance maybe is conversation with the questions that come from that Black body, that Black bodies, that questions that go through this experience of collective thinking and being that has been so fundamental, and that can start in youth, in early youth. So I think that is exactly to the Black House paradigm too, in what we're calling the Black House paradigm, because we have tried to capture some of these things. So it's simply about decolonizing and becoming and creating a different world, and the body who questions is preparing to contribute to that struggle. And everything, every line, we need to continue, as it was said before, we need to flesh out that. We have barely fleshed out what that means. And for that, we need all kinds of reflections. and all kind of questions that extends. Last thing that I will going to say is also that I think one can see not only thinking and theorizing or acting as extensions of these questions, but that artistic work and music and dancing and poetry can be seen as an extension of the prayer also. Like Fanon elevates this prayer to the body, and that different forms of what is called quote unquote cultural creativity are ways of also initiating, take us to that stage where we can actually begin to more consistently make ourselves bodies who questions, instead of bodies who are aspiring to be white, or instead of bodies who are repeating or the standards, or instead of bodies who are just looking for accreditation and social mobilization, right? So, and I think that will link us with the other section, but our colleagues will say more, I'm sure, about that. So that was it.
Thank you, Nelson. I want to go to the online people. They are itching to ask questions, Konzo, or comments. We've got 15 minutes to the next session, Gonzo. I'd like to keep it to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lutando. Thank you, everyone. I have about 2 comments. One from Anonymous. The comment goes, not a question to express, but to express gratitude for such refreshing sharing of realistic knowledge through theoretical storytelling against the recent media reporting on lives that have been massacred in Sowetan Tavern this past weekend. Shine out and onward to dispel pessimism and negativity by your courageous act of enabling the collaboration of life for who we are. And the other comment from Betty Govenden, who says, yes, the notion of uncertainty and unknowing is a political act refusing dominant knowings that we have been schooled in. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzo.
If people would like online, would like to ask any questions directly, we do avail such an option. They should just raise their virtual hand and then, yeah. All comments.
Gonzo, there was a question earlier you were asking Shulani, and he was not in at that time. Would you want to go back to that?
Yes, we can go back to it. The question was from Kwezi, who asked, having listened to Doctor's presentation, I'm sitting here thinking, how do we incorporate Black consciousness movement within the ruling party without the threat of positions? Hope that was clear.
No, thanks for the question. I'm actually starstruck. I don't know how to link the two, you know. But if I'm to be honest, I doubt it's possible for that to happen. Let's maybe make an example. It is said that Steve Biko tried by all means that there should be some kind of unity with Black liberation movements. In fact, his last interview in '77, he said that he would like to see less groups, whether the Black consciousness movement, the PAC, and the ANC, to work together and come up with one particular project. Now, the Black consciousness movement has generally been cursed with a good virtue, which is the virtue to try and pursue unity. But often at time, it is always blown in their faces. If you recall, during the period of the 80s, there was no strong political organization, either from the PAC or the ANC operating in this country. throughout the Black consciousness movement, when it was put pressure to go underground, the cadres would say, no, we're not going to do so. We're going to stand. Even if it means that we're jailed, we're going to face all kinds of hardships and so forth. Now, when these guys came back from exile via the UDF, because that's how they actually were able to smuggle themselves back into the psyche of the people. There's a conference, I think it's a KwaZulu conference in 1987, which really signaled how the ANC government felt about the Black consciousness movement. It was said by O.R. Tambo, who said, the Black consciousness movement wants to supplant us out of the minds of our people. That shall not be so. And we all know what happened after to the BC cadres. Again, even when the time came for negotiations, the position of the Black consciousness movement as well as the PAC was to say, we're not going to reform apartheid. We're not going to give it a human face. What we want to do is that we should all gather together at one place and what time. They then suggested that before we even talk to the National Party, let us talk amongst ourselves. The chief issue being that we are not going to get into any discussion when land is not the central point where we start. So basically what I'm saying is that even if we wanted to extend it to the ANC, check their record and see whether they will welcome such a position. They've refused to do so. And I don't think the Black consciousness movement must bear the brunt of trying to do so in the first place. So it will be very difficult because the ANC throughout its positions, throughout its historical network and working out, has really been hostile to the Black consciousness movement. We know that it is them who said Steve Bantu Biko was a CIA agent. These are the facts that we have to face with. Today, when they have to deal with the Black consciousness movement, they'll have to do all kinds of things. Look at what they have done now in terms of significant historical moments. The brother that side, yes, that one, with the glasses. Very interestingly, he raised similar points when we were sitting outside during tea. He said, how do we work out the issue of the calendar when a government that is supposed to be a liberation movement decides to say, no, June 16 will not be June 16 Soweto uprising, it will be Freedom Day. The Sharpeville massacre will not be the Sharpeville massacre, it will be Human Rights Day. You are dealing with people that just do not want. That is the honest truth. And we have to accept that that is the honest truth. And I think from my position as perhaps an individual and also person in the Black community or lives in the Black community, I think ultimately, even in our production of knowledge, no matter how much it varies, what is the question of agency is that we have to remove the current system, whether we like it or not. Because at the end of the day, the bondage of our people is just unbearable. So in as much as we produce knowledge, which is a very good thing, there's one friend of mine who said, you know, I don't want to participate in politics, but what I want to do, I just want to write books. And I then said, no, comrade, let's make a pact. You write books, and then we engage the political us. But if it so happened that we seize power, and you have not written those books, we're going to kill you. That should be our position. You know, and of course, it's my personal position, but I think what is agent is that all of us have got a part to play. But what is agent is that there's a need for us to remove this albatross of bondage. And it's not going to be removed with these guys still in power. It just will not work. You know, and somebody said that, in fact, what the ANC is, what is happening to the ANC is precisely what they deserve because this is what they chose. You can't expect different outcomes in the first place. The Black consciousness movement, the PAC has really tried, but these guys are just not willing to do so. Even with the project of decoloniality and all this, they don't like that stuff. You know, they generally don't like that stuff. It's one thing what white people think, but to have them also think that way, I think it's very difficult to even try and pursue a different trajectory. We have bled to try and get that kind of unity, but it won't come from them. And I think after these years, we just have to accept that it is within the framework of these BCPA organizations that a new hope will emerge for Azania.
Is it?
Maybe also on the answer is that some of the people who are in the ANC today used to be in the Black consciousness movement. And now when they write their stories, they say they were in student politics, or they say they were underground. They deny their history then, and then it starts somewhere when they went to exile. So how do you work with a person who does not want to associate even with what he was involved in?
Just to add to what Magauta and Hlumani they are saying, I think that's a mystery. And I think now the second mystery is that the people who were initially in the Black consciousness movement, when, let me say post-1994, they began to go back into the lager to say, nah, I come from a family which from backwards, from back, Utatomkulu and my great-grandfather was Pack, or my great-grandfather, I come from a family of ANC. I come from a family of Pan-African Congress. And then it even actually polarized us further because of that. Like now, people will go on, doesn't matter how much the ruling party or the government will mess up, but we will continue to put them as a electoral, the people are electing back, we continue to put them into positions of power because of this history that doesn't matter what ANC can fluff, how come we will still vote for them because of my history. From a family which was typically ANC in the past. I think that exacerbates the problem.
Also, like, I mean, just a piece of reflection to the question, which adds to, you know, Hlulani and Umama's response to the same question, is that when Biko came to articulate the notion that it's not worth living for an idea that will die, you know, than for an idea that will live. He had come to acknowledge, you know, the reality that in spite of all effort, there are those amongst, you know, fellow oppressed persons, those who are not willing, you know, to take the responsibility to live, to die for an idea that will live, but would rather live for an idea that should die. So if we have come to the historical juncture that idea must die, the question that is raised then calls for every one of us who may have questions like those to reflect on the eminence of why they are asking that question. They could be asking that question because they are historically naive. They could be asking that question because they are realistically, they are naive of the reality. And the reality is so expansive that if one doesn't call it upon themselves to take responsibility, they must then therefore not hold others, you know, responsible for what they themselves need to be doing. I mean, when Biko articulates on Black consciousness, repeatedly he speaks to, you know, self-reliance, so if you put you become present to his use of the word self, he is talking about self collectively and self individually, personally. You know, when he comes and articulates non-white, he basically accepts that this is the fate of those who are willing, you know, to die for an idea that will live, than those who are willing to live for an idea that will die. Basically, if one is not prepared to make the sacrifice beyond just existence, then one mustn't appeal to those who are willing and have given of themselves, that responsibility to be the ones that are responsible to resuscitate a dead horse.
I think for me, there's just two very important things. Of course, one is very careful not to try to descend too much to the political arena, because of course it pushes some people away. But the first thing is that people need to understand that the political differences and organizational differences that exist within the oppressed Africans is not an issue of interpersonal relations. It's not because I don't like Kulani. You know what I'm saying? We have an ideological difference, a philosophical, social, political difference. The BC movement differs with ANC, not just because ANC are bad people, right? Of course, maybe some people can argue otherwise, but there's an ideological difference. The ANC abides by the Freedom Charter, the BC movement rejects it. This is not a rejection of niceties because we can't shake out, you denied me beer at the tavern. There is a point, an ideological point where we need to find each other. I think, of course, Khulani, you make practical examples also, that in 1985, of course, we can go even as early as before that. We can go to 1969 in Morogoro Conference, how the Makiwane brothers get chased away from exile and ultimately killed in South Africa because of adhering to Sobu's idea of African nationalism. In 1985, when O.R. Tambo says the words that you were quoting, the idea of supplanting us in the minds of our people and that they need to be dealt with. We know what happened to Azasim. We know how our comrades were chased in townships because Babe Bizwanga Mazimzim. They're taking over of Azanian students movements, right? Which leads to, by the way, to the formation in 1991 of what we know today as SASCO. Right? The idea of spitting at the face of Bigo, when Bigo had taken black students out of NUSAS in 1991, you reorganize with NUSAS to form a new formation. These are not interpersonal differences. These are ideopolitical differences that are fundamental to, there's something we call principled unity. That we don't want to unite for the sake of uniting. We want to unite because we agree on principle. The Freedom Charter has to go. Right? This is the first thing. We need also to acknowledge the things that we've done to each other, politically, organizational, and even physical. The last point is, I don't think Strini Mukli was wrong. Check on Bigo Lives. I think it's published there, that interview on Bigo Lives, where Strini Mukli says for some time he felt bad that the BC movement was not part of history. Of the history of South Africa. But there came a time in his life where he says he's glad that the BC movement is not integrated into the body politic and the body history of South Africa, because by that it remains the solution. Right? Remember, Bigo spends a lot of time speaking against integration for the sake of integration without the dealing away of the traditions, philosophies, political laws they brought about the oppression of black people. So to answer this question is to say, it's not an easy question of saying black political parties or black political movements unite. It is the sake of the ideological framework. But again, Bigo is trying to unite all black formations. We must not forget that. That in as much that he had differences with them, he was willing to sacrifice his life, his freedom, because he was banned at the time when he went to meet David Alexander. We know that he had labored to meet OR. So the BC movement, as you say, has bled trying to unite black people, because in its writings, it has already said that true freedom for black people, or what we call the antithesis to white racism, is in black solidarity. So it is in the makeup of the black consciousness political organization that unity is always sought. But unfortunately, the olive branch has never been met on the other side.
I have only one time for one more comment, and the mic was here. After this, I'd just like to give everyone, you want to say something, but okay. After Umbali, sorry, Biz. After Umbali, I would like to give everyone a comfort break, just to stretch our legs for the next session.
Thank you. I hope that we could end the session on something of a positive note. It's depressing thinking about our politics, but I mean, I personally believe that electoral politics is flawed, fundamentally flawed, because we will continue to elect the same flawed people into office, into power, and hoping that we will get better and find better. In some parts of the world, maybe democracy has worked, and they've kind of tried to make it work. But I don't think that oppressed people should look to their governments and to the state for salvation and for saving them from the problems that they face. Because the history of South Africa is such that, I mean, people had to rise up against the government in order to liberate themselves from apartheid. And I think the people have to rise up continuously to save themselves from the problem that has actually been created by this government. The government collects taxes and it organizes our affairs. It does all of those things, and it tries to build 22 million rand flags, and things like that. So we have to face reality that it's us, the people, the oppressed, that have to organize ourselves such that we can actually save ourselves and salvage the situation. So, and it happens in communities like, the Black House Collective, it doesn't have to be replicated exactly the same in every part of the world or in the country. KZN can have its own, and the Cape can have its own. And so we look to what's on the ground, and we seek solutions from there. And I do see it happening in different parts of the country, and we just need to, take that and run with it. But to look to the ANC or any other political party for salvation, I hate to say it, but that's just my personal biased opinion. They're not going to come and save us, but we actually had the answers lie with us. And that's what I'd like to leave this, thought with. Thank you.
Okay, mine is just an announcement from Mama Kogida. Yeah.
Sajida?
No, not Sajida. Yes. So she asked me to announce that the book, A Time to Remember, Reflections of Women, will be sold tomorrow for 270. So
in fact, there'll be more than one book. I think all our authors bring your books, and and all the buyers bring your money.
Yeah, we're also selling the hoodies and t-shirts as well. So and bags. So tomorrow is the market as
All right, please stretch your feet for the next 5 to 10 minutes. The time is 4:14. Online, please don't run away. On site, please don't run away. We have a conversation of the senses, jazz and poetry with Nelson Maldonado, Pralini Naidu, Ongezwa Mpele, joined by Sibusiso Shabalala on piano and Blessing Twala on bass. This conversation is what transpires when poetry and jazz meet with each other, dipping into the deep resonances of our shared lived experiences. Grief, joy, sorrow, and love come together in this confluence of artist expression. Right, so let's stretch our feet for 5 minutes. It's 14:15 right now. I need everyone back right here at 4:20.
Exhale. I'm meditating music. Inhaling keys. Exhaling the trumpets. O's. Inhale. Exhale. The smile of an old sunset guitar, strumming my chakras alive. Inhale, exhale. Drum rolls scattering diamond light on notes whirling in space and time. Inhale, exhale. Between my brows, double bass solace. Spine rising on brassy highs. Inhale, exhale. I'm meditating joy. I'm meditating prayer. I'm meditating music. Inhale, exhale. Hung over on her words. She is wondering if her words were poignant, perfect in the darkness of their conversations. She is rewriting the script conversation in her mind until her head throbs. She is a contortionist of words to her words. She's trying to catch her words as they disappear into the air. She needs a gulp of water. She needs a gulp of air so she can say, our discussions today are what they are. It is what it is. She is hung over on her truth, wondering if there are enough for the bodies and ears that receive her truth, her words. She's hung over on her words because girls who are out loud are said to be too aggressive, too confrontational in the eyes of those who have imagined girls muted, with their heads bowed down, bowed down, bowed down, bowed down. She's hung over on her words because the voices in her head speak louder in the morning. It is a battlefield of actualizing and gaslighting herself. Girls who are assertive in their words don't get chosen. Don't get chosen. They choke. They don't get chosen. But they choose themselves day in as and out as they build possibilities of skyscrapers with their truths. Courage to conjure every word in your bones and soul and spit them into this world is a hamstring waiting to assassinate the being of you. Voices in your head which you don't know who put them in there. Voices in your head who you don't know who put them in there. Voices who are against you and they're in your head, but they don't pay rent to be in your head. Voices who are against you, but they're in your head and they don't pay rent to be in your head. Evacuate them. Evacuate them. No.
Jazz smiles upon the tops of trees, feeding chords to hungry ears. Stray not betrays that upper body calm. Ankles and feet keep her beats, and the hips, they sway. She has her way, jazz has her way sway, play. Her way, sway, sashay. Her way, sway, play, sashay. This is the way you and I, we pray. Way, play, sashay. Sway, play, pray. Horn reaches down for the long, dark notes. Deliberate, grave, sure as grief. Solace in shared sorrow. Saxophonist pours his pain into the brass body, stirring the losses in my bones. And this melody aches beautifully, like a funeral for friends and trees and beings once loved. Bum, bum, bum. So on that mournful note, we acknowledge that, you know, life and death, they're always in conversation with each other. And this next piece is a dedication to, a tribute to a friend of ours who took his life a few weeks ago. We are honoring this life by playing one of his compositions called Dudu's Spirit. And we'll be reciting a poem by Etheridge Knight called For Black Poets Who Think of Suicide. Jaden Daniels, I didn't mention his name. We salute your life. Black poets should live.
Black poets should live.
Not leap from steel bridges. Black poets should live.
Black poets should live.
Not lay their necks on railroad tracks. Black poets should seek.
Black poets should seek.
But not search too much in the sweet dark caves, nor hunt for snipe down psychic trails. For black poets belong to black people. They are the flutes of black lovers. They are the organs of black sorrows. They are the trumpets of black warriors. Let all black poets die as trumpets and be buried in the dust of marching feet. For black crystals belong to black people. They are the flutes of black lovers, the organs of black sorrows. They are the trumpets of black warriors. Let all black crystals die as trumpets and be buried in the dust of marching feet.
umziwacha kalapaya umlilo kalalamanzi umziwacha kalapaya umlilo kalalamanzi umziwacha kalapaya umlilo kalalamanzi umziwacha kalapaya umlilo kalalamanzi. Injuries in prison, dead bodies on cranes, caterpillar teeth, where corpses cut the pillars of commerce, and for the wounds, the cause is
the cows. Oh God, the hyenas take each a piece. Fire on the mountain, no metaphor, but metaphor more than just the thoughts I've sold and bought for platinum dreams and buffalo soldier perversion. The dead brought to court, their cries filing the yawn of boardrooms. Righteous vindication in the sin-calm statements, pendulum swing and crack. The mine workers, cranium, mud in the veins, blood down the drains, brains in the cistern, capital a psycho-sewer system, capital a psycho-sewer system. Umziwacha, umziwacha, kaglebaya, kaglebaya, umlilo, kalela manzi, umziwacha, umziwacha. Kaglebaya, umlilo, Muziwacha, tadima, mulo, telamezi. Umlilo, kalamanzi.
Mind over matters, bullets to water, that is kamata. Sakata, Sapalaza, Sashisimepo. Time green was the land we wrapped around and not the rand. Degradation, dehumanization, subterra human visceral, underground human literal, skull crack like rock fall, life fluid polishing the power hole. First, the rifles thunder, then the rifles thunder, and into smoke and silence enters the world of wonder. First, the grief, then the atom bomb relief, and still ain't shit invincible. Circus animals in cages going down to the hearts of things. No fun, no game, just journey to the core of shame. Flip it, and into the surface human organs will rise. Stone pressures cause it reaches beyond the bone. Dust, lungs collapse, greed ever in relapse, the power drug, the worst, the predator birds come to rest, and the vultures hover. Death loves us to bits scattered across the mountainside. Where are we gonna run and hide? On bleeding, stumping, and shattered innards, corporate greed rewards.
Umziwacha, karapaya, umlilo, kalamanzi. Umziwacha, karapaya, umlilo, kalamanzi. Umziwacha, karapaya, umlilo, kalamanzi. Bankrupt morality system, broken terror machinery, democracy scam, equality sham, shackled judiciary, military safety, the executive smutty, ruling party beholden, sustenance on heroic stories, romance appeals to past glories, no happy ever after laughter among the gory, burning intestines send men down earth's vein, where never was meant the tread of man, a humanity erosion. Umziwacha, kanglepaya, umlilo,
So on that note, we welcome Professor Torres. Do you have to say both names? Okay, you're gonna have to excuse me. I'll go M. Torres, okay. Please come through and join us in this conversation. We look forward to hearing your case.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And as I was saying before, I think that aesthetics generally can also be decolonial and combative too, right? And aesthetics, performance, singing, dancing, poetry can be seen as an extension of the prayer, in the way you were indicating that prepares us and our bodies and our minds to be in the kind of attitude that can lead to decolonial activity, vis-a-vis resentment, vis-a-vis bitterness that consumes us. And I want to share a poem by a queer, lesbian, Chicana, intellectual, writer, poet, philosopher, whose name is Gloria Ansaldúa. I was asked to share something that maybe brought some Spanish because we're doing a multilingual presentation. And Ansaldúa is a figure that I often teach along with Frantz Fanon and W.E.B. Du Bois. I put them in conversation. And Ansaldúa, in her work, she begins the first page of her book. It begins with a piece of music, then follows by the 3 sentences of prose, and then immediately a poem. And I thought that it was in the kind of apt maybe to share some of her ideas through her poem. She writes that she writes about the borderlands. This is a book entitled Borderlands, La Frontera. It includes Spanish and English in the poem and in the book. She writes that the actual physical borderland that she's dealing with in this book is the Texas, US, Southwest, Mexican border, very violent border in the world, right? Texas, US, Mexico. Remember Trump wanting to create a firm border, a wall between the 2 countries, all the violence involved in that process. But she says that the psychological borderlands, the sexual borderlands, and the spiritual borderlands are not particular to the Southwest. In fact, she writes, the borderlands are physically present wherever 2 or more cultures edge each other, where people of different races occupy the same territory, where under, lower, middle, and upper classes touch, where the space between 2 individuals shrinks with intimacy. And so I take you to the initial poem. Wind tugging at my sleeve, feet sinking into the sand. I stand at the edge where earth touches ocean, where the 2 overlap, a gentle coming together, at other times and places, a violent clash. Across the border in Mexico, stark silhouette of houses gutted by waves, cliffs crumbling into the sea, silver waves marble with spume, gashing a hole under the border fence. Miro el mar atacar, la cerca en Border Field Park, con sus buchones de agua, an Easter Sunday resurrection of the brown blood in my veins. Oigo el llorido del mar, el respiro del aire. My heart surges to the beat of the sea. In the gray haze of the sun, the gull's shrill cry of hunger, the tangy smell of the sea seeping into me. I walk through the hole in the fence to the other side. Under my fingers, I feel the gritty wire roasted by 139 years of the salty breath of the sea. Beneath the iron sky, Mexican children kick their soccer ball across, run after it, entering the US. I press my hand to the steel curtain, chain-link fence crowned with rolled barbed wire, rippling from the sea where Tijuana touches San Diego, unrolling over mountains and plains and deserts. This tortilla curtain turning into El Rio Grande, flowing down to the flatlands of the magic valley of South Texas, in its mouth emptying into the Gulf. 1,950-mile long open wound, dividing a pueblo, a culture, running down the length of my body, a staking fence rots in my flesh, it splits me, me raja. This is my home, this thin edge of barbed wire. But the skin of the earth is seamless, the sea cannot be fenced. El mar does not stop at the borders. To show the white man what she thought of his arrogance, Yemayá blew the wire fence down. This land was Mexican once, was Indian always, and is and will be again. Yo soy un puente tendido, del mundo gabacho al del mojado, lo pasado me estira para atrás y lo presente para adelante, que la Virgen de Guadalupe me cuide, ay, 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 soy mexicana de este lado. And the prose continues with a few more lines. In prose, the US-Mexican border es una herida abierta where the third world grates against the first and bleeds. And before a scab forms, it hemorrhages again. The lifeblood of two worlds merging to form a third country, a border culture. Borders are set up to define the spaces that are safe and unsafe, to distinguish us from them. A border is a dividing line, a narrow strip along a steep edge. Gringos in the US Southwest consider the inhabitants of the borderlands transgressors, aliens, whether they possess documents or not, whether they are Chicanos, Indians, or Blacks. Do not enter. Trespassers will be raped, maimed, strangled, gassed, shot. The only quote-unquote legitimate inhabitants are those in power, the whites and those who align themselves with whites. Tension grips the inhabitants of the borderlands like a virus. Ambivalence and unrest reside there, and death is no stranger.
Thank you so much. It's beautiful.
Strange. I am strange. I am strange. My mind is tinted with the colors of madness. They fight in silent, furious opposite selves of each other. I am strange. I have reached a degree of love that is so unwise in one world that it is wisdom in another world. I am strange. I no longer have respect for hate, for I am stronger than hate. I am contemptuous of both those who hate and those who destroy. I'm not a part of the world which hates and the world which destroys. I want to be a part of a world that is better. Not only do I seek to live a better life, I seek to live in a better world, so I may have the right to be part of that better world. If I hate and destroy, then I have no right to speak of love. Love is greater than hate, and I have chosen love above all else in the world. I am strange. I know the truth. I have a secret rendezvous. The wind touches against my window pane. Come with me, it says. Come with me. You are a force. We are brothers. Though I am invisible, invisible, I cover the earth. When I am ruffled, no wall can hold me. Nothing can withstand my wail. What is your thought? What is your desire, my brother? You are dear to me. I cannot come at you in full force, for you are too weak to contain me. I might lift you from the ground and frighten you, and in this careless moment, I might drop you in my joy that you want me to come to you. I cannot approach you in your weakness, for I am too strong for you. Come to me, it only costs you your will, and I will accept you. For the spirit of man is more like myself than anything on earth. Or the more I think I am the pattern for the spirit of man. The spirit of man is strong. No power is greater, and no world can contain it. It will cover the breadth and the width of the earth like the eye, the wind, and arouse beauty to be greatly feared. What weapons are there to use against the invisible? Only a fool seeks to harm the wind. Only a fool seeks to harm the brother of the wind. Come, spirit of man, I will take you to new worlds. I will take you to inner unseen worlds, greater in splendor than anything life contains. If you are fearful, then you will die in your fear. But if you choose to be strong, then you will become like I, the wind, come and go as I please, and none can stop me. Thank you. That was a poem titled I Am Strange by one of my influencers in the music. Not only does he influence me in the music, but he influences my ideologies. I think Sun Ra, in my opinion, is the first Afrofuturist. This is a man who was speaking about going away from history and venturing into the mystery, because he says history repeats itself and our history is bad. So why are you sticking to history? Why don't we move to the mystery? And Usandra made me realize, well, now that I'm here and I've noticed what Usizandi has been doing with the Black House Collective. Mind you, I've known Sizandi for quite some time. I was part of an organization that the youth formed amongst themselves. This was called Black Aesthetics, and we met Sizandi. And then there was another organization that was around, which we collaborated with. But Sizandi, she is the epitome of what Sun Ra is actually talking about. What Sizandi has achieved with the Black House Collective, stemming from way back when some of us even lost the will and even found our ways venturing into other things. Sizandi epitomizes moving away from history, because in our historic times, there were no programs or organizations like Black House Collective. And if you were to tell someone in the 60s or the 70s about this kind of idea of how to engage in society and continue conscientizing the Black nation, it will seem like a myth or a mystery. So Usizandi has turned that from myth into a mystery, where the essence of the mystery is like, there is this underground, bold, strong movement that's doing its job. You know, someone said that those who are doing their jobs, you don't hear about them a lot, and those who don't do their jobs well, they're trending all the time. So that's also a mysterious part of, or a mysterious element of what's going on. So I am very, very, very inspired. Not only am I inspired, but oh man, something is rekindled within me, Sizandi. Thank you so much for the work that you do. You are proving to us how mystery and myth can become a reality. Yeah.
Oh, we have to acknowledge the song Muziwacha, who the poet is for that.
Yes, we have to acknowledge all the ancestors. So I'm so grateful that you did that. You did this, Sandra. We have many ancestors that we've, well, we attribute today too, you know, Alice Coltrane, Journey to Satchidananda, that was the first track. I'm not sure who Oasis.
Andile Yanana.
Okay, Andile Yanana,
Second
Oasis, yes. Also, and Lesejo Ramapoleng, Umziwacha, that the poem is attributed to him. Obviously, the nursery rhyme in all its various languages belong to all of us.
If I may.
Yes, sure. Go for it.
The poem that we shared in 3 parts is a poem written by the great Papa Rams, Lesejo Rampolokeng. It is titled Tears for Marikana. And we chose to take the contours of this poem and the context of this poem and merge it with one of our own South Africa's great men of the jazz idiom, Ubabzi Mqawana. So we merged his composition of the nursery rhyme that most of us grew up on, but he turned the words into Umziwacha, which is a great description of what's happening in our country right now. This house is burning, but it's great to see that there's some of us who are putting out the wrong fires and start sparking the right fires, like was his son. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say about that one.
So yeah, on the subject of ancestors, I think this next little nursery rhyme is, it's a nursery rhyme that I found of my mother's. My mother died 16 years ago, and she taped, you know, those little cassette players. She taped her a few nursery rhymes for my children when they were very little. And I think the journey of how that came back to me is quite important. I made CDs out of that for my dad and my sister. My sister ripped it into an MP3, emailed it to me all these years later because my stuff's in storage, I can't find it. And so it was emailed to me. And the thing about my mother tongue, Tamil, is that we don't speak it anymore in South Africa. And I really thought it was quite lost. You know, I can't speak it. I recognize some of the words, but I don't speak it. The journey into translating this nursery rhyme was quite interesting. I found a whole lot of elders, and I realized that the language still lives in this country. Obviously, it lives elsewhere, but in this country, there are still living ancestors that speak it. And so that made me feel, well, the archives are actually alive. We don't have to go back to stay there, but we can dip into that. There's this beautiful continuity of past, present, and future, and making something new. So I'm bringing to you, Kaikot Amma, I'm not going to translate it. I'm just going to allow you to look at the language of the body and do it with us, okay?
Kaikot Amma, Kaikot, Kanni Maniye Kaikot, Talayattamma Talayat, Kamari Poovi Talayat, Kalvi Samma Kalvis, Kudamba Tene Kalvis, Udamba Valeta Odamma, Ullasamai Odamma, Ullasamai Odamma. Kaikottamma Kaikotte, Kanni Maniye Kaikotte, Talayattamma Talayat, Tamare Poovi Talayat, Kalvi Samma Kalvis, Kudamba Tene Kalvis, Udamba Valeta Odamma, Ullasamai Odamma, Ullasamai Odamma. Kaikot கொட்டம்மா கை கொட்டு கண்ணே மணியே கை கொட்டு தலையாட்டம்மா தலையாட்டு தாமரை பூவே தலையாட்டு கால் வீசம்மா கால் வீசு குடும்பு தேனே கால் வீசு உடம்பு வளைத்து ஆடம்மா உல்லசமாய் நீ ஓடம்மா உல்லசமாய் நீ ஓடம்மா.
Your spirit in corner stores, at the heart and beats of New York summers. Where you from, miss? I'm from South Africa, I see. The click song. Uber drivers' tongue telling tales of you at the announcement of me being South African. Salvaging every memory of you in Liberia. Repeating a verse saying, I know her. I know her. Miriam Makeba, I know her. I know her. As the car glides at the top of the road as if we're in church at your funeral, resurrecting every being of you, oh Miriam, and we are uttering your eulogy. I know her. I know her. I know her. He says with his bones and soul in prayer at the art of you. Oh Miriam. Miriam. A Somalian poet, Wasa Shan, has weaved her poems together of memories of you and your songs in her house and home growing up in Somalia. She says, my parents played your music at their wedding, called you Makeba. Never Miriam, never first name, always singer, never wife, daughter, mother, never lover, aching. Oh, Miriam, you have been a conversation starter in my meetings with strangers, like a food starter that clears the palates and makes way for the possibilities of being African fully. Your name is an ellipsis of wonder for me. You are a full stop in being musically enough. How can one soul spirit live long through times and spaces, across borders and waters? How can one's soul's spirit live long through times and spaces, across borders and waters, with no social media platform existing in your time? Your spirit has reached this mileage to offer us a lineage of musical literacy that meets people across borders and times and spaces, a compulsory life orientation module. Miriam, we need you. Miriam, we need you, us Africans, to dismantle these borders that bother us. Miriam, make these borders permeable so we can move, so we can move across and beyond the possibilities of being us and Africans fully. Oh, Miriam, a Moroccan man once marveled at your grace and paused as if asking me to be more like you. When I lashed at him unexpectedly and moved rapidly like a bull in a China store. Oh, Miriam. Oh, Miriam. You are a wailing song of grief that is never ending. A white Norwegian woman in prison refused to take me serious as a teacher, as if saying, where's Miriam? Sing that song, the click song. Where's Miriam? We don't know you. Remembrance, Miriam. Remembrance. Oh, Miriam, I found your spirit. And it has found me in Norwegian clubs, pata pata on dance floors, caressing every softness of my skin, patting and being patted by the pata pata musical notes, swelling around the fullness of my hips. Miriam, are you traveling with me or am I traveling with you? Remembering.
Thank you so much. I saw a glimpse of messages from the chat. Deep calls unto deep. Wow, amazing. Piercing. These were the recurring sentiments even from this room. Thank you so much. We end the day on that note. Please go home, have dinner. If you don't cook for your people, drink a glass of wine. Thank you so much. Day 2 tomorrow is on. Ongezwa will be facilitating day 2. The theme for day 2 is Decolonial Rebellions and Movements, the Women of the Black Conscious Movement. So we are looking forward to joining everyone again. We should be going live at 9 o'clock sharp. Siyabonga kakhulu.